cancellation of the bigger climbs.
We just saw the points difference and things like that after yesterday. But being realistic, I know we're talking about speculation and things like that. Pogacar second in the green jersey competition. If Tadej Pogacar wanted that green jersey, I think he could win that green jersey competition. He could have collected a few points on the way, quite easy points in some of the stages. He was there a few days ago and never made any effort just to take a few points. He could have picked up some points. He can get some easy points here. If he wanted that green jersey, he could have it.
Well, back in the days when Sean Kelly was going for it, and you well remember, and others, I mean, over the years, there were multiple intermediate sprints during the day. It wasn't just one. More excellent castellation, and Terence looking good. It's a steady cruise now to the first sprint of the day and the final sprint of the day. Be solo rating all the way from then on, up and over every climb. Riders coming in, and it's a sort of a phony war at the moment, isn't it? No one sees any value in challenging that one. Lenny Martinez, though, is chomping at the bit. He's waiting for an opportunity.
Should we say then?
Well, Lenny, what's your ambition today? Fight for the polka dot jersey. Points are rather the stage win. But I'd like to take the points for the first two climbs, then we'll see. There are a lot of points at the finish, but it may be too hard to win against Tadej. A few years ago when Tadej Pogacar was in such difficulty. He's had a string of top 10 finishes. He's had a string of top 10 finishes. He's, I think, not. No. Green, looking good at the moment.
I think anybody who's been to Alpe d'Huez or anywhere around there will know this road. You can continue along, you go to Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe. We can swing left beforehand. This is a big main road.
Noble to Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe and into the heartland of the Alps. Alex Glandon, who's involved in quite a few
under 23 championships. You remember the podium? Matthews won it.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a tie for third place. He ties for the bronze medal because you don't normally get a tie for
so unusual with a photo finish. Yeah.
I think it was Michael Matthews from John Degenkolb from Taylor Phinney and Guillaume Boivin.
All four riders have certainly went on to have fabulous pro careers. Yeah, what an amazing selection. Doesn't always translate, does it? Yeah, other 23s don't always make it.
Four good riders on a podium of 3 places.
Taylor Phinney since retired. John Degenkolb at the back end of a storied career where he's claimed multiple successes. He's not obviously involved in Tour de France this year. Now the two. Bling Matthews, who's had some health issues recently. We send our best regards to Michael Matthews and best wishes for full recovery.
Well, Taylor Phinney is now with, is it still girlfriend now? Cassia New
Andoma.
His girlfriend, I don't think they've
heading towards Tour de France.
Defending the Tour de France, and he's there and thereabouts. There's a bit of DJing as well.
He's an artist, isn't he? He's quite.
He does a lot of things. He was. I was talking to him a couple of years ago about maybe doing something of interest.
Salam.
And
كبرات تعذبتنا.
we were talking about
كم
he
يلقوا
wanted
بروحهم
to
قربان
go
زلهم
for
كم
the
يلقوا.
land speed record.
لهم عاد مرب توابي 240 شعتن 5 كيلومتر بتصحى مع اللوجي فريفون دلهم مالتي.
One of the ones where they go behind a racing car.
Yeah, he thought about doing that, but
زكون تصفى كومنت قال لهم كومنتاتكم لا تصحفكم
what the number is now. I know John Howard had
تقوم توز كلوا نجارات
many years ago.
لا تصحفكم.
I think there's a female got it now.
It's well over 250 kilometers an hour. It's probably. I mean, it's an absolutely nuts number, isn't it? Yeah. can't look better. Yeah. Won't see it today. Might see over 100.
أبزا جروب زي بنيامين ميلان ريم زلنا.
Tom Pidcock for that one. I think he could be one to have a look at it. But yeah, Taylor Phinney, always interesting, always fascinating, always creative. Son of the first ever women's Olympic road race champion, of course, Connie Carpenter, and Tour de France stage winner.
Yeah, Davis Phinney won the first. Was it the first American to win a stage?
ተኸታተልቲ ፆታ ንኽውዳእ 148 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪፎም ኣሎ ንኢንተርሚዲየት ስፕሪንት ድማ ሓደ ነጥቢ ሓደ ተሪፎም ኣሎ ንነጥቢ ማለት እዩ
I get on books here. Keep an eye on this intermediate sprint. I'm not sure how hotly contested it's going to be. Inside a kilometre to go. Little track, as I say. The fascinating thing is to see exactly who is going to contest it.
Well, I think Germay is there. I think Turgis is there. Apart from that, I'm not too sure anybody else. But let's see, this is what we're saying. Pogacar wants points. He can quite easily get points here, but I don't think he will. I don't think he'll be greedy. And I think we'll see a bit of a kind of rollover, which we saw in the intermediate yesterday.
Half a kilometre to go. No sign of the yellow jersey, just tracking along the wheels. The Ineos Grenadiers team want to show a bit of an interest, and no doubt we're going to have a few of the teams that are going to be interested in the breakaway are going to want to stay present close to the front, because immediately after this sprint, surely we're going to see a few attacks.
Went out and Abrahamsen.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Matt Van Aert in that silver helmet. Moving up, Tim Wellens as well from the UAE Team Emirates. Anything you can do, we can do just as well. As moving off the front, Quinn Simmons. And again, we're seeing Miriam Garmay move up onto the tail of Jonathan Milan, who has to make a bit of an effort, but Garmay's not going to pinch that one. Is Turgis in third place as well? Abrahamsen thereabouts. Through the line. About a third of the way down the bunch, so no gain for Tadej Pogacar. 20 points further.
Well, good actually to see Germay up there, second in that sprint. Good to see him in the race. I was a bit worried for him when he was riding with his arm up yesterday. I thought maybe collarbone, maybe something, but yeah, good to see him up there. But we can see now that Wout van Aert just went with that. Turgis, Abrahamsen. A reaction there from Tim Wellens as well when I went Tim Wellens in, and then Quinn Simmons, Mohoric as well, just joining it. But Wellens coming to the front, he wants to place well in front of everybody. Sorry about that pun, but yeah, he wants to do his job as well. So Wout van Aert, Tim Wellens, two satellite riders, a couple other good strong riders in there, and some more riders trying to come across. So Phinney's Grenadiers. Astana getting involved here. So, yeah, this is what I think everybody expected. Get the sprint done and dusted, and see who wants to go on the attack. And we've got Wout van Aert, Quinn Simmons, Mohoric, Tim Wellens, Abrahamsen. But Tim Wellens, he seems to be the one that's most interested in making sure that he gets himself in a breakaway and it's successful.
Belgian National Road Race Champions just has a little look around to see who's coming along to play. The Lidl Trek squad have done their needful, and fascinating to see Quinn Simmons after his lead-out work maintaining a position close to the front.
شير ناقبنا دك عبيتي شير نا كلهم أنتان تبصح كلهم أنتان تعزبه شير ناقبنا دك عبيتي سبسكرايب لايك ناقبنا.
It's a bit early for that, isn't it, for Guillaume Poivin? Yeah, we're talking about what a great professional career he's had, but when you're going out the back this early, this is the true start of this stage in actual fact, and still we're in the foothills of the first climb of the day, so already the road is starting to grip a little bit. It's a tough day. It's a long day for a rider who goes out the back now.
Yeah, that's the way he was looking there into the first acceleration, and already out the back, that says to me there's a bit of illness. I think that was Jorgenson that was trying to look Plapp in the purple behind as well. Mauro Schmitz, the Swiss champion. We've got Buchmann as well for Cofidis in the left-hand side. But this is a strong effort here from Tim Wellens. Clearly, he was the most animated there. followed the sprints. Wout van Aert was the first to go on the attack, but Tim Wellens won to place in this breakaway.
Wellens has gone out solo, raiding in much the same way as he did on stage 15 on the road to Carcassonne. From the front to the back, that didn't take long. Jonathan Milan, a little bit frustrated actually. Could you possibly slow down a little bit? So I put together a little bit of a group to get through these climbs. It's like he was calling for the car there. And there you go, 20 points taken, and now up to 92 points ahead of Tadej Pogacar in the battle for that green jersey. Battle could already be won tomorrow, 8 kilometers to that first climb. So the first order of business is completed, and Jonathan Milan can settle in for a long, tough day in the mountains.
From one giant to another.
Yeah, Greg Carlton Kirby is coming to take over. We've got some climbing to do. Sprinting is dealt with. The next voice to say here will be Carlton Kirby.
Well, it's not been the busiest day so far, Brian, but it's going to get extraordinarily so reasonably soon.
Yes, I thought there would be a little bit more animation in the front of the peloton than just kind of Tim Wellens. I think Wout van Aert tried to instigate it. A few riders went with him, Abrahamson as well. But yeah, I would think that, you know, your Lenny Martinez, a few other riders might be a little bit more interested.
So what's going on? Is it just too daunting?
I think they're tired. A lot of tired legs. Believe me, I've been up this road. But it's ascending very slightly the whole way. But there's a few, like Mauro Smith on the right-hand side there, the Swiss champion. That jersey is always a big positive when it comes to spotting them. But there's a lot of riders trying to get in this breakaway, but nothing's sticking.
Gag, isn't it?
Yeah, once a month.
Can I just say that I was the one that gave it to you first?
No, you said a big plus.
Yeah. Meanwhile, how to turn a hydroelectric plant into something more fetching. Look at that. I mean, you know, you want to start driving the turbines, so you build a chateau around it. What's going on, Brian?
We've got something like that in Scotland, in Loch Lomond, Ben Roglic. So I've seen this. It's actually ours is bigger.
Brian is always so unimpressed. He'll start telling us about everything that Scotland
ገንዘብ የሌላ ክቡራት ተዓዘብ ቲም ወላንስ ዝመርሓ ዘሎ እዛ ቡድን
If it wasn't for Mr.
ተመቃቐለት እያ ትኽደላ እዛ ዓባይ
Anyway,
I was talking about television.
good old Logie Baird. Yeah, him and Boo Boo became very famous.
ናብ ኩሉ ክባፃሕ ሼር እንዳገበርና ደቂ ዓበይቲ ሼር ኣይንሕማቕ ሼር
I think we've
Like
got 40 up
subscribe
there. Is that Mark Hershey thinking, hang on, if it's going to be like this, I'll be part of it, for goodness sake?
That's Mark Haller.
No, there.
Sorry.
Come on, get yourself sorted out. That's the watchword of everybody. Called the Glandon, no easy task. Got some downhill sections within it. We're just about to come to the foot of it. Looks like that Senko's finally regarded that, hang on a minute, I was supposed to be up front. Maybe his director sportive said, at breakfast, we said, be up front. Why aren't you? Jonas Aguirre likewise has nearly missed out on it.
ከምዝሪኦ ዘለና በቃ ካብ ፍጅት ሒዞም እዮም ክባታትን ጅሙር ዘለዉ
climbing we've got.
ዳሕራይ ከመይ ከም ዝኾን ክንርኢ ኢና
Well, with part of the package. It's still open warfare by the looks of things. Nobody can quite decide. They're busy watching those at the front of the line here, the numbers of those who are going up. I'm sure they're calling them back to their cars as well, so that they can be sure of who to follow and who not to.
Well, I think we're going to see the breakaway bigger on the peloton.
By the looks of it, yeah. Doesn't surprise me. Do you think we might get 2 battles today?
Yeah, just look, the calls just come up from Visma-Lease bike, and they've come to the front. I don't think they like this. It was a game of poker there. It was a game of poker there. You can clearly see that the UAE team Emirates were just not interested at all. They were just looking behind them, going, well,
Not that. It's not our job.
we've got the yellow jersey. We don't, you know, we you guys need time. Go and get it.
Yeah. And yes,
You know, fill your boots. Go and get it. You know, we can just follow.
There we are. There we are. Tim, don't kill yourself. Has a look back and thinks.
Team Wallace is مرحلة لهم زين عزوز لنا. نتا عبد الجلة فانتيتوا إذا في الدولار مرة.
Team Wallace. Probably not alone, but just watch here. Like I was saying, just a moment ago, Carlton. The team at the front there pulling all back together. This, in fact, Visma-Lease bike. You can see them there. Vingegaard in third place. It's a clear indication of UET Emirates. It said we don't really have to control it. It's up to you. So if you want time, you have to go and try and find time. We'll just follow you. So I think there's a lot of gamesmanship at the moment, and they were clearly just sitting in the main road, just going. You know, if you want to go on the attack and go in that group, you could there. But UET Emirates was just sitting back, and it became too much for a Visma-Lease bike, and they brought it all back together.
Enric Mas just installed at the back. Run up yesterday, possibly a bit of surprise to some of you. But yeah, some sketchy moments. This one, well, check this out. It looks like one of those fighting kites, doesn't it? A long string of ribbon to a big block up front. And right now, just about resorting themselves out. Those who missed out will actually have a sense of relief. Look at that rider coming up from Decathlon 82 on the Mondial. They were, as a team, had been caught out. It can happen at any time, Brian, especially on a climb and a day like this. We're just flattening out now onto a plateau, which will approach the foot of the Glandon. But there's an awful lot of climbing today. What, 5,600 meters and more? It's too much for one rider to do it on his own. It's too much, really, for a break of 75 to go up the road as well, because it's not going to be any cohesion. When's this going to get sorted out?
I don't think it's going to be sorted out at all until the finish. I think there's a lot of gamesmanship between Visma-Lease bike and UET Emirates. You'd expect that UET Emirates would come to the front and try and control things, but they're playing a different card today. They're playing a card where we don't care who's got. We've got minutes in front of everybody else. We'll do what we want to do. They're forcing it on Visma-Lease bike. They're forcing all the pressure on. I do believe at some point that Visma-Lease bike will come up in numbers and try and make this race hard. But I just think that, and I'm predicting that we're going to see a Pogacar win today.
There we are. It's a long way out. Don't think, oh well, I'll come back later then. Just to see Brian's prediction come true. He's clearly the favourite. He also wants to make a statement, particularly on the final.
No, but does he?
Yes,
Does he need to make a statement?
Yes, he wants to make a statement. He's got such a big advantage. All this technology at the beginning here, we're not bothered. It's all down to you. He likes winning stages. He's a man who's very aware of his place in history, and would love to get up there and put to bed. Apparently, he's been interviewed saying, "I'm sick to death of hearing myself saying I'm dying, I'm dead." On this particular mountain. Yeah, he wants to tick that off. Just put that.
Of course he does, and even before that, Carlton, if you can remember when Roglic,
2020,
and he went on to win the Tour that year, of course. But the Col de la Loz is, a couple of years it's been in the back of his mind. But if he wins the stage, is that the statement? What I'm saying is, does he have to make a statement where he did over a week ago, where they just went out from 11, 12 kilometres to go on the stage and just killed everybody and put over 2 minutes? Everybody, I don't think he has to do that.
You don't think he has to win the stage,
yes, but not to go out and blast everybody away and by 2 minutes. I don't think he has to do that.
I think he'd like to.
Of course he'd like to. Yeah, that's within him. But he knows that Vingegaard is better now. And I think what they'll want to do is he'll just want to protect, rather than just go out there and blast everybody away and put over 2 minutes into his nearest challenger.
Well, we're hovering at the back here. We're looking at Milan, solidly in that green jersey. Bit of a thing this morning. Apparently, the team, Leo Trek was saying, the whole peloton wants a sprinter to win the green jersey, and there was almost a sense that it wasn't really contested, that intermediate sprint. They're all getting in behind him. Even Phinney didn't really chuck it at the line.
Oh, we saw that yesterday, but if Abrahamson got fourth place in there, Pogacar could have got it. If he wants to get the green jersey, he would have had it.
بينحونا خام زريو لنا هلا
It's been a very different year to last
بقى هم
year.
زفرحنا يكون انت مالتي يجي مسمولو تعمل يلهلا كن تريو لهم بيني.
He's a great rider, and sometimes you see this. It's almost like a lull in a rider's not Palmares, but in their skill set. And sometimes they reinvent themselves and come back again. I wouldn't be surprised to see him turning into a bit of a classics man.
I've been a little bit disappointed with Gurmai in this tour.
It's a harder way of saying it.
Yeah. Last year,
Such a brute.
they come into the tour with Gavin Tyson as their main sprinter, and he wasn't there, and Gurmai had to kind of take it up, and he won his first stage. That confidence, he went on and won 2 other stages, got the green jersey. I'm hoping, Captain, but it does happen from time to time.
You pray.
You rest on your laurels, as they say. That desire, that form that he had last year, I've not seen it this year.
Do you know what?
Yeah, many times, not that far away
رفعت
from
عزبتي
Bourg-Boisson and Alpe-d'Huez. In fact,
نتوقع تشجر
there's a road along
تلمي
here. If you turn right, actually goes up halfway up to the Alpe-d'Huez. It's an escape road.
The Café Giselle, just at the foot of it. We enjoyed a little castellet there, I seem to remember, back in the day. Anyway, 135.8 kilometres, might be wrong. 6 seconds now. Just look at it, 30 seconds only to the peloton, but there are riders in no man's land here. It's a busy old place, isn't it? Well, there's more than a wee bit of wind over the down wall, and here we go. This is what we're dealing with. This is the Glandon. Some of the black sections here over 9%. They'd be magnified if it wasn't for the downhill runs that we get within it. Come to a little plateau here, and then all of a sudden, hello, downhill we go before we pick it back up, 10.2%. And if you'd actually strip out the downhill sections, Brian, this would actually appear to be more lethal than it does on paper. It's not nice, and it's a great shake-up right at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, it's a long climb just past the reservoir there, and it continues to go up to the top here. Turns left. If you continue over to the right, you go over to some of the other climbs the tour has been up. But and it's a tricky descent as well, Carton, off this, and it's often the case where it was a similar stage that I was helping Serge Pauls to, not making too much of an effort before the climb because you'll make it up on the climb. But I can remember in the descent, there's a little bit of a straight part, but these guys have descended for some time. 20 minutes, half an hour, and you're descending. You don't always think about trying to eat and drink because you don't want to take your hands off the bars, but you have to instruct these guys at certain points to do that. It's a long stage, a hard stage. Don't think for any moment that this breakaway is going to go to the finish because there's some powerhouses in here. But yeah, just wait to go onto the climb, and I think that's where the likes of Lenny Martinez and some of the other climbers will come across to these guys.
Here's a lethal thing that I'm going to say now.
هذا قدام جوجل يعني 10 سكند يا قريفاتهم تقول له.
If he wants that king of the mountains, yes, he has to.
I know that, but I think he, in his mind, he's potentially thinking that this has already drifted away from him. I might be completely wrong, and I hope I am. Nice to see Silatsenko has got himself up the road. That's good timing.
That was a windsurfer.
Yes, it is. That was his dreams in another universe. Timo Arensman on the chase, but Ben O'Connor as well. You'd expect him to have some input today. Can't quite decide now. Who would it be today? Raul Garcia has been extremely lively for Arkea B&B, and he looks like he's too big a man to be doing this sort of thing, but he's lively again.
Yeah, yes, that's the rider on the right-hand side in the reds.
He looks more of a classics man, really.
Yeah, he's quite a stocky guy, but he can go over some of these climbs. But for the moment, anyway, no one is interested. Alaphilippe there just comes to the front.
Here is Lenny, just to put my mind at rest.
عباي بوجي لها 37 سكند يا تخيل لها تقدم يكون جروب.
In this breakaway, you will win that king of the mountains, and he's saying, have you not heard what Carlton Kirby's just been saying?
Yeah, قدام يقول له.
Anyway, we'll see.
I don't think many people do listen to you.
Well, it's getting fewer and fewer, but those that know, they really know. Uzi Madness manages to find me. If he can find me, anyone can find me.
The name says it all. He's mad.
Yeah, exactly. But we love him for that. He's president of the North American Carlton Kirby Fan Club, and for that we fade him. Here we go then. I told you, Gino Romeo can't help himself either. This is great.
O'Connor.
Meyerhofer. What's Meyerhofer up to?
Well, he just wants a bit of sliding room. Probably not the right person for Tudor Pro cycling. But
well, I saw Michael Storer actually. He was wrestling at the back when it was all trying to reassemble itself. I hope he's all right. What he needs is an egg. Apparently, he was asked at the on the rest day, "Did you steal Carlton Kirby's egg at the breakfast table?" And he said, "No, I don't eat eggs." He said, "I'm more of a Cocoa Pops and milk." I mean, at a press conference, it's quite a thing.
That's enough.
Just one egg, enough. 44.2 kilometers per hour. We're not hanging around.
كم نعزوهم زلنا عباي بيجي له 44 كيلومتر أب ساعات يتبع زلنا.
I think is in this group of 6 riders. Decent getting in here. I think
they were 9 كيلومتر كاتر يفهم له.
Exactly, but the thing is,
تعباي غاندا
Bob
ني 5 سكند يا كتقدم يكون بيجي له
يوم جازلا. See the British champion and the Spanish champion in this group as well, Vercher. Well, he's been attacking from day one, isn't he, Vercher? But talking about Storer has been good in this tour. There's quite a few stages he was getting in the breakaway, but this is his terrain now, so I'd be surprised if we didn't see him today.
But 3-week race, Storer's fabulous over 1 week of mixed terrain. He's not the only one who's going to be suffering. I guess that levels the playing field a little bit as far as he's concerned as well. Personally, I would love to see him shine today.
It's his territory.
Yeah. Come on, Michael.
And he's been brought to the front there.
شير أي نحن هذا كعبيتي شير أي نحن نقول له ما أنت كباصة شير والو كله كاتاتولو ما أنت شير نقولنا سبسكرايب لايك أي نحن كومنت لا تصحفكم بريتاتكم دهكم كومنت تصحفوا حسكم أفسسوا سكمي كونا لو ما عاد سكمي تقوموا تقومتاتكم نقولوا.
It was nice that they actually woke everyone up yesterday and said, well, if nobody else wants it, we'll pick it up ourselves.
بحسب نقعد زلوا سقاب زحج كل اللي هاب زح يكونون له كداميتين سقاب كاليتين جروب زلوا
There's no sense of poetry about it.
No, like, you know,
Intermarché.
I'm glad someone tried to do
I always
something.
Intermarché.
Nobody was going to get any, that's what I said at the time, nobody was going to get any benefit from it at all. And he didn't. So I was right. So, but then again, we need...
You know, the worst thing about being right is telling everyone you were right.
Yes. Well, I was. But the thing is, you need teams like that just to try it. And that was the case. Just give it a nudge and see what happens. For it didn't have. Same with Wout van Aert. That was crazy what he was doing. But look at the front of the peloton. There's nobody. I thought I would see more of kind of climbers. Sam Watson. I'm so happy that he got himself debuting in the tour with the British Champions jersey. He's probably loved it and hated it at the same time because he's really suffered. But Ben O'Connor, Buitrago, the two kind of main climbers in this group, but they don't have that much in the peloton. I think it's still been led by Tobias Foss for some reason. But let's see. This breakaway hasn't established itself. It's only 41 seconds from that front group to the second group, and I think as we get further up this climb, it'll be maybe similar to what we saw on the Tourmalet, where a big group of the climbing types go.
Lenny Martinez fan, slightly bigger than Lenny Martinez himself,
Slightly.
20.6, 25 kilometres from home. Jonas Aguirre's is part of this group. Mind you, just about everyone else is.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is maybe kind of close the gap a wee bit and try and get Arensman into the breakaway the day. I think Arensman would be their best bet for potentially winning the stage.
As our European champion. Sadly, Tim Malia got out of position yesterday. A few others here just starting to struggle. Venard as well, Cofius sprinter. The fast men are going to have to get together. Lewis Askey back here as well as Albanese. It's like a super group of fast men who are on terrain that really does not suit them at all. This is busy. Ben O'Connor, you know, is over half an hour down. He's got options today.
Matteo Trentin, this is what Tobias Foss is trying to do, just close the gap a little bit, force it, try and get Michael Storer, who's sitting second place. Ennis Grenadiers were doing it for Arensman, who's sitting third place. Lenny Martinez is up there, Michael Woods. So it's a case of, similar to what happened in the Tourmalet, it was all together and it was just that group went away, and that's where Arensman became successful. So they're hoping for a little bit more of that.
Be nice. 7%, and this is grist to the mill as far as Ben O'Connor is concerned. It's going to be a very, very long day for this man. He's got the same dentist as you.
I've got 2 false teeth.
I think he might as well. Happens, you know, in cycling. That's what I was
thinking. I landed my face.
Yeah. Well, at least it was a soft landing.
Yeah. That's where I lost my looks.
I think they were dramatically improved by that impact. But I'm within striking distance. I do. It's a good job. Brian's in a good mood today. 19.7 kilometres until we get to the top. You cheer up when I pop it. Here we are.
I thought you called me Grumpy Chop. But Ben O'Connor wants
my way of coping with you.
Somebody to join him. For the moment, there's a lot of hesitancy, so nobody wants to go. But Caden Groves, for a sprinter, he's doing well hanging on to these guys.
It's just a fantastic job. I mean, has anyone told him that the intermediate sprint's already happened?
Yeah, but he wants to get a bit of a
slip room.
Slide room. Try and stay here, and maybe he's get sick of the guys in the gruppetto.
Well, here we are. The most of these are Norwegian pine which get planted in this. I don't know what's wrong with Scots pine in this part of the world, but maybe it doesn't like the hotter temperatures. Mind you, there's a few that will be glad that the real powerful heat that sometimes bedevils the Tour de France hasn't really washed over us. We've been in the 20s most of this race.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because that was one of the things about this side of the Glandon, because I remember in my instructions to Serge and things like that, the sun does beat down in this side, and you can see it here. There is a bit of tree cover, but it's not a lot, so it tends to feel a lot warmer than it is. But just going back there, they've only got 20 odd seconds. Ben O'Connor's been brought back, but it looks as if Visma-Lease bike were up towards the front as well. So I thought something would have gone, like in the Tour Malaise days, something goes, and then it'll be about control. But it seems to be a little bit of hesitancy at the front here, and nobody really wants to try and kind of rip it up this climb. And understandably, it's a tough day. There's 2 major climbs to come after this one.
Lenny Martinez is looking for mountains points. He loves that jersey, and we love him for loving it. To be honest, I thought he looked a bit spent. But then again, so many other riders are pretty much the same, and here he is. He's just burying our questions, quite frankly. Leknesund, just doing the pacing right now. Quite a bit of backup as well for a few riders. Enric Mas will have another go today, you know.
I hope so. It was a shame that he came up a little bit short. I know for you especially. But I just saw Roglic up there.
The champagne back. We're going to be hearing from Adam Blythe on the motorbike in a few moments' time. Do you think he's going to have his motorcycle jersey unzipped? It's warm enough. Slow enough, I think it'll be there. What about Alexei Lysenko? A man who blows hot and cold, finished as high as 7th on the Tour de France in the past, and, well, a stage hunter. Done it before, can he do it again?
Just behind the peloton, just moving up past the riders that are being dropped. There's a big group forming, a big gruppetto. And it's interesting what's happening in the front of the bike race. I think this is a repeat of what happened at the Giro d'Italia. Wout van Aert trying to get up the road for then Simon Yates, but I think he'll be doing this today. But hopefully Jonas Vingegaard, obviously. It's going to be a different ask with Tadej Pogacar following him, but I do believe that he will try to go on the second climb. Jonas has never tried to put the pressure.
Here we go.
This race on Tadej on 2 climbs, it's always been 1 climb so far. So I believe he's going to go on the second to last climb, apply that pressure and really try to put UAE and Tadej Pogacar under pressure. There's some riders up here now just getting dropped. It's going to be an exciting day, and we're intrigued to see which tactics works. UAE against Visma. I think Visma are going to play it safe for 1 more day, and then we might see Pogacar go for the stage win. But first of all, secure this Tour de France today, go for a stage win tomorrow. Back to you guys in the studio.
Possibly going for a stage win today, Primož Roglic. Well, he's done it before, Brian. He's thrived in this terrain. He knows the Col de Los. It served him very well, at least momentarily, I guess you might say, in 2020. And he wants a bit of today.
That was big, that what just happened there. I just mentioned before, he was sitting in 6th place, Primož Roglic, and I was thinking, what's he doing? I think Wout van Aert, he looked behind to see what was happening. I think this has surprised everybody. I think many people thought that, and I really don't think that Visma-Lease bike can sit back in this one. Visma-Lease bike really have to take control of this race. I think it's UAE Team Emirates that will just sit back and try and control things, just follow. They don't have to take it on. But Primož Roglic going on the attack, that's big, especially now in the Glandon.
Exactly. And when you look at the overall as well, he could be a very handy man for Lipovic in a drop-back scenario. And more than that, Lipovic, well, could he start thinking about making inroads if indeed Vingegaard is marked out by Pogacar? Let's see if there's any stalls here. It certainly adds an awful lot to, indeed, the dimension of today. I'm loving this, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think it's brilliant. He's been so relaxed, Roglic, throughout the tour, and it's not a case of I'm here just to follow. I may I'm sitting in 5th place. I've got 8 seconds to get into 4th place with Oscar Onley sitting there. This is big. The fact that Roglic has come out, he wants to race, he wants to get involved with it. I always thought that in the first week he was playing that kind of waiting game, but waiting for what? Yeah. Waiting for what? And now this is an assault on this stage, the Queen stage. Try and get involved with the racing, get something from it. This is setting itself up to be a huge day today in the tour.
It's fantastic, and Primož Roglic, we thank him for it. I've got to say, of all the riders in the modern peloton, he is without doubt my favourite. I just love. It's not a question of just favouring an underdog. I love the way he just bounces back, does his own thing, and to hell with the consequences. Sometimes that's a great freewheeling style of riding, and right now he's dragging up behind him. He joined and now indeed is helping the likes of Jorgenson, Mühlberger. Felix Gall is also well placed here. Gall himself actually in a very decent position overall, just 14 minutes or so down. But Roglic, that's something that you have to contend with if indeed you want to get something out of today. Just hoping in on some of the French riders here. We really need to be seeing the front of the race because that's where it's kicking off here, right?
It is, and unfortunately for Oscar Onley, he doesn't have the kind of firepower you'd expect. It's maybe Picnic post NL would maybe think with Roglic attacking, they would come up and try and kind of help out, bring it all back together. But I think Oscar Onley realises he doesn't have that kind of strength of the team, that he has to rely on others to do the job. And just when I say others, Marc Soler to come up to the front and put a bit of tempo on. And the reason for this is because Primož Roglic is on the attack, and I hope he continues to attack this race. And it looks as if he knows he comes good if he stays on his bike in the 3rd week of a Grand Tour. And it's good to see him actually on the attack and not just kind of sitting there, because he could have just sat there all day and potentially saved everything for the Col de la Loz and maybe moved up into 4th place. But it looks as if Roglic wants more. They've already got Lipovic, looks good in 3rd place, but Roglic on the attack, brilliant.
Is this Mas just rolling off the front?
Yeah, I think Mas is already in this group with Jorgenson.
Certainly looks like him. Struggling.
Rubio on the left-hand side.
Yeah, struggling to just focus my own eyes. Maybe it's the camera. Because the graphics are sharp, but the pictures are not. They look like it's shot through a potato at the moment. But this long shot from the West Cam will be down stairs. There we are. Well, Tim Wellington and Lutsenko with Jorgenson just tailed off, and the pursuit being led, as you can see, or at least that phalanx of riders just bridging over to Dior up front. A little bit of a change of personnel, I think you might say, in those further up the road, but only 20 seconds now back to the peloton. Marc Soler realising that there's a little fire alarm has gone off. That is a proper little cattle prod that Primož Roglic has issued to everybody, isn't it? Love it.
It is, it's good. Bruno Armarai, well, we've seen him in the Tour de France. He's ridden well. He's trying to help Felix Gall, as you said, up there in 7th place in the general classification. You've got Garcia Perna, Michael Woods, Rubio, Mühlberger, Jorgenson.
Certainly not. Holding it at a margin of 21 seconds, and Sora decides, you know what, better place for me to be is somewhere else, quite frankly.
Yeah, he realises there's some good riders in there. I think he has to realise as well that with Roglic there and Felix Gall there, that UE team Emirates are going to try and control this, but you have to try. So Stora going, as we thought, Aaron's going as well for Ineos Grenadiers, trying to go across. It's only a small gap, but UE team Emirates look as if they're okay with this situation.
There we go then. This is a group that's going to bounce back together essentially and become a diamond dozen, including Matteo Jorgenson who dropped back, Lenny Martinez who's up here for mountains points, Primož Roglic. Startlingly good little turn of pace by him. Best placed of this group if it does all come back together, and it does now. Lutsenko will say hello to Michael Woods And indeed, why not? He bode his time, did Ben O'Connor. Wasn't going to fry himself all on his own. Goes for it again. Another's drawn out. And this is getting lively, Brian.
Yeah, you can see UAE team members with Soler and Narvaez. They are just in control. They look at the end of the day. Roglic is
share አይነህና share አይነህና ኮሜንቱም ጻፉ ደቂ ዓበይቲ
we're talking minutes.
subscribe
They don't have
like
to chase this one down. The
ሪታትኩም
only
ሪታትኩም አስፍሩ
affected
ዝግምታትኩም
person at the moment
ዳጻሕፍኩም
would be Oscar Onley, but like I said just a moment ago, what can Oscar Onley's picnic post and L do? They can only follow. They can only go off the back
አንተና
of
ኩሉ ሰብ ንክባጻሕ share
what
ተገይርና
everybody
ጽቡቅ
else is doing. So unfortunately, he finds himself at the looking at help from others, including UAE team members. But 11 minutes and 42 seconds is Roglic is down. So it's not a lap belt situation.
ዛታ ፕሌቶን
What
ሰጢማ
it
ላሪኹም
is virtually moving him up above Oscar Onley, but there's not a lot picnic post and L can do.
A lot of firepower here. Stora's just bridged over along with Aronsman, and coming to join the fun is O'Connor as well. They're all together.
Pretty much the UAE is pulling fast, so don't waste that much.
There we are. Bide your time. Go again later.
I don't think they're pulling that a lot. And you've got, is that Frank Vandenbroek there coming across with Luke Clark, Castillo, Mas. Trying to see who that was. Was that Voikelin that was coming up there?
Looked like it was, yeah. I'm looking further back here. Can't pronounce now. It's a different helmet today. As he's taken the egg off. There we go. He's gone for scrambled egg this time. He double checks around. They're trying to now. Suddenly, Visma-Lease bike are interested in controlling this as well.
I think they want to make. I think they've realised. I don't think UAE team out. That was maybe a few minutes ago. They were at the front, but it doesn't look as if they're pulling hard. Bodan is there for EF Education Easy Post, but I think it's down. This stage is down to UAE, not Visma-Lease bike to make it hard.
Has to be. It's their only options. One card. Group of 15, Gordon Jegat was the man who was trying to come over for Total Energies. Don't know if he's made it in just yet. Looks like he might have done. Meanwhile, the peloton's still at only half a minute. This has been absolutely relentless. It could go on like this all day, you know, Brad.
Well, hopefully it will.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant. The fact that Gawi's here as well, Roglic, we just heard the team card just telling him just don't get too kind of carried away, and I don't think he would. I don't think UAE team Emirates are too worried about the situation, but I just feel for Oscar Onley and Picnic Post NL, they don't have the firepower.
That was a foot peg being scraped here. Oh, and again and again. When you hear that as a rider, it kind of upsets you just a little bit. It's the motorcycle, essentially, leaning over to try and stay away from those who are coming back at them on this downhill run. Oh, what a fabulous part of the day, Brian. And some beautiful views as well, just on a little downhill section right now. We'll then pick it up, and then we enter a whole other world of hell as part of 3 hellish ascents which form the Glandon.
ክቡራት ኣዕዘብቲ ቢና ኣለኮ ኣይ ሓሊፉኩም ፀኒሕ እምበር ቢኒ ዓንከይ ክንሪኦ ፀኒሕና ምስ ሙሉእ ጥዕኒ እዩ ዘሎ ከም ዝፈራሕና ኣይኮነን ቢኒ ናይስ ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቅ ኣሎ
There's some GC riders,
the
riders that are up there in the general classification, but they're minutes down. As I said, the best placed would be Primož Roglic, over 11 minutes down. So when you look at the deficit, there's no real panic here for UAE team members.
Well, they're sort of on a holding pace at the moment, you can see, because they could drive into this gap. Meanwhile, it's quite a lonely place to be if you're on your Jack Jones, and that's where Michael Storer finds himself. He's very concerned as to who might be coming over to join him. I think he wants a bit of help him.
Yeah,
or just an ally.
I think he's maybe wanting the bike to come past them there. He seems to be a little bit in kind of no man's land for the moment. But this is the peloton. This is the breakaway attempts below. This is the slight bit of downhill. We've got a small group trying to come across, but already in this first major climb, the peloton is shredded.
Down to about 35, something like that by the looks of it. About to swell up to just over the 40s, but goodness me. Another series of lacets. Do love this part of the world, I must say. The next element of the climbing really does have a rude announcement, Brian. 14% at the start, and plenty more indeed sections, which are well over 10% as well within it.
They are. I've actually came the other way down this climb, and that descent that they're going down at the moment is a bit of a brute, because you think you've done a lot of descending and then you hit it. But yeah, they're on this small descent, get to the bottom, and then it'll continue upwards past the dam.
Here we are, there's the peloton. Oxford just doing the pacing at the moment, and they're kind of pacing each other and sort of looking at each other. I don't think there's going to be any attacks from within this. It's a regathering as well. Fighting forces want to be assembled here. Simon Yates, centre of the road, already a stage winner within this race this year. On full helping duties today, of course, for Jonas Vingegaard, and it's down to Visma-Lease bike to put the hurt on. Not good, not an appropriate moment at all. Sivakov, yeah, just putting the string back on. And everybody else, there's a lot of sufferance going on here. Guillaume Martin rolling all over the bike, possibly because of this. Last thing you want, just to upset your rhythm, just as it picks up, right?
Just noticed as well, Niels Pollitt is still there. So if he gets over this climb, then he'll do the next stage, the descent and onto the valley. So I think UAE Team Emirates just wanting to get the numbers over the top of this climb. Like I said right from the start, the onus is on Visma-Lease bike to take control of this race and try and make it as difficult as possible. They already have a couple of riders in front. They've got Jorgenson there. Yeah, they've only got Jorgenson there, so that's kind of suiting UAE Team Emirates, to be honest.
Jonas Vingegaard is just misgeared. He's wiggling and wavering all over the road. Maybe age catching up with him as well, bless him, but always likes to be part of the front group. So actually pulls to the side of the road to try and sort it out. Oh, in fact, it's Manny Bookman. Yeah, beg your pardon. He actually looks a lot more swarthy than you would expect, Manny Bookman. Sometimes he tans up well, just like Brian Smith, actually. Saw him struggling, Brian, and he's still not right. Doesn't look like a puncture, though.
I think it was a gear problem here, definitely. There's some more riders trying to detach themselves off the front now.
Well, just about getting there, but the peloton now at 1:04. This is stretched out a bit, Brian. Surely they can't be happy with the assembly of greats who are up the road.
No, they're fine. There's no panic. Like I said, Roglic is the best at 11:42. Yeah. So I know he's sitting 5th in general classification, but it's a time gap you're looking at here. And then you've got, I think, 7th place, Felix Gall as well in that front group. So what they want to do is they don't want to use up the climbing domestics at the moment. We heard from their sports director this morning that they've got riders for each part of the stage today. They knew that Lido Trek will control the start, but they've got riders, and what they want to do is they want to use Niels Pollitt at this moment, who's been a sensation. If you can remember the Super Bagnères stage, Niels Pollitt rode a lot of that stage, and this is what they're doing again. They're just going to control this first part of the stage with Niels Pollitt, so they want to get him over this climb. They want to get him onto the descent and into the valley towards the Col de Madeleine and see how far he goes there. I don't think Visma-Lease can afford to let this happen. But for the moment anyway, from what I see, is that UAE Team Emirates are in full control of this race.
No idea for Michael Storer wants a bike change. I don't think it's a gearing change. It's just wasn't happy with the kit.
So I think this means the way that I can see the team cars here, he's gone from being off the front. He had some problems there.
Yeah.
His team car wasn't behind him, and he had to wait and get a change of bike behind the peloton here.
Mike Wood's been dropped from the front group, by the way. He's been picked up by the second group, who's off the back of that as well. Tell you something, Brian. 5 riders, if these 2 front groups come together, from Movistar with Enric Mas, potentially extraordinarily well protected, something that didn't happen to him the other day, where he just kind of ran out of beans late on the run to Ventoux, but that boded well for a bit of ambition from Enric.
It did. I thought he rode well. I said in my commentary, he's been one of the best climbers in the world, Enric Mas, and I thought he was on his way to victory, like many others, and unfortunately came up short.
He came up against a terrier called Phinney.
Yeah, of course. But even so, I thought when he went, he was capable. In the past, I've gone all the way, but that wasn't the case. So, you know, we're now in a situation now that Movistar are throwing the kitchen sink at this one. They want a stage one, and they could have 5 riders in front.
I think they will. There we are. Well, you know what happens with the kitchen sink? Sometimes goes down the plug hole. So I hope that Enric Mas and the team stringing together today would be a fantastic state of affairs. It was long odds again, I can tell you today, which is a surprise. Here we are, Decathlon, and their thoughts.
Good job.
Phinney's group being caught on the counter-attack. Good job. Well, it is a good job as well. Fittipaldi, Amarai. Amarai offers up a great deal of protection from the wind, doesn't he? He's a big lad.
Yeah, and a good lad. He's ridden well in this tour. Possibly hasn't had the result that he wanted. When I say that, a stage win. He's been trying, of course. Very good time trialist. We've seen that in the time trials, French champion. But would dearly love to win a stage. But unfortunately, you know, today he's on the team duties for Felix Gall.
Let's see. Minute and 13 now, back to the peloton. How much have they accepted this today, Brian? Still some climbing to be done, then a long, long reach. I thought that, oh, hello, that doesn't look good.
That looks terrible.
I'm afraid Enric Mas has said to the team, thanks but no thanks, it's not going to work. He's reaching for sustenance, that's never a good sign either.
Yeah, look, he surprised me in this tour. He's a lot better than this. Yeah. Something not quite right. He went very deep in Vong 2, but this isn't the Enric Mas that, you know, we've known from the past.
That's a shame. Let's have a look at the steeds that Decathlon are upon. Here is your view inside the peloton. Decathlon Asia Tour Mondial. On the Van Rysel RCR. RCR, I imagine, stands for Racer. Well, I've got plenty of those up front. So a rejigging then of the pecking order within Movistar. If Enric Mas is not going to get back on, none of his teammates went back to help him. That was significant.
Yeah, I think they already know. If he's under the weather a little bit, then you know they'll always kind of call that out at the start of the race. But this man, thank you, Primoz, for going on the attack. I was just wondering why he was so far towards the front beforehand. So, you know, everybody's expecting this UE Team Emirates Visma-Lease bike battle, but up pops Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe, and it's given Roglic the green light to, you know, get his wings out.
Aina Rubio, why not him today as a default? That would just be a great call. He's done some great things in the past. Remember a few years ago into Crans-Montana, he took victory there ahead of Thibaut Pinot, and Derek G was involved that day. Hugh Carthy, it was quality. Or maybe that's the default setting for them. Enric Mas is just going to have to head back and indeed pick his wins and think about how to cope with the day. This is Castrillo, also just starting to struggle a little bit. We're going to be saying the word struggle an awful lot before the end of this race.
You know, there's a climb called the Struggle in the Lake District.
Is there?
Yeah, just outside Ambleside. But that's for another day. We're here on the Col de Glandon. Castrillo, as you said, we're struggling a lot, but you got there for Total Energies. Christian Rodriguez and the Reds of Arkea B&B Hotels. Plap, good to see him. Here they've got Ben O'Connor in front, but Visma-Lease about just sitting back. They've got Jorgenson in the front. They seem to be happy. I wouldn't be happy. I wanted to try and do something. I wouldn't want you to control this. You can clearly see that they want to get Niels Paulett over the top of this climb, and if they do, it's another big workhorse in the next stage of this race.
In the front group, Matteo Jorgenson, Tim Rollins as well, so the principal team's represented. Here is Lenny Martinez. that is a bit of rock and roll, I'm afraid, and he's got a bit of a pallor going on here, I'm afraid. He's still with them, but if this kicks off towards the top, and with so many mountains points up for grabs, everyone else around here could actually go from 0 to hero in that competition. And I think he's unfortunately got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, I think I said it the other day. Aaronsman is in this group. Aaronsman is a rider that's really interested in possibly more of the stage win than maybe the King of the Mountains. But if it presents itself, then it definitely is a goal.
Then as soon as your nose hits the wind, Brian, and you're more than a couple of bike lengths off, it really takes an awful lot just to stay with the group, doesn't it, and get back on.
He's been through a hard time, but sometimes in these long climbs you can get through a hard time. You can see that the fans outside the road they're giving him plenty of encouragement. He'll dig deep, and he'll have to dig deep.
What on earth is Raul Garcia Pena doing up here? He goes up this mountain like a breeze block, doesn't he? And he looks like the wrong kind of rider for this terrain. And at the moment, he's surviving.
He is, and he's surviving rather well. He's got a teammate who's more of a climber, Christian Rodriguez, behind, but he's been in some good breakaways and trying to get himself in some breakaways. But let's see.
We're going to hear from Matteo Jorgenson in a few moments' time, the American who, of course, has had some wonderful results, not least Paris-Nice, of course.
Matteo, how are the legs? How's the body? That has been a difficult tour for you, but how are you right now?
Right now, better than yesterday. So that's at least an improvement. My health has been a big struggle the past week. I've been sick, very sick, and it's the rest. I think was its worst, and thankfully since then it's only improved. And today is the best day yet out of the past week. So I'm really hoping I can play a part for the team today and help Jonas execute the plan.
Given that, are you considering or not considering is the plan to use you a little bit earlier and to see how long you last?
I think I'll just have to be honest with my sensations, and there's a few roles I can play, but it all depends on how I feel, and there's a lot out of my control.
Thank you very much. Have a good one today, mate.
Thank you.
Being sick, being depleted, getting the energy in, Brian, it's a difficult thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of riders that have gone through some health problems, colds. We lost Matthew van der Poel with pneumonia. When you get cold weather, and it's predicted to get quite cool today, at the top of some of the climbs, Madeleine and Col de la Loze, rain is expected as well on the stage. So when you go through these extremes in temperature, and plus the ice, the slushies, and all this sort of stuff that go through, riders will get sick, and it's not just the physical side that you have to watch in a Grand Tour. It's looking after your body, your immune system, everything like that. Even your gut health. We saw that Tobias Johannesson had stomach cramps and everything like that. The amount of gels and concentrated foods, nutrition, all this sort of stuff, the amount that these are banging down their neck at a godforsaken rate, it's incredible what they're having to do. So it can take its toll. A 3-week stage race is just absolutely brutal, and some riders can deal with it better than others.
.5 kilometres until we get to the top, and to be honest, the most challenging part of this climb is still to come. Not least as we approach another great down wall here. Not least because you're sort of lulled, a 2 kilometre descent before you finally get into that hit again. But when you've got 3 climbs like this, Brian, and you're already absolutely, and most of them will be, nudging empty, and you think, we've still got the Madeleine to do, and we've still got the Col de Loze. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, you just have to keep focused, Carlton. Not a lot you can do if the race is on. These guys aren't getting a big time gap, but we saw that with the Tourmalet stage as well. It was a tough climb, and it took forever for the gap to open.
Well, Adam is with Bernie Eisel, and so we'll get an insight into the Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe strategy, shall we? This will be fascinating. Beautiful flyback. What did we do before drones? We have got Bernie Eisel with Adam on the motorbike, and when you return, it'll be the dulcet tones of Declan quickly.
Bernie Eisel, we've got Primož Roglic on the road. What's the plan? Stage win, GC?
I mean, of course. I mean, at the moment you can play both cards, but we see Lee's Pollard riding at the front there, so we really have to see how things unfold. We're in a very good position at the moment, and so we have to stay calm and see how the race unfolds over the next climb. I mean, Glandon is still quite a few kilometers to go to the top, but then also on Mudland there we know what we can really achieve today.
The start of the day, obviously, Primož has got good legs, he's in the attack. Did he say what he wanted more, the GC or a stage win?
I mean, it's definitely at the moment.
Oh, I've got to go.
If he can get the stage, he takes the stage.
Thanks, mate. And also from the Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe squad, attacking effort from them today, Brian. It's been super entertaining, I have to say. I've been on my break watching with fascination with GC riders in the top 10, just venturing forth, and Primož Roglic. I mean, it's a long race to finish from here. An interesting escapade, as we hear from the Total Energy squad. They're out for fun today as well. Mühlberger on the attack today, but yeah, what do you make of Primož Roglic and his attacking effort? As we see yet another one of the marvellous mountain alpine downs.
I think it's brilliant. I saw him near the front on the Glandon, and I didn't think I would see him go on the attack, but he was following. There's a bit of intent. I think I said it right from the word go that Primož Roglic is just so relaxed in the Tour this year. Don't know what his goals were, but he just wanted, I think, to get to Paris. And I thought at some stage he would come good. He was just going to sit and wait until the race came to him. And of course, some thought I was talking rubbish. But in the last week of the race, he has come good. We just heard from Bernie Eisel. Yeah, if the stage win is up for grabs, he's going to take it. I don't know how much.
For Lipovic, then?
No, it's not play for Lipovic. I don't think so. Because Lipovic, I don't think Lipovic can get any further up the general classification. I think he wants to control that white jersey, finish third overall. The fact that the team have allowed Primož Roglic, who's sitting in fifth, to go into the breakaway and try and see what he can do. The only person this is affecting is Oscar only. But let's see what happens and what Visma-Lease do, because I think the onus is on them to do something in this stage. This is a big stage for them. They've got good memories of what they can do, but for the moment anyway, Neil Spoller riding out, skin up these climbs, and he's been a big asset to the UAE team. And on the Tourmalet stage, he's done exactly this, just rode at the fronts, and Visma-Lease are allowing them to do exactly what they've done on that stage as well.
It's getting hectic, and this climb is starting to really grip and put a lot of riders in difficulty. This is Postonel trying to venture forth here a little bit. Big group assembling out front, 2 from the top 10, 2 from the top 7 in the lead group. Can more make it up front? Frank van den Broek's a handy climber. Clearly not satisfied with the pace of this chase group, trying to get on terms. They put almost a minute into the group led on the climb, the Glandon, which is in its 15th appearance in the Tour de France. Never been a summit finish, remarkably enough, really, but it always has been a really feared climb. Tim Wellens, who began all of this attacking, calling for a little bit of assistance from the team car. And Niels Pollard, as you mentioned, is doing a really, really excellent job for the UAE team member.
በቃ ቤቴ ከም በዓል ቫንደርፖል ካብዚ ዝኽእሉ ዝሃብኩ ብጣዕሚ ዝሕዝን እዩ ግን ቢንያም ብጣዕሚ ኣድቫንቴጅ ብጣዕሚ ኣድቫንቴጅ እዩ ቢንያም ግን ሻሎት መቐረት ናይቲ ስፖርት ቁርጠይ ይጎድል ስማዓካ ማለት ነው ማፍቀር ስፖርት ስማዓካ እምበር በቲ ሕክምናዊ ተረጋግፁ ዘሎ እቲ ሕማሙ ኒሞንያ እዩ ሒዝዎ ካብዚ ውድድር ዝወፅእ ዘሎ ቫንደርፖል ብጣዕሚ ስማዓካ ሙሉእ ምሕረት ይገብረሉ ካልእ እንታይ ክበሃል ኮይኑ
That's where you yucky bottles, sticky gels. This is all to try and help Lenny Martinez. I've seen this in so many races, and this should stop. And that was very blatant. But yeah, you look at Picnic Poster now. Why was Frank Vandenbroek even attempted to go? Why is he in this group? Right? That is.
You pull him back to assist Pollard in chasing the Roglic group. Fundamentally, just to explain, I mean, Roglic is running fifth. Only is currently running in fourth place. So the biggest threat to his fourth position is Primoz Roglic. Difference between them, scant 38 seconds. It's tiny.
If Frank Vandenbroek is here and he gets across, it's 54 seconds. If he gets across the front group, then he can sit in that front
group. Almost
not helping anybody, and he's actually riding on the front as well. So I think for Picnic Poster now, I would tell Frank Vandenbroek not to do anything. It's all in for Oscar Onley today, in my book. He's got Warren Barguil behind that can possibly help him a little bit. So either get into that front group or you're wasted just kind of sitting in the middle. Hopefully they do, and then it gives Oscar Onley a bit of a kind of satellite rider, because he gets stuck in no man's land on the Vong 2. Could have had a teammate to help him a little bit, because it was Roglic and Lipovitz against Oscar Onley, and that's what made the difference. So Frank Vandenbroek has to get front.
Fascinating discussion points and stories developing out on this 18th stage of Tour de France, 71.5 kilometers. Riders already beginning to toil on the unyielding slopes of the Glandon. Some like Lenny Martinez, their entire life is dedicated to staying in the front group. Others, as you can see in this chase group, almost a minute down, not going in the right direction at the moment. It's going backwards. Bodan mentioned him at the start of the day, might be a rider to see if he could make it up there. Frank Vandenbroek is trying to race clear of that group, but they're not really making any significant inroads. This is another one of the dips that pulls the average out of the Glandon and makes it look like a relatively handy 5.1% average. It's anything but. You get a couple of little dips in it, but anytime they're climbing, it's
intermediate
yeah, a lot of riders already starting to feel the pinch. Lenny Martinez, the rider in the polka dot jersey, desperate to try and stay with that lead group and score the 15 at the top of the climb, but you wouldn't bet on it right now. He's sort of yo-yoing on the back, off the back, grabbing gels wherever he can, whatever little bit of extra assistance he might get out of that. Meanwhile, Niels Pollard setting a very impressive tempo that has lined this one out. And almost the entire Visma-Lease bike squad that are certainly available are ranged behind him, with Adam Yates available to set the tempo, or at least cut through the slipstream for Tadej Pogacar. Jonathan Narve is there as well. Tadej Pogacar, of course, I'm not sure if you heard, but he ran into the Visma-Lease bike team car before the start today. Got a little bit of an unexpected brake test and suddenly found himself on the ground. He said, no harm done, and he was kind of laughing it off just before the start, but it was an interesting start to the day for him. Things could only get better from there.
Do you think it's a part of Visma-Lease bike's tactic? They're on the way to take over yellow? Start by knocking them off?
Well, can't even make that joke. I don't think, and I certainly don't think they have done it. But yeah, He's still in here, Lenny Martinez, but he's certainly not looking quite as frisky as he did in the Tourmalet, the Pyrenees, is he? He was like a mountain goat there, scampering all over the place, couldn't wait to get going. Race clear, up over the Aspen as well. He was absolutely chomping at the bit. Here he's just struggling to hang on. It's his fellow countryman, Bruno Amarai, that's setting an unyielding tempo. Very, very impressive work from the French national time trial champion for the decathlon AG Tour. And whatever about Primož Roglic and his adventure here to try and improve on his 5th place overall. Felix Gall also is a threat to Kevin Vokanen behind the Arkea B&B Hotels rider, sitting 6th overall. Tobias Halland as well might be a little bit frustrated that Felix Gall might be moving a little bit further ahead. So Decathlon AG Tour and Mondial have played their card today. They've played it early, the first of 3 all-category climbs today, lest we forget. A long, long way to go for the Tour finish, but
ናብ ሓደ ነጥብ 8 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪፋ ኣላ ተብሎታ ነብዚኣ ንሪኢና ቦላታ ናይ ሓደ ነጥብ 8 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪፍዋ ኣሎ
Tadej Pogacar out to 2 minutes behind. He won't be even the remotest bit concerned about this. The closest rider on general classification to him from the 13 riders that are in the front group at the moment is Primož Roglic. He's 11 minutes and 42 seconds down, and as Brian has said to us, seems vanishingly remote the possibility that Primož Roglic is going to take close to 12 minutes on today's stage. Nonetheless, steady tempo being set as Clement Berthet just yo-yos off the front of this one. This is the chase group, just over a minute down. Best placed of these riders is Jordan Jagat, who was propelled into the top 10 on general classification as a result of the departure of Carlos Rodriguez ahead of today's start. Rodriguez of Ineos Grenadiers claimed in that crash kilometre to go yesterday. Unfortunately, non-starting today. Cracked pelvis, we understand. Such a disappointment for the Spanish rider, who looked like he was riding into some decent form, but his disappointment very much to the gain and benefit of Jordan Jagat, who finds himself 10th overall, albeit 23 minutes and 10 seconds down. And his immediate rival on general classification is Ben Healy, 9th overall. About 5 minutes and 10 seconds or something like that is the difference between Jagat and Healy.
ጀንድሪያ ዘለና ተቀዳሚትን ግሩብ እያ ሓደ ነጥቢ 1 ኪሎ ሜትር ኢኻ ተሪፍዋ ዘለዎም ህንፃፅ ኦኬ እስኪ ክንርኢ ኢና ቁርጦ ካብዚኦም ተተሓሒዞም ብሓንሳብ እዮም ዝስሕቡ ዘለዉ
the front group here, and it's going out to 1 minute, and it's a big effort he's having to make. So, and I can't see them going across because Bruno Amarai, he's got the top in his head. You know, we're inside the last
Martinez,
we're going to go over the top here. So, unfortunately, can they come across in the descent? Well, it really depends if these guys continue to ride. So I think it's a difficult time for Frank van der Broek and Picnic Post NL. I think Oscar only said at the start of the day what else he can do. He cannot go on the breakaway. He has to sit and wait, and he has to sit and wait to the final climb.
Any chance, Frank? I mean, there's a real alpine stage, isn't it? 3 big calls, lots of ascending, lots of descending as well. A little bit of riding in the valley.
Change your bike for Tim Wellens.
So that's not exactly an ideal scenario for Tim Wellens, but maybe he feels that he can ride his way back up and into this group. No panic, certainly, from the cerebral Belgian. Is that the phrase we might use? Certainly, he's always very considered and precise in his language, very well-educated and articulate man, and always fascinating to listen to, and calm, cool, very much collected.
Another problem for Bookman, he had this problem further down the climb, so it looks as if it's in crash mode. Possibly the biggest gear in his bike is in the lowest sprocket, so yeah, that's why he can't pedal.
That's the electronic gears. Cofidis, I think the only manufacturer in the World Tour, the only one using Campagnolo, so disappointing moment for Bookman. But as you say,
ዝኾነ ምክንያት ዝኾነ ኣጋጢሞ ኣሎ ኮቪድስ
gears on that particular
ጋንታ
bike.
ኮቪድ
Clearly
ተጻታይ
gone into a
ዝኾነ
sort of a
ኣጋጢሞ
reset
ኣሎ
mode, a crash mode, as you say. And
ድጋፍ እንዳፀዋ
a
እዩ
little tap of the rear mech or any problems with the batteries, and suddenly you find yourself stuck on one gear.
ምናልባት ትማል እውን ካብቶም ዝወደቑ
Watch out for
ክኸውን
little
ይኽእሉ
Lenny here.
ማለት እዩ
He'll
ድሒሩ
want to take
ዝተሰምዖ
maximum
ቃንዛ
points at the top of this one.
ከም ግምታትና ማለት እዩ ትማልስ ክንደይ ተለኻኺ ማለት ማለት ከምኡ ባነ በዓል ሮግጂ ገዝ ናይ
Well, he's
ስፓኛ
fought and
ህፃ
fought and fought to put himself into this situation. It has been quite the scrap for Lenny Martinez. He struck out today saying he wanted to lead over the first two climbs. Looks as if he's potentially going to get his reward. He's put himself into the front position here. And let's keep an eye on Lenny Martinez, who's 11 on points at the top of that scrap for the King of the Mountains competition. Time and Arns.
በቃ ሕጂ ጀሚራ ራይዋ እውን ሕጂ ጀሚራ ኣላ በቃ ከም ዝበልኩም ኣብ ማርቲነዝ እያ ክትኣቱ
A little bit of inspiration here. And Martinez it is who takes the top points.
በቃ ሪሆ ማርቲነዝ ከስ ይብላ
Now moves significantly clear in that competition, albeit with the expectation that Tadej Pogacar could claim top points, which will be double points on the final climb, by the way.
Yeah, I just look, if it was easy points, Aronsman's going to take it. I think we said that earlier on. Just easy points.
በቃ ዓበይት ሼር ላይክ ሰብስክራይብ ኣይንሕማቕ
I think Lenny Martinez, well, he set his goal to win the first two.
ናብ ኩሉ ክባፃሕ ሼር ግበሩ ሼር ግበሩ
Next.
ሰብስክራይብ ላይክ ኣይትሕመቑ
Aronsman is just keeping himself in there.
ያ ቻነል እዚኣ ክትዓቢ ደገፍኩም ሙሉእ ምትሕባርኩም እንዳመስገና ቀጽልዎ ኣተባብዑና ድማ ሪቶ ደግሞ እንዳፅሓፍኩም ሪቶ ኣይንሕማቕ ሪቶ ከዓ ክኸውን ዘለዎ ነገራት ግምታትኩም ንገሩ
Indeed, I think these conditions pretty much absolutely nailed on perfect for bike racing. It's not been quite as hot a Tour de France as we've seen in previous years. Had a bit of rain yesterday. Plenty of riders won't have enjoyed that, but up and over the Glandon, just two to go. Meanwhile, some way adrift, but not that far adrift. Within 2 minutes of the leaders approaching the top. Niels Pallet will get a Polish will indeed get a pat on the back, I think. From the rest as others try to recover. Pavel Sivakov, we saw with a little mechanical issue further down the mountain, is sort of steadily riding his way back on, just behind neutral service there. So no panic, not quite there, but I think he'll be comfortably in the group as they head down the descent. Meanwhile, no signs of a big push yet from the Visma-Lease bike squad. Beyond, of course, the fact that they've got Jorgenson up front. Very useful rider to have up front at this point in the proceedings. The US rider maybe pitching for stage honours. Just to answer your question from earlier on, by the way, Brian, the first US winner was stage winner in Tour de France history was indeed Greg LeMond on a time trial stage for the 1985 Tour, and Davis Phinney took the first of his two wins in 1986. He was the second.
I think the Canadian Alex Needham was the first yellow jersey.
He was the first North American yellow jersey, yeah. And, I think it was with the 2 stages on the one day or something. It was kind of a surprise one. Huge moment for him in his career. Inside 2 minutes for the yellow jersey group. They spill down the mountain, heading towards the Madeleine. Next appointment is the Col de la Madeleine. We'll start that with 86.1 kilometres remaining. Most of what we've got between now and then is downhill, of course. Climbed had just been up 21.7 kilometres. Winter Beasts, 5,450 metres of elevation across 171.5 kilometres today. And all the talk about this being the fastest Tour de France ever, and certainly is. It's well ahead of the fastest schedule at the moment. It needs to be taken and measured with the fact that we've got today and tomorrow's climb as well, and tomorrow's stage as well. A little bit shorter at 129.9 kilometres, but no less than 5 tough climbs along the way, including 2 or category assaults. Cat 1, a couple of Cat 2s as well. It's an absolute beast tomorrow, 4,450, and that's over just 130 kilometres. So 2 really tough days in succession. Is there any way that they're thinking today about the fact that, what's coming tomorrow as well?
I don't think he can.
That's a sketchy moment, and that's at speed.
Christian Rodriguez trying to come up the inside there. Is that was too close for comfort, that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a judgment thing, isn't it? And you've got to give a shout to your rivals and give them a little bit of space and measure the likelihood that they're going to. They need to lean over and take a line at some stage as well. Felix Gall's out front.
Well, it was actually Garcia Perna. I don't know what he was thinking about. But this is a tricky descent. I've said this before. You need to eat in this descent.
Felix, saw you had a big smile earlier before. Is that because we're going to Col de la Loze, where you had great success 2 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, super good memories, of course. We did it in the training camp, doing it from the others this year. So we did a little recon as a preparation. It was really nice to be back there and to almost to relive that moment. It's Queen Stage today, and best legs win.
Now you're there in the GC. We saw how great you were on Super Bagné. How are you feeling at this moment going into the Queen Stage?
I felt really good on Super Bagné, for sure. The best day I had in this tour so far. But then, the days after, I didn't feel super good. And today, I would say, I feel a bit better. It's like overall not so dead, but it's also the third week, so I think it's also okay to have some fatigue. And then you just have to see what's possible in the moment. How the race depends how it unfolds. But I think I'm gonna stay with the group of favorites. Then if I have really good legs, to try something in the final. Not today, Felix. Thank you.
Well, the group of favourites must be the break, because that's where he is right now. He's headed north as Felix Gall, the man that was first over the Col de la Loze a couple of years. Well, last time it was used in 2023, and descended down to Courchevel to take the victory on that day. Huge moment for him. The man starting the day 7th overall. Decathlon AG Tour. Le Mondial has gone on the attack to try and repeat the alchemy. This time it's a summit finish.
You see, this is a tricky descent, this one. There are points down this descent, because I know because I reconned this myself, that this is what I was saying before. There's a long descent here, and it's tricky at the top. You can't get your hands off the bars, so to get into your back pocket, to get a gel, something to eat, and things like that, it's too tricky and dangerous. But there's bits down, I forget from memory, because it was a few years back now. From memory, there's a few straight parts now, and that's where you have to tell the riders, use this straight part, because you can get your hands off the bar a little bit. Because we say it all the time that you have to eat little and often, and you hear it from the sports directors a lot. You need to eat, and you cannot afford to come down a descent like this for 20 minutes or half an hour and not have anything, because that has a kind of ripple effect as you go out through the day.
Yeah, I mean, you simply have to eat, but when and where, and it's so easy just to put it off for another kilometre, the race changes a little bit.
You don't feel like it in the descent, but you have to. You have to continue to do it. That's why you have to remind the riders, not to, on this whole descent, if you don't eat or drink anything because you're concentrating on the wheels in front of the lefts, the rights, the tricky parts of this descent, then you can pay for it later on in the stage.
Yeah, they're using less energy on the descent, of course, energy they're going to need for the climbs later on, but it doesn't mean they're not using any energy, because there's a stress aspect to it. It's tense, isn't it? I mean, it can be kind of painful in the neck, and just trying to stay relaxed, stay focused, stay concentrated, stay understanding exactly what you've got to do, trying to pick out a line. Each and every one of these bends has to be assessed and analysed as you're getting a changing picture on the approach to the turn-in point, and you just hope that you're going to let off the brakes, turn in at exactly the right moment. And there are opportunities as well to get back on the pedals. And for Luke Plapp, his destination is up here. That's where he's trying to get to. Luke Plapp, who I think you spotted it the other day, was coming out the back of the peloton, probably with faults on on today.
Yeah, over 20 kilometres ago, he's just coming out the back. Just pull the pin. I think we got a bit of a flat bit here. So this is the bit where, if you've got a bit of time, get into that back pocket.
So 100 kilometres to go, and got an advantage of 2:18 over the yellow jersey group. Lots of riders up front. This was the scrap for the mountains points at the top of the Glandon. Armsman quickly put back in his box there, wasn't he? And was scampering clear to ensure that he moves clear of Tadej Pogacar. Timon Armsman, by the way, is third in that competition, so he's staying on terms with Lenny Martinez and with potential for further points gains. There's the situation: 20 points gained, of course, on the Glandon by Lenny. More category points on the. It'd be interesting to see what would happen if they ended up level on points at the end of the day. But of course, if Tadej Pogacar does manage to win the stage, he will surely move back into the lead. A little bit of number crunching to be done there. Double points available at the top of that final climb. Looking okay at the moment for Martins.
Try to be silent. Remember to eat now.
It's a constant refrain, isn't it?
It's when you get a chance there in this kind of flatter part of the course. But that was before. This is before he was dropped. So knocking down this descent, you can see his goal was to try and take as many points as possible on this stage, and he's got maximum points here. But on this kind of flatter part of the road here, it gives you an opportunity. An opportunity to get something to eat. It's very important. That's why you have to remind the riders to keep on eating and drinking, because at the moment the focus on, you know, the speed bumps here, the lefts, the rights, and things like that. I'm just looking at the Bodan group. He's with Frank Vandenbroek at 35. They really need to get on quicker. Just watching a look plap here.
Jacket's a windsock, isn't it? Just gives you a sense of just how much of an impediment it can be on those descents. But you've got, you know, it's a great advantage in terms of keeping the riders, stopping them from getting a bit of a chill. So much conversation about how many riders have picked up a little bit of a cold in this year's Tour de France, including for a few days at any rate. Tadej Pogacar, no signs of any lingering ill effects there. Well, the signals so far have been that he's shifted that little bit of illness. Meanwhile, the German National Road Race champion Nils Pollitt continues to grind away on the front of the main peloton, such as it is. Decent-sized group still involved here. Thijs Lebert at the back of the Maillot Jaune group. The Arcadia B&B Hotel squad, Kevin Vokeland sitting 6th overall for them. Peloton's a little bit smaller than it was as we head towards the second of our 3 big appointments of the day, the Col de la Madeleine, looming large in the distance in the Alps. Another ore category ascent. Gap gone out to 2.5 minutes. Still, that's a manageable, closable gap for the likes of Tadej Pogacar, Jonas Vingegaard, and others. You've got to remember that Primož Roglic, 5th overall at the moment. Of course, 2nd overall back in 2020, an audacious bid for something a bit special today. Stage honours in prospect, perhaps, for the Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe. After his heroics in claiming the top points at the top of the Glandon, Lenny Martinez finds himself floundering a little bit on the descent of the Glandon, not quite enjoying the downhill section, finds himself with 35 seconds to close. And he's been under so much pressure. I think he probably wanted a slightly less stressful descent and finds himself in chase mode now. Not ideal. Certainly closed down quite quickly on the Aspon, wasn't he? Was it Nielsen Powell? I was trying to remember back in the Pyrenean stage, this big adventure. damp descent that was. This in perfectly dry conditions. Alps in all their glory. Not everybody comfortable on these challenging descents. The essence of road racing, of course, you need a variety of skills, a variety of aptitudes in different scenarios. And these are skills that are required over many years. Some required, some lost as well. Tim Wellens here as solved the problem, that little mechanical issue that he had towards the top of the Glandon with Senko.
It's a long descent, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a long descent. If you go down this descent without eating or drinking anything, then you pay for it later. That's a lot of things in the planning and all this sort of stuff. When it leveled through that town a little bit, that was the time to eat and drink and things like that, because you're back onto these kind of technical nature of the descent.
No sign of Martinez eating there. And one of the Movistar riders down, Mühlberger,
that's the rider from the front group there. So Mühlberger it will be, because that was too big for Rubio. What happened there?
He was upright at any rate. Let's see if we can see what happened. Just pick it out. Oh, and that was a very unusual crash, wasn't it? It looked as if he might have touched a pedal on the inside, and it just had a high side. It was a very awkward-looking one. And Gregor Mühlberger, the Austrian rider, biggest problem looked to be his shoe might have come off, but that was an unusual one.
It was unusual. It looked as if he'd lost one of his boys there as well.
Yeah, those dials, those little sort of round dials that they turn in a clockwise fashion to sort of close a ratchet and tie a nylon lace that binds the shoe to the foot, and it can often be a little bit fragile, a little bit vulnerable to any sort of impact, and clearly that could have been the issue for Gregor Mühlberger, but I think he's pretty delighted, I suspect, to at least be able to jump up pretty quickly, get to his feet. Front group here. I'm hanging around waiting for him. Mühlberger finds himself chasing.
Yeah, but I think have we got Arensman in front of this group as well with Jorgenson? I can't see them in here, so or are they?
Well, the jackets go on. It's not so easy to pick them out. They certainly were there, weren't they? Matteo Jorgenson over the top of the hill was part of this group. Lenny Martinez probably the most notable absentee. Gregor Mühlberger was seen off his bike. And still, the fact that we've been up the Glandon, we're still maintaining. Okay, they'll regain a little bit of the deficit, and we're not to the bottom of the Glandon yet. And the average speed still hanging out at 38.7 kilometers per hour. That's pretty impressive stuff. They're setting a big agenda. They're still continuing to put time into the yellow jersey group. And they're going to need to continue to do that up and over the Madelon and heading towards the lower slopes of the final climb today, the Col de la Loze. Well, last we heard, actually, was Jorgenson and Arensman had a tiny advantage over that other group. So we'll see if perhaps they were just a few meters or a few seconds ahead. Matteo Jorgenson in pursuit of personal glory, and also available when and if, more when, I think, for Jonas Vingegaard. That's the plan.
Yeah, it's virtually on the roads. Primož Roglic has now jumped himself onto the podium.
But well, that's his teammate, of course, that he's taken that podium spot from, and has leapt ahead of Oscar Onley as well, in a virtual sense. Team Picnic close down out. Not much in evidence in the pacemaking or the chasing at the moment. If they could, they would.
Yeah, they don't have the team to be able to do that, unfortunately. Just let it play out in front. They're hoping that Van der Broek will go in that group in front, and then he might be of some help in the final. That's what I'm hoping. There is a plan. Barguil just stays with him, but there's not a lot Oscar Onley can do. It's just follow and try and put time into Lipovic in the final climb. They don't have the team to be able to go to the front and chase down Primož Roglic.
We're seeing now a gap of 30 seconds for our lead group out front, which is Jorgenson and Timon Arensman, we believe.
Yes.
And out to 30 seconds to the Primož Roglic group, and then back another minute to the Giga pairing. So Frank van den Broek still caught in between, still working to get involved. So it's a tough day, in actual fact, to make it up to the front of the race and actually save energy. It's just a sort of uphill or down dale. It's not that easy to to sit in the valley in the wheels and actually then necessarily be of value later on the day, is it?
Yes, it's the energy you use to get to the front, and then you have to save. Because I don't think they're trying to be Van der Broek there to try and win the stage. I'm hoping it's there to try and kind of help out, because that's what didn't help only on Vol 2, that he was up against Roglic and Lipovic together and found himself on his own. And when there's a headwind on a climb like that, especially at the top of Vol 2, you could have done with maybe someone there to kind of help a little bit. So I hope that's the idea of Picnic Costa now, to put Frank van der Broek in front so that Oscar Onley has someone there to maybe kind of help him.
Wind not a huge factor today. Crosswind for the most part for most of the day, and then a tailwind up and onto the final climb of the day.
Yeah, as we know in this part of the world, the wind doesn't really have too much an effect. The only effect it does have when we go into the valley, if it's a kind of headwind or tailwind.
At the front of the race, Timon Arensman in the company of Matteo Jorgenson. The Madeleine, that's what beckons for us now, mere 19.3 kilometres, depending on how you measure it. Coming up on 8% on average. It is a famous mountain in the history of Tour de France. Benny Martinez, his dad and his granddad have both led Tour de France over the top of this one, but he's going to have to do a really titanic job, Herculean indeed, to be involved at the front of the race by the time they get to 2 kilometres above sea level. Lots of reds there, a couple of black sections, pretty much nothing else. Arensman has been detached and removed from contention at the front by Jorgenson. Let's see if we can. Oh, that was just a little bit of a replay. He's rejoined. He's the live pictures.
I'll tell you what, Declan, 20 points at the top of the Madeleine, and the difference between them is 17 between Arensman and Martinez. So Arensman could be riding into the King of the Mountains jersey.
And that will be a considerable fillip for the Ineos Grenadiers squad. He has been the standout competitor for them, has already delivered a stage success, potentially could be heading to the podium today to collect a jersey in the King of the Mountains competition as well. So that would be, and even if he weren't, he's into contention heading into tomorrow as well. So Arensman has been something of a saving grace for the Ineos Grenadiers squad in what's been a battling couple of 2.5 weeks of racing for them.
Yeah, definitely saved you. Unfortunately, losing Rodriguez yesterday, he was a non-starter today, so I think he's the best bet for a potential stage win. And by the looks of things, King of the Mountains as well.
Yeah, Lennon Martinez's dad and grandfather were in the top 3 over the Madeleine, not actually leading, but top 3 over the top of Madeleine and Tour de France. So he'd like to be at the top 3, but he's 2 minutes down at the moment on the man in red and white here, Timon Arensman. Eventually going into the virtual lead of that mountains classification. Up and onto the Old de la Madeleine. Lenny Martinez ploughing a lone furrow at the moment. United States and the Netherlands. Visma-Lease bike and Ineos Grenadiers. Matteo Jorgenson and Timon Aronsman. Two very strong riders, two tall riders, two riders that are impressive climbers. Now we see the immediate chasers, including the man who kicked off all of this attacking, and the Belgian National Championship colours, Tim Wellens. Here's Alex Bowdown, who's doing a really fine job to keep for the Education Easy Go squad. Is he another stalking horse ultimately to the benefit of Ben Healy, or is the stage wins policy the major focus for Ian?
I think for some of the riders in here, including Bowdown, Rubio, it's Lysenko, Ben O'Connor. I think it's more for stage. I know Ben O'Connor is again moving up, or could be moving up in the general classification. Was he 11th now at the start of the day? I think for most it's they've got a job to do. Tim Wellens in this group, he's got a job to do. Jorgensen, he's got a job. Tim and Aronsman, well, he's thinking of that stage when he did go from distance the other day there.
Team Wallens كمرحة ويلومو جدين تغيروا مالو كذا تغيروا يملوه هذا تتوراري غايزة أي وداني يقوم مش أرسل مسؤولة Team Wallens
onto the climb. What's awaiting? About an hour and a quarter, and yeah, you can ride this one in Zwift, I believe. It's the Madeline, isn't it, of the three climbs today. Plenty of riders in a virtual sense all over the world, thrashing away on their own trainers. Desperately trying to keep up with this pace, at least for maybe a couple of 100 meters or more. It's eye-opening, really, just how fast these riders ride it. And 3 minutes now. No panic just yet for the Maya zone. Are we going to see any activity from that group on this climb?
I think Visma-Lease bike can't hang around too much longer. I think they can't wait to the final climb, Col de la Loz. Although it's a brutal climb, I think they have to try and up the pace, get rid of as many UET members riders as possible.
Is tomorrow's a bigger opportunity given the number of climbs that come in a shorter, more truncated stage, or is this in itself represents a huge? And this is a disappointing moment for Enric Mas, who had a good day a few days ago on the Tourmalet. Didn't look so good today. At least he knows he has to keep eating.
Well, at that stage, I don't think he was thinking about giving up, but unfortunately, just having nothing left in the tank. He must have had something to get himself there, but just he went from the front of the race to the back of the race, and I just don't think he's gone. Physically, he was very weak today, so at the end of the day, I said at the time, he's a lot better than this, so he's not quite there, and unfortunately, Enric Mas from potential glory in Vaughan 2 to now out the Tour de France.
Yeah, it looked like he was soaring to glory, didn't it, in the Pyrenees? Slipped away. It slipped, and unfortunately for Alexei Lutsenko as well. He's one of the chief animators on the first climb of the day. Just got to ride his own tempo up the hill. I mean, it's all you can do on these mountains, isn't it? Just ride what you're capable of doing.
Yeah, it's not a lot else you can do. I'm just looking at this. It's when do Visma-Lease bike come up to the front? You would think that they can't wait to the final climb. Why not have a test in this and see how many riders they can get rid of from UET Emirates? Because for the moment they're well in control. Look at the amount of white jerseys towards the front.
Yeah, the white and polka dot jersey has just been retained. Lenny Martinez's ambitions in scoring on the Madeleine, I think, have taken a fatal blow here. Also, noticeable that the riders are in a semi-echelon formation, certainly in the first 5 or 6. You can see the evidence of those that crosswind from the flags. Plenty of other adventurers that found that the legs are willing. At least the head is willing, but the legs are a little bit less cooperative.
I just wonder where that group 3 is, because we had Frank Vandenbroek was in there. Now we see a reaction. Is this surely this is not just to get a bottle? Got very excited there.
Wout van Aert hasn't got quite the climbing legs that he had a few years ago. And he did try and invest to get into that early move. But, Tim Wellens and others, Alexei Lutsenko looking very strong on the lower slopes of the Glandon. Quickly put pay to Wout van Aert's ambitions. And this, the composition of the lead group, and indeed all the groups on the road, is set to further change.
ማርቲነዝ ኦልቶ ደቂሙ አባይ ጉጅለ ከማን ወጣቶ
Will reset go again tomorrow?
በቃ ሁንተሎቱን ጸናሁ ናይ 30 ሰከንድ ያ ድሄራ ዘላ ሀብተ ክልተ ጉጅለ አባይ ጉጅለ
Yeah, but unfortunately, by the looks of things, unless we see something special from someone else, it looks as if he could be losing that polka dot jersey to Tim Adamsman. So it's been a tough day for Lenny Martinez.
Ben Healy would like to keep Nielsen Powless involved as long as he possibly can. Healy not too close to the front at the moment. Powless just tapping along at the very back of the group. Not sure if he's going back to the team car. Looked as if he might be just feeling the pace, but we make no full assumptions about that. Pink Jersey's in evidence about halfway down this group of favourites as Sivakov taps out a rhythm. Might be just putting Niels Pollitt in under a little bit of pressure. I suspect that it's of no great consequence or difficulty to Tadej Pogacar. I mean, he will know that. And all his buddies. Meanwhile, Tish Benoot at the front of the Visma-Lease bike riders. When are we getting it? So Wout van Aert just shaping to move up the outside, maybe just to change the composition of that group. There's the virtual situation with a 17-point advantage for Thymen Arensman over Lenny Martinez, and Tadej Pogacar now down to 3rd in the climbing competition. Arensman,
but if he wins the stage and gets 30 points, then he vaults to the top.
There you go. It's a bit like the points competition as well. You know, it's you grab it here, someone else grabs it somewhere else, and we'll see who ends up in front at the end. Arensman looking strong. Jorgenson looks, I mean, he was part of the double whammy for the Visma-Lease bike through the first week. Double threat from the Visma-Lease bike squad, wilted in the Pyrenees, but now bouncing back a little bit.
Yeah, he said he was sick. Worst day was probably the second rest day, so he's getting better. He felt better yesterday in the flattish stage, and looking a lot better today, and doing his teamwork, but with only Jorgenson in front, he has to kind of measure this effort if he's going to be of use. The thing is, in the Col de la Loze, it's going to come down to man against man. It's so steep and it's such a difficult climb that teammates aren't going to be that useful. When it comes down to those sort of inclines and gradients, then it does come. The last 2 times I've kind of watched it over the Col de la Loze, it's been really tough, and it's just man against man. So by having a rider in front, you want to use them as best as you can, and possibly not on that final climb, because I don't think they'll be of much use.
Coming down a little bit for Primož Roglic to the lead duo. Entirely rule out the likelihood that he's going to be on terms, but given that they're full 15.5 kilometres, it's just about a steady rhythm. Felix Gall.
Well, he's just intent to follow. That's all he's doing. He's not pushing it. He's not getting carried away. He's virtually moving up onto the podium position in front of his teammate Lipovic. They're playing a really nice start here with Roglic, Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe, because they've got Roglic in this group, and he's just sitting there, and potentially with the gaps that we're seeing, if Roglic comes to the final climb with even a couple of minutes advantage. The stage winners up for grabs for him.
A great job being done by Tim Wellens. He's available for the overall race leader, Tadej Pogacar, at the end of the day as well. Or will he be? Maybe just starting to feel the pinch after all that energy expenditure on the Glandon. It's all about managing your resource as the gradient changes as well. The Madeleine may have an average of 7.9% across its 19 kilometres. There'll be bits which are well north of 8, bits that are slightly less. And for a classics man, like Tim Wellens, he would certainly be more in his comfort zone, you suspect, around about the 6-7% gradients. But what a stellar job is being done by Bruno Almirón, man from the Pyrenees, who is, looks like a time trialist. He certainly can ride like a time trialist, but also is so useful in the mountains.
Apart from Jorgenson and Anisman at front, it's all been Bruno Almirón.
Stunning job being done by him. The Chevelle is certainly being showcased very well by Jorgenson, and looks as if Almirón is going to tow Roglic and, of course, his teammate Felix Gall back to the front of the race very shortly. Bruno Almirón is certainly worth his weight in champagne at the top of this hill. Time announcement recorded the best finish of Tour de France 2025.
Yeah, here we go. It's about time. He couldn't have sat back the whole time up in the Madeleine, just like I said. They have to take it on now.
Now this is going to be interesting. There is Melissa Bike Squads start to move up around the outside. Niels Pollitt continuing to toil in the sunshine. For the big German, it has been a very impressive first part of the stage, but as we approach the middle of this demanding 171.5 kilometre effort, well, he's just moving up onto the tail of Pavel Sivakov, is Wout van Aert, Van Oude, others, but not quite yet ready to take it over.
Mind games, it seems at the moment. I thought they were going to take it up, and then Marcella, Niels Pollitt is gone, so that's his time. He's done an incredible job in this tour so far. So Marcella has come up and said, no, you're not coming up to boss it. We're going to take control and keep control.
Geraint Thomas needs all the encouragement he can get in this his final tour. The 38-year-old winner of the tour back in 2018. Well, he defended the title as well with a podium finish. And Geraint Thomas he's spoken in advance of today's stage about how mentally challenging it is as well to maintain the motivation when you're not riding GC, and he's getting a perspective on the Grand Tour and Tour de France cycling, you know, from a different role in the race. It's been something of a challenge and a toil, and I think he's really looking forward to Paris.
ክቡራት ተኸታተልቲ ንናይ ዓቐበት ስፕሪንት ንክገብሩ 14 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪፎም ኣሎ ዓባይ ጉጅለ ካብ ካዲቦም ዘለዉ ናይ 3 ደቂቃ ተፈንቲት ኣሎ ኦፍኮርስ ማንቱ ንከናይ በቕኒት ማለት ክልተ ፀወታ ኢና ክንርኢ ማለት እዩ ንስፕሪንትን
about to be joined by the Roglic group, and yet Roglic is just sitting there biting his
time.
So there's a little bit of elbow, heady nodding, wasn't it? It's certainly not an easy section, that one. And the pace is starting to take its toll back here, for the Tudor Pro Cycling Squad. I expected that he would record one of the better finishing positions for the Tour de Squad in Tour de France so far, but he hasn't managed to do that. The best performances coming from Julian Alaphilippe so far for a team still chasing it. Third, the best they've managed. Thiago Buitrago It looked good early on, didn't he? Had a look at getting into the lead group. Now we have the business on the front.
They tried, but I think when they started to come up, I don't know where the call came from, whether it's Pogacar or not. They just said, look, we stay in control. So you had that little bit, it didn't look too much of a tussle, but I think Visma-Lease bike, this was their plan. They had a job to do, and they wanted to kind of take it on, but Marcel came up and went a little bit harder, put a few riders out the back, and they have decided that they want to take control of this peloton away from UAE Team Emirates. So of course, UAE Team Emirates, they still have Narvaez, they still have Yates, good numbers here, but yeah, this is the kind of mind games that
we own the Tour de France.
Marcel is playing with them. I said, I thought you were coming up to ride hard. He's probably said to them, is that it?
And all you got. Meanwhile, somewhere further up, as much as 3 minutes further up at last, Bruno Armagnac is about to tow his teammate Felix Gall and, of course, Primož Roglic and others onto the tail of the lead duo. Once again, now make it an 8-rider group up front. Also involved here, Ben O'Connor, pitching for stage honours just outside the top 10. I'll be up by about 7 minutes or so, so it needs something a little bit exceptional today for him to move up and into the top 10. But the graph is upwards, not just in terms of the topography today, but also in the gains being made by Ben O'Connor. He's starting to come back into it. Ina Rubio, we saw great ride from him in the 1-2 stage as well, and a decent, big result indeed for the Movistar squad is surely in prospect. Best finish for them, actually 6th from Enric Mas on the 1-2 stage a few days ago. So it's been slim pickings really for the Spanish squad, but not for the want of trying in recent days.
Yeah, it has been disappointing. There's a lot of teams been disappointing as well. Just goes to show you how hard this year's tour is. Everybody comes in with a view to trying to win one stage. Of course, there are teams that have won kind of multiple stages, riders that have won multiple stages, but it's just not happening for Movistar. At one stage, it looked as if they could have possibly had 5 riders in the break of the day, but I think the pressure now on Rubio to deliver, and you'd think that of all the riders that we've got here, that Ina Rubio would be a good bet for a stage like today. Of course, he's not doing any work. He's just kind of sitting there and hopefully get dragged to the final climb of the day, and he's a sort of kind of small climber that can deliver a big performance. He's just looking for that one big day from one of your riders to salvage your tour.
Yeah, stage winner in the Giro d'Italia in 2023, Ina Rubio, the 27-year-old Colombian from the Movistar squad, up front at the moment. Can this be his big day? At the moment, they still have 2 3/4 minutes advantage over the Tadej Pogacar group. Ina Rubio's teammate, Gregor Mühlberger, after that rather dodgy little moment for him where he stepped off on the descent. He's just over 1.5 minutes back, but continuing to chase. Selected Lutsenko went venturing forth in the early break. At that moment, he had Wout van Aert for company. Van Aert was dropped quite a while ago, and he's back and at his work on behalf of Jonas Vingegaard as they draw Lutsenko back into the fold. So, Visma-Lease of accents and a yielding tempo. It's going to be fascinating as Berthe and Lutsenko get an armchair look, and this is one of our gear, and this is not ideal really for Oscar only. Wanted to stay there as long as possible.
Yeah, not ideal far from ideal. Actually, because that means that Oscar only is pretty much on his own. He's got Van der Broek somewhere still in front there, near the kind of Mühlberger group there, so we haven't seen him for a while, just limited cameras, but you're not ideal. Oscar only having to do this alone.
Well, weather conditions conditions are far different to the Col de Glandon, the previous climb here, but I've been taking a close look at what the teams have prepared for their riders. You've got EF Education Easy Post, you've got musettes at the ready, they've got bottles with energy drink, they've got gels, they've also got water. You've got Richard Plucher, who is a little bit further up the climb. He's got jackets, energy drink and gels for the riders. And you've also got Tudor Pro Cycling, who, for Julian Alaphilippe in particular, have come well prepared. They've got their gilets, they've got jackets. Do you have any cardboard today?
I didn't see any.
Luckily not. Luckily not. I'm sure there's plenty of fans if you need it. But it's far different on this climb here on the Col de Madeleine to the previous climb. However, you never know in the mountains. Things can change so quickly. And over the top, they've got that descent. I have to say, it's not as windy either as the Col de Glandon, fortunately for the riders. But in parts, it is pretty exposed here.
Bit exposed to this Visma-Lease squad because Van Aert is no longer involved at the front of the race. An early departure. So just another 8 kilometers left in this race. Lots and lots of this second and three climbs as well. But still plenty of those black and yellow jerseys available for the Austrian. Not on his A game today. Not really has the Tour de France.
It hasn't been that attack yesterday with assets. Yeah, crazy when you've got a big job to do. He's done a job for what, a couple of kilometres there, and that's it. You know, all the way through the tour, they've been wasting energy, but they're back to doing what they've done in the past of trying to control the race, take it on. This is going to come down to what we've seen on the Ventoux, what we've seen in Super Banyers. It's going to come down to Pogacar against Vingegaard. And it's just about making it as hard as possible to try and weaken Pogacar, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to happen.
The Visma-Lease bike squads take on the challenge of trying to squeeze the life out of the UAE Team Emirates squad, and Tadej Pogacar in particular in pursuit of Breakaway today, but mostly about trying to destroy the resolve of the UAE squad. It's a vice-like grip they have on the yellow jersey. 4 minutes and 15 seconds is the challenge for Visma-Lease trying to get Jonas Vingegaard across that gap to take the win.
Jumbo Visma Bokacha no Auto. Yuften low, Tomaka Mizalo Hulam Bokacha Mitahami.
Roglic up there as well.
Of course, the Sulun Masika is from
2.5 minutes advantage over
this
one.
Starting to
struggle now. Kevin Voigtelen at this stage, still a long way to go, of course. This is the main peloton. The front of the race, 11.5 kilometres. They're probably 12.5 to 13 kilometres, this group here. And to be struggling this far away on this climb. You can also see that, I think, was it Vlasov getting distance at the back now. So it shows you that the pace of this race is hard. If Vlasov is going, you know, we're worried about Oscar Onley being alone. It does look as if with Vlasov gone, that Lipovic is on his own as well. But all these guys can do is just follow the trains in front. You know, ringside seats for the battle between UAE Team Emirates and Visma-Lease. I think that's what we expect. For the riders to hit the final climb and try and win the stage. Famous Roglic, I really do believe if he was to hit the climb with even 2 minutes advantage, I think he's a chance.
11.5 kilometers to the top of this climb. Kevin Voigtelen starting the day in 6th overall. Doesn't just have the headache of the fact that Primož Roglic has scampered off the road.
Biniam Dams Loto
disappear. This could be an absolutely horrible day for him. Jordan
Nata sponsor gonna make a ስለዚህ ቃል ኢንተርማሽን ሌሎም ዓመት ተጻውታ በሙሉም ክሸጦም ሕጅምስ ሎቶ ተዛሪቦም ኣለዉ ዳርጋ ዝበለ ተጻውቲ ናብ ሎቶ እዮም ክሰመቱ ቢንያም ሓዊስካ ማለት ስፖርት ኣብ ዜና ስለ ደይወፀ ኦፊሻል ኣይኮነን ደሎ ኢንሻላህ ግን ኣብዛ ጋንታ ናብ ሎቶ ተኣትዩ ቢንያም ግርማይ ንዓና ብዙሕ ዓብይ
his team leader. He's sitting in 9th place overall, and also there Tobias Hallen Johansson has one teammate available to him
ንስኹም ከ ሓሳባትኩም ኣብ ኮመንትስ እንታይ ትብሉ እስከ ቢንያም ኣብ ኢንተርማርሽ ክትፀንሐ ይሕሾ ወላ ተቐየረ ይሕሾ እስኪ ኣብ ኮመንት ጻሓፉልኝ
The challenge really is the gradient and a fairly searing pace being set by Visma-Lease bike. Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe has been absolutely immense so far today. Long way to go to the top of the mountain. He's going to have to leave it up to Phinney, the man who led over Col de la Rose 2 years ago on the way to his biggest moment. This is Tish Benoit, who's come to a grinding halt. Is this one of those moments where he's done what he can and now he just will go at 0 kilometers per hour for as long as he can just to half recover?
Yeah, they're dropping quite quickly now. I don't think the Visma-Lease bike team are as strong as maybe they have been in the past. Of course, they've still got Sepp Kuss and, of course, Simon Yates. But for the first time, Primož Roglic is rolled to the front. I always thought that when Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe's job is done, who was going to take it up? And it's a case now that just going to roll through everybody with any thought in the stage when I think it is now. This group is, apart from Felix Gall and Primož Roglic, I think they're looking at the potential stage, and they're not going to have the potential stage with a 2-minute gap.
We do it well at our pace. It's only 25 guys left in the group anyway. Really good. Come on.
Well, their pace is has already looked.
ጃምቦ ቪዝማ ተጫወቶም ሞራል የንግቦፀን ከም ብሬሉ ሳብ ሕጂ ተሪፎም ዘለዉ ኣፃሪኾሞም 25 ነምብራን ተሪፎም ከም ዘለዉ ግን ኣዳቕዎም ይብሎም ኣሎ
floundering a little bit. Is this Mühlberger or one of the?
Yeah, I think it will be Mühlberger.
Mühlberger, who was on the ground a little while ago, but managed to get back up on a spare bike from the team. Oh, that's a difficult moment for Ben Healy as Harry Sweeney tries to keep him in touch. It's a long way to the top of the mountain from here for Ben Healy. Yeah, he was pouring water over on not a particularly hot day a little while ago, trying to keep him encouraged. Little 10% section is potentially finding out the man, starting the day 9th overall.
At least he got a teammate.
Ben Healy ተቆሪጹ ኣሎ Ben Healy ብቅድሚ 4 መዓልቲ ዝወሰዳ ማለት እዩ ናይ 14 ስቴጅ 14 ዝወሰደ ናለኩም ተቆሪጹ ኣሎ
some of their riders as well. We've already seen Mühlberger drop, Spinner drop, but a few of the guys in the general classification now starting to slide
ጾታ ከመይ ከም ዝንበብ ንባዕሉ ክተምን ትሽገረ
just a little bit further behind Healy.
of course ክልቲኦም ዓቢሎም ዘለዉ ዮናስ ቪንገጋርድን
front Healy has Alex Bodan
ቴዲ ቦካቻ ዓቢሎም ዘለዉ ጾታ ብዝሕካ ታዲ ቦካቻ ማለት እዩ ምክንያቱ ቅድሚ ዓቢ ዮናስ ቪንገጋር ሓደጋ ጓንፎ ስለ ዝነበረ ብድሕሪ ኮንዲሽን እንዳቐነሰ ስለዝኾነ
and almost to the point of
ግን ኣብዚ ኣብ ናይ ክሮኖሜትር ናብ ክስያን ነጥብን ሰንጠረዥ ሰንጠፈሉ ብጣዕሚ ጋብ
contender, overall contender. Are you going to be satisfied with your position? Currently 5th overall. Wow, he's gone out rating today. Stage honours in prospect, maybe an opportunity as well to move up ahead of Oscar Onley, maybe even ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, having a good day. I always thought it would come. It's not often you get a GC contender like rates of Primož Roglic been able to go on the attack, given that little bit of a freedom to be able to do that. There was no panic. He's almost 12 minutes down in the general classification. Such are the time gaps in the general classification, but yeah, it's nice to see him at the front of the race, and he's doing a little bit more work now. And I think he has to keep on kind of pushing it along because the group behind, led by Victor Campenaerts, well, they're coming back, and they're coming back fairly quickly now. The gap under 2 minutes, and you know the effort of Visma-Lease bike to try and kind of weaken UE Team Emirates, but is it going to weaken this man here? What we're going to do is see a showdown between Pogacar and Vingegaard, but both of them looking quite content at the moment.
Yeah, Tadej Pogacar said, I'm expecting a fight. And here's Anders Halland Johansson. His brother is still safely in that group at the moment, but Anders Halland will at least be, while he's starting to feel the pinch a little bit, his brother Tobias is still in position, and he's got Anders Leknesund, who's come back from an earlier move.
So one for another.
Uno-X squad, who's staying amongst this, staying and not necessarily enjoying it. Oscar still in the move as well. Pogacar now starts to try and respond a bit as the gradient eases ever so slightly and the pace rises. Watts probably stays something similar. Vlasov not available at the moment, so Flying Solo is the white jersey. Florian Lipovic just behind the UAE riders, just in front of Oscar Roglic. Alan's just behind him.
It's 15 meters in this one.
This injection of pace by Victor Kampenaerts of the Visma-Lease bike squad has had a very noticeable effect. Clearly the pace and the intensity and the amount of watts they're putting out has gone up. Mühlberger trying to hang in there for as long as he possibly can at the back.
Was that Simon Yates going? You keep going. If you get a bottle and takes that bottle off of Victor Kampenaerts.
Now, Tim Wellens, has he managed to save any energy, having become detached from the rest? Was he instructed to come back? No, it looked as if he was starting to struggle.
No, he did just steady away because, like I've been saying all along, your teammates are not going to have a huge advantage in the final climb. It's just a very difficult climb. I think for Tim Wellens, if he got further up the climb, as long as you go over the top, then he'll be fine. So now Tim Wellens has to try and stay here. I think in my book, to have the numbers in the end. You remember in the Tourmalet stage where he stayed away and then all of a sudden it dragged them all the way to the bottom of the Super Banyers climb. I think that would have been the original tactic, but you can only do what's in the legs, and he's been brought back. He's been caught a little bit too quickly. So, but he's recovered enough. I think his job now is to stay with this group.
9.5K or so for that chase group, the Jersey group, to try and stay involved. Mühlberger, as we mentioned, off his bike. Look at that little scuff mark on his left elbow there. A little bit of grazing, otherwise no obvious ill effects of it, albeit not necessarily have enjoyed it. Certainly is enjoying this pace right now, and it's Visma-Lease bike leading front group and chase group behind as Jorgenson and O'Connor tap out a solid rhythm. Jorgenson starting the day 20th overall. It's almost an hour down. Is not involved in the GC fight, but what an ally he is going to be for the Visma-Lease bike squad. Whatever about other riders like Wout van Aert coming back from up front, you feel that Jorgenson could be of genuine value, but unfortunately for Tadej Pogacar, it's not going to be the case for Tim Wellens. He's no longer in contention. And the Belgian national road race champion has a stage win in the bag, but does he have... And Leknesund is starting to come out as well. Norwegian national road race champion leaves Holland to his own devices. Fans out on the mountain. Divided loyalties among the teams.
Yeah, that was an interesting shirt. I wonder, that must have been a homemade one. One imagines.
One, yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, just. It has to be tried, and then we have to wait and see what's left in the tank when they get on to the Col de la Luz.
كبرات عازبت من أكستاج جام حسب بارتنا إحنا يوريتان لحظتنا نعرفت نقول شو عتنا بحمس كيلومتر تليفون ماله كم قدامه هذه منزلوها بعد بوغاتان يدقين فرعان كوين له بعد بنيان كم كسب بملا ما بتحريتين بينه hopefully كم زخدو زلو نتم هذه منزلو كي تتقعوا ما يترفونه هناك كاب ثلاث دقائق فرق تحمله of course 4 كيلومتر و 3 كيلومتر كترفون كله هو العوام بوصل 5 خط زلو ماله
didn't know it, but it was going to be her husband.
And Jumbo Visma, لما توصلنا يبحث في النقطة توصلنا ماريو. ميدا دا نقولهم قرار يسموني.
Invited down to the start part the next day and got to get the signatures and autographs of all of the top cyclists. So I mean, it's had quite a good day by dint of the fact that Julian Alaphilippe picked her out as the one that he was going to rip the cardboard off. So I'm not surprised to see so many people here.
Subscribe ناقبركم حساباتكم كاب كومنت سورلي كودات خاطر
is not going to be involved in amongst the Jersey group at any rate. Stores hanging on in there after his exploits solid job being done. Ben Healy's further back floundering, as indeed is Kevin Vauquelin. Healy has got looks potentially as if Van den Broek might be just ahead. So the difference between this group of Healy and, well, just in front is in actual fact that's Parky, I believe. Welland's coming back. Anders Hammond Johansson, Tobias's brother, and there's Vauquelin. So actually Healy has been caught by Vauquelin and came out of that group a little bit earlier, and Vauquelin seems to be measuring his efforts, and great ally, great assistance as well from Ewan Costew. So the man currently sitting in 6th position. Best played Frenchman in Tour de France 2025, Kevin Vauquelin. Fighting a rearguard action, but well, he's over. Oh, comes now a minute and a half down on the Maillot Jaune group. That's it for Victor Campenaerts. Great effort from him, though.
Yeah, really great effort from Victor Campenaerts. I mean, it's a great effort from absolutely everyone.
Binyam abdina intermediate sprint kalai wotilo. ታውንን ያው ዝነበረ ጨዋታ ግን ነው ዝምልከታ ኮነ ዓቀበት ስለሆነ ንሳ ዳዕሮይ ዘላ ልጅነ ዳርጋ አብዳ ከማን ይልታችሁ
He will want to have some teammates to support him on that final climb.
We have him. At the moment, Simon Yates looks pretty good. In control of his effort, little notional look over his shoulder as if to say, all good, Chief, and certainly Jonas Vingegaard looking pretty good. Sepkus is his most important mountain domestic. Has, of course, got another American out front at the moment, Matteo Jorgenson. Meanwhile, Sergio Higuita, quite on his A game. Best placed rider for the Astana squad on general classification. It's a team with the best stage finishing position of only 5th, so it's been a tough old race so far for the Astana squad. Soler is kind of yo-yoing and is a fair bit to go to the top of this mountain.
اندحري 73 كيلومتر نهار لما عنتي hopefully كان بيزلنا كن لما عنت ستيج وين في حاجه ما في بوكاتشا ولا عند دقاف سلازي يقولوا استحباب بقولهم no allo بدقاف بدحيت
at the moment it's teammates even, isn't it? Number of teammates that both riders have got. Tadej Pogacar's got 2, although interestingly they're sitting there behind him.
Yeah, and happy enough to do that, to ride shotgun. Jorgensen are here up front in the lead group. Now only a minute in front, so Bodan coming out of that one. So the wheels coming off a little bit for EF, their bid for stage honours, their GC situation. A little bit of a crisis moment on the penultimate climb as Roglic starts to press on a little bit. Einar Rubio able to cover that one. Jorgenson immediately on the wheel. Felix Gal, or could he do it? On 2 trips to Courchevel, Col de la Loze in succession, it would be a remarkable achievement. Certainly, I think they practically have to name a corner after him or put a monument to his name. But first of all, he's got to get up and over the Matterhorn to be involved in the hunt for stage honours. They're less than a minute now.
Just could do nothing that bring a smile to your face seeing Primož Roglic with his performance today, what he's attempted to do, what he is trying to do as Jorgenson heads to the inside of the road there and looks to intensify his efforts. Been a great ride from him as well, but yeah, just seeing Primož Roglic up the road and really laying down the gauntlet for the others to follow has been magnificent today.
Yeah, it's great to see a bit of adventure, isn't it, in GC, and the other team's not necessarily able to cover a big spread on GC. An exceptionally big spread, and that has opened up opportunities for riders well up on general classification to maybe try things a little bit. Look at this now. This is a big moment because Florian Leibowitz has to close the gap. Suddenly we're short of teammates. Yates and others are not able to follow. Yates as well. Visma-Lease bike, but Sepkus is available to Jonas Vingegaard pressing on. Leibowitz fixes that one. The yellow jersey. Tony Pogacar very much involved here. Big detachment, though, as Oscar Only and the rest are left behind. You can only do what you can do. And remember, this is the penultimate climb. Long way to go from here.
It is a long way to go from here, and this, well, Leibowitz trying to hold on.
Well, I'm not sure he can cover this kind of pace. And this is a really intense effort here from Sepkus. Jorgenson is up front, and not by much, 42 seconds. So in terms of, you're talking about the teammate advantage, it's very much skewed. The dial is moved towards Visma-Lease bike here. Tadej Pogacar potentially a little bit vulnerable. Leibowitz is riding a fine climb, but will he be able to keep that bungee cord attached to the saddle of Tadej Pogacar?
Well, it's just, it's such an interesting day because Tadej Pogacar has obviously said, been very outspoken, in fact, about saying, I just want to stop hearing that clip. I want to stop hearing the clip of where I'm saying I'm dead, I'm done in. I'm sick and tired of tuning in to Eurosport and hearing that said. And he clearly has an aim for that to be silenced today. I think he's desperate to try and go out there and win this stage today. But the big questions that still remain about Tadej Pogacar is those high mountains and whether he has the ability. Because although he only lost, I think it was 17 seconds to Primož Roglic back in 2020. In 2023 when Vingegaard took a chunk of time out of him on the Col de la Loze, he still has never looked anything other than, I mean, this is going to sound really harsh to describe Tadej Pogacar as anything other than, but just a rider who can hold his own in the higher mountains, but isn't necessarily going to punch a big hole in his main rivals.
All things being relevant, I mean, there really is only one big rival on this one, isn't it? It's a match race. Here is this attack was coming on the ladder down, and it's Jonas Vingegaard that launches. I'm not sure Leibowitz is going to be able to follow this one. Indeed, it's just the two at front now, down to 24 seconds. Jorgenson, he'll get the word on the radio that here they come. And it is one-on-one on the penultimate climb of the day. It's an absolute beast to the hill, and the Col de Loze is it's even worse. It's even more demanding, and of course, it's going to come after the Glandon and the Matterhorn, and we'll see whether Pogacar is able to face off against his rival. Well, he's continued to put time into Jonas Vingegaard, although the gains have become reduced. Sepkus dropping off after that clearly planned attack some distance to the top of this mountain. It's a long-range effort here for Vingegaard and the Visma-Lease bike squad.
But you know what? I love it. I absolutely love it because he stayed true to his word. Vingegaard said, I've been second on the tour before, I'm going to go all in. I've got to try something. And what he's trying is the only thing he really can do to try and post a victory. I was thinking back to, I think it was it the 2015 Tour de France or the 2016 Tour de France where Chris Froome beat Nairo Quintana, and Nairo Quintana waited until the last 3 kilometres on Alpe d'Huez to attack Froome, and although he beat him, was never going to get back, I think, the 2.5 minutes that Froome had at that stage. And you just sort of, when's this attack coming? Well, even if this attack blows up in his face and it doesn't work for Jonas Vingegaard, he's having a go. He is absolutely having a go. He's laying it all out there. There's still 4 kilometres to go until the top of the mountain. And then they've got the descent, and then they've got to climb up. Kilometres of climbing. So, I mean, you can't say that he's not giving it his best.
Oh, he's given it his best, and Visma-Lease collectively certainly are, because Jorgenson has been picked up. So now we have got a swelled group of leaders up front. This is the head of the race, and the overall race leader tracking the wheels looks comfortable at the moment. Interestingly enough, Primož Roglic staying in the wheels because Florian Lipovitz is his teammate behind, and I was wondering to see whether Roglic would immediately drop off the back of
ሮግሊች 25 ሰከንድ ርሕቅ ኣሎ ኦፍ ኮርስ ክጽጓዕም ይኽእል ድዩ ኣይክእልኒ ካልእ ጉዳይ
of the lead group, but no, starting the day 5th overall. Primož Roglic is happy enough and content at the moment to ride with the leaders, as Tadej Pogacar is no doubt looking for a bit of intel about how far behind his teammates are as we move into the final 3.5 kilometres of this climb. Visma-Lease want to eliminate the entire UAE Team Emirates team from their inquiries up and over the top of the Madeleine, and just see if they can overall race leader on the battle of the final hill. But it looks as if Primož Roglic potentially could be given a green light to race for his own interests and potentially off the podium today.
ምስም ንስኸልተን ምዃኖም ሳይክል ክቀያየሩ ክእሎም ናይ ባሕቂ ጽቡቕ
Look, Pogacar looks animated on his radio. He doesn't look as though this is not the plan. This is not what UAE expected.
But he knew he was going to face this kind of battle, and it's a rearguard action indeed for the group of the 4th place man, Oscar Onley, who's got Soler and others floundering. Yates as well from this crew, or both Yates indeed are here, both Yates brothers racing off against each other, but I suppose it'll be interesting to see if there are any assistance actually from the Visma-Lease bike rider in here to try and bring this group back on the descent and heading towards the valley. Oscar Onley is at the front and he's riding solo. It's him against the mountain, against his rivals. Lipovitz finds himself in a very lonely situation, and an unusual situation really, because his team leader, and Primož Roglic was the team leader racing into this Tour de France, is ahead, but of course he's the leader of the team in general classification, sitting third and sitting in the white jersey, the leader of that competition at the moment, still ahead of Onley, so still in a strong situation there. But Primož Roglic is still hanging on here. Well, what exactly is happening to this group? Timon Arensman starting to suffer. Einar Rubio staying attached, as indeed is Felix Gall and Primož Roglic from the early move. And Ben O'Connor. Luke has managed to take up a position right behind the yellow jersey. Not going to have to ride around anyone. Jorgenson, meanwhile. And these final kilometres up to the top of the Madeleine are similarly demanding, really. 7.5%, 7.5%. Not the steepest ramps of the Madeleine, but still nonetheless pretty unyielding.
He's so unyielding. Still, great to see Team Visma-Lease pressing on. Ben O'Connor there in the background, hanging on in there. Felix Gall hanging on as well. Primož Roglic, he's been there all day, he's present.
Lipovitz just 34 seconds down. So potentially, if he can maintain that deficit up to the top of the climb, he could conceivably get back on and be of some assistance to Roglic, or vice versa on that final, as you mentioned. And it certainly bears repeating, doesn't it? 26.5 kilometers of the Col de la Luz. It's a bit horrific. And Rubio's on a monster day. Still there, capable of following the tempo of Matteo Jorgenson, who's been with him for much of the day. But what's going to happen? Will Jorgenson step off the front before the top of this climb? Will we see a further investment? Well, maybe. Visma-Lease feel they've isolated Tadej Pogacar. They've created the right tactical scenario, and it'd be just worth settling in here a little bit. How much further behind are the chasers, and will Oscar Only get any assistance over the top of the hill? Only now showing a minute and a half down on the race lead. Man heading potentially out of fourth place. It's Leibovitz leaking further time, and Only will try and stay as close as possible. The Vauquelin group, well, Kevin Vauquelin starting the day 6th overall. He's 3.25 minutes down. Ben Healy just behind him as well. Tobias Halland, the whereabouts of which yet to be established, because, well, he came out of the group of favourites after Vauquelin and Healy, so potentially he's somewhere around about the Only group, in between Only and Vauquelin. These are GC contenders. The wind is a little bit of a factor here. We saw that from the flags, and they're kind of sweeping across the road.
So look at the faces, look at the concentration. 2 kilometers to go to the top of this climb.
Yeah, windswept, not above the tree line here. Madeleine.
Yeah, it really does. You begin to get the impression when you see the tricolor on the side of the road, and the gusts and the wind that is being experienced up here, as we drop back to Florian Leibovitz, who is continuing to lose time. He's on his own. He can, yeah, he can see them up ahead, but Oscar Only, sitting currently with that big group, contains both of the Yates brothers. It contains the likes of Marc Soler at the back of it. It contains Jonathan Narvaez.
Don't look back, only look forward. Florian Leibovitz, mountain time trial for him. Best of the rest, as I say. He's got a couple of riders from the early move ahead, including his teammate, but, well, fending off the rest. Sitting now at a minute ahead of Oscar Only. See how that final climb pays out, and Aronsman, frantic, I think, to try and potentially take some mountain points. I think the King of the Mountains competition is going to be interesting at the end of this climb, because disappointingly for those riders from the early move, and most particularly Tymon Aronsman, his thoughts of leading the competition into the final climb of the day are looking a little bit less likely, and as a result, Tadej Pogacar is going to score, potentially going to score big. The double points final climb of Col de la Luz. So the whatever about the green jersey, the yellow jersey certainly could have that one very much in his back pocket by the end of the day. Question is, will he still have yellow? Well, 4 minutes and 15 seconds of an advantage. It's hard to see him losing that. He's looked very much in control of his efforts, but it's all setting up nicely for a great old scrap on the Col de la Luz.
That's the way it currently looks. Yes, it looks like it'll be a scrap on the Col de la Luz. And you just have to question, are there going to be those question marks in the mind of Tadej Pogacar? Will he be thinking about the fact that both times he's been up that climb, he hasn't been successful? How much of a motivation will that be for him today to be successful? I just wonder.
Well, we saw in the Haudegam, I mean, and on the Tourmalet, he just wanted to, particularly, on the Holy Camp. He really wanted to dominate, didn't he? He wanted to show that he was the king of that climb. He wanted to put any thoughts of Jonas Vingegaard having vanquished him in the past on these particular appointments, these particular climbs. He wanted to say, I'm going to dominate them. And I've no doubt that Tadej Pogacar will want to do that. Although on the Tourmalet, he was happy enough to track and did throw in one or two punches of his own, but a greater number of attacks from Jonas Vingegaard, who hadn't really been doing a whole lot of personal attacking to that point in the race. Came from the Visma-Lease bike man. But it was I'd say conservative, but slightly less dominant performance from Tadej Pogacar on the Tourmalet at the conclusion of the Pyrenees, whereas, on Mont Ventoux a few days ago, which is very much in the Alps, but it's coming onto this one, it just seems like it's skewing a little bit towards Jonas Vingegaard. Will that continue to prevail is the question. Mont Ventoux, of course, their most recent meeting point, an appointment in among the clouds here. That's a great one. Well, do you feel like a hero right now, Florian Lipovic? You are a hero, I think, to be closing the gap. Gained another 7 seconds. Solid tempo being set by Matteo Jorgenson. But Primoz Roglic, Felix Gal, Ina Rubio, all capable of handling this one at the moment. Ben O'Connor also looking good and involved. What can they do about trying to recreate a scenario where they could claim stage honours today? Crowd swell in size as we approach the top of the penultimate climb of the day. Aussies on tour for Ben O'Connor. They're going to thrill to see him in the lead group. Felix has the Menher on his back. And Jonas Vingegaard has Tadej Pogacar on his back.
Jonas Vingegaard, I just think he looks very relaxed and he looks very comfortable at this stage. Lots of Slovenian flags being waved in front of him as they approach the King of the Mountains crest of the hill. And
Pogacar's leaving it late for this one. Didn't quite got the message late. I think potentially he could take the full 20. Did he get 15? I think he's going to get the 15 there. So he will move. Ever closer to time announcement in that one. Announcement potentially can score from a little bit further back, so we get he's 20 seconds back and going to get something out of that hill, and we'll get a sort of reset on the situation in the battle for the King of the Mountains. Meanwhile, Florian Lipovic up and over the top at a distance of 30 seconds. Big push there from Lipovic to reattach himself on the descent.
Yeah, really big push from Florian Lipovic. You just wonder what toll is that going to have exacted ahead of the final climb. We will find out, of course. I was going to pose a question for you here. 3 years ago, the Pogacar came off his bike when on a descent, and Jonas Vingegaard sat up and waited for him. If the same scenario happened today, what do you think Jonas Vingegaard would do?
Well, he's kind of already done that this race, haven't they? Vingegaard and Healy and the others, when Pogacar fell off. A very different character of a stage, and oddly enough, of course, Pogacar wasn't in the yellow jersey at that point. I kind of think that, even though the race is very much on, if he were to fall off, well, it would be fascinating. I kind of think they might wait, actually. Crash is different to mechanical. Interesting.
But if I don't know. I'm just postulating here. If it's an error by either one of them, then
ought they? I have a different view on that one. I don't necessarily think they ought to wait, and I think there's sometimes a little bit too much waiting. I understand respecting the yellow jersey, but if a rider has a mechanical early on when the race isn't necessarily full on and the battle for the jersey amongst the GC contenders isn't on, then I understand why they might stop and wait in that situation. But very different, I think, when the race is in this scenario. So I think he might stop, but I don't think he should. Now reset. Arnsman chasing Lipovitz within half a minute, and maybe, just maybe, Arnsman might help to knit this one together like rosary beads on the mountain. If you can close up to one rider, and he in turn can close up to the riders in front, might allow Florian Lipovitz, third overall starting the day, third group on the road, and a solo group it is, and Only, though, continue to lose time. So it's a fine climbing performance by Florian Lipovitz, albeit frustratingly for him, not able to follow on those steepest and most intense moments on that Madeline climb, so finds himself fighting something of a rearguard action. Benefiting are the riders from the early move, steadier tempo set towards the conclusion of that climb by Matteo Jorgenson. And so the real loser, you feel, is everyone behind Lipovitz, because only 2 minutes remove. Can he possibly get on? I wouldn't bet on it.
This puts a lot of pressure on everybody. This is really good. Super job, Matteo.
Yeah, Jorgensen certainly earned his dinner tonight, hasn't he? A little extra portion of rice or pasta for the American rider. But they've created the scenario. Pressures for tires. It's also for putting on others. And Lipovitz, as Brian has said earlier, it's so important just to find a moment to get the gels in, despite the fact that you're on this fast descent, despite the fact that it's absolutely key for Lipovitz to try and get back onto that group up front. It's also even more important, you must continue to eat.
It's a really tricky one, and especially when you're on one. This is such an important descent. It's the final descent of the day, having to get out here, and great work being done up front in order to try and keep that lead out. And Arnsman has now been distanced from the group.
Yeah, finds himself 25 seconds. He was, what, about 20-odd seconds, 19, 20 seconds over the top. He's lost a little bit, just maybe the elastic band is stretched at the beginning of the descent. We'll see, does it reset? But he is, though, sort of a tantalizing 13, 14, 15 seconds ahead of Florian Lipovitz. So that's the first order of business for Lipovitz, is to get on to Arnsman, and then in turn see if the two can work together back on this group. Meanwhile, for the overall contenders, for Jonas Vingegaard, and more particularly for the yellow jersey, Tadej Pogacar, it's about just getting down the mountain as in as stress-free a situation as possible. While chasers behind the only group has assembled in pursuit at over 2 minutes. That's a kind of at this point in the proceedings, a relatively steady descent, one where you can catch up with the pedals, can't actually ride on the front. So the benefit here of Jorgensen is enhanced. His presence here is not just valuable on the ascent, but at this moment very much on the descent as well.
I don't know whether you and Brian, if I'm just looking at the polka dot jersey standings, and having picked up 15 there in the virtual standings, Lenny Martinez is on 80 points, then Tadej Pogacar on 75, and I think Vingegaard moves up to 65 points, and he'll be level with Arnsman, who's also on 65 now. On that first climb, I don't know what Brian you made of the scenario where Lenny Martinez was really losing touch and then had a succession of 3 sticky bottles in a row, didn't take any gels on board, didn't take the bottles. Whether you think the commissaires will make a judgment about that?
It's fair to say Brian was very vocal about it and spotted it immediately and said that there's definitely a bit of a trend there, and that certainly it is something to be taken on board, and it will be interesting to see whether that's something that appears in the communique at the end of the day. Another interesting point as well is that Jonas Vingegaard has certainly moved up into contention for this mountains classification as well, and he didn't want to give away the points for free there, did he? It was a little bit of a late bid from the yellow jersey, Tadej Pogacar, just to pinch the 20 points, but Vingegaard said no, and maybe, just maybe, he has thoughts that if the yellow jersey can't be his in Paris, he would quite like to mount the final winner's podium, not just as a runner-up, but potentially as the winner of a jersey classification. So that one is interesting as well, and a mountains classification that is contested by the first 2 on general classification, and that would be a rare thing indeed, and it would be a fascinating development.
Haven't seen with Leapovitz.
That's going the wrong direction.
He is going the wrong direction, but the best thing that could happen for him now is for him to link up with Arensman. But as we've seen, Arensman obviously not descending with the same comfort, let's say, as those out in front.
And they now found a steep bit where it is tough to catch up to the pedals, so the advantage of Jorgenson in that jersey group, he was able to tow them clear of Arensman, and Arensman in turn is not being closed down by Leapovitz, who we saw grabbing gels. So it's going in the wrong direction. Could be a little bit of good news for Oscar Onley, as Leapovitz is a little bit vulnerable and riding solo on this descent. Less than 60k remaining. It's a long ride. We've got a little bit of, if you look at the profile, we do have quite a bit of valley riding before we come to that final ramp up, beginning with 26.5 kilometers to go, and that could be relevant as well.
Could be, most definitely. Will depend on the speed it's taken at.
Arensman still sitting, 18 seconds ahead. It was about 10 or 11 seconds over the top of the hill, but Leapovitz's gone in the wrong direction, maybe just not quite as comfortable on the descent when you get into the particularly technical, the faster elements. This chase group behind, including Oscar Onley, who's found himself, for the most part, the man to do most of the work. Looks like Haaland has managed to attach here, and he's certainly a useful ally to Oscar Onley in trying to make his way up front. It'll be interesting to see whether Narvaez and Soler are invested to try and make their way back into contention, and they might tow the likes of Kuss and Yates. Store and will also be delighted. Higuita as well also has others to set the tempo. Terrific scenes. Good to see that they have a few marker points as well to point out particularly challenging left-handers and right-handers. Still Jorgenson on the front, powering away. What a strong ally he is for Jonas Vingegaard and this group as a collective. Gal Roglic has now taken up position just behind the yellow jersey. Back out to 41 seconds and almost a minute back to Florian Leapovitz. Oh, significant gains on this this element of the descent so far, then. Most of the good work done on that sort of shallower element as the descent began.
But Jorgenson leading Vingegaard here in just fantastic style, and Tadej Pogacar, yes, he's able to just follow down and stay with them, but you've also got Primož Roglic, who sits on his wheel. Felix Gall. I mean, this is a big hitting front group now.
Yeah, it's all nicely set up, isn't it, for the final climb of the day. A little bit of racing to do before we reach it. Thanks very much to Jonathan Harris-Bass for your assistance and your thoughts and contribution over the last little while. We look forward to hearing Jonathan, at the end of the day, at the end of what's going to be, I think, a big old day in the 2025 Tour de France. Brian Smith's been watching with great interest in the last little while. Brian's back with us as we race towards the bottom of the hill. That's the news back to the UAE Team Emirates riders behind in the chase group. They find themselves 2.5 minutes down on a group being led by Matteo Jorgenson. He's linked up from the early move now with a group of favourites who've caught up, including Jonas Vingegaard, his teammate, second overall, latched to the back wheel of the flying American rider, and Tadej Pogacar a little bit more circumspect through that little left into right-hander combination. Primož Roglic, Felix Gall, Ben O'Connor, and the rest in this group admiring the great effort of the American rider. It's a strong scenario here for Jonas Vingegaard to deliver on the final climb. Brian, it's all shaping up nicely.
It's shaping up nicely, and good to see. I think we've been saying it all day long. It's going to come down to man against man, and it's as simple as that. And Vingegaard will try and crack Pogacar on the Col de la Loze, and that we haven't kind of really seen. He wasn't able to do it with 3 scintillating attacks, and he doesn't have that respite either with any teammates in front. So yeah, man against man. But this was I was interested in. Martinez just going to holding on to that lead just. But Pogacar and Vingegaard are going to collect more points at the finish today. Vingegaard, for me, the fact that he came up and took those points, as you suggested, look, he knows he's up against it to win this year's Tour. Why not? If the points are there, he's got points in the King of the Mountains. Take a jersey as well as a podium. So that was the interest for me. I don't think he's conceding, but it's nice to have a jersey, and that was the interesting fact. The other interesting fact for me now is Lipovic and what Roglic is doing. Roglic potentially, well, he'll have to go toe-to-toe with the 2 best guys to try and win the stage. At the moment, he's leapfrogged into 4th place, so Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe are in 3rd and 4th, but just look at him now. He's just sitting on the wheels, nice and easy. Lipovic is on his own, and if Lipovic continues to ride hard on his own, he might pay for it in the final climb. What might save him a little bit is the only group. Johannesson is there, and he seems to be riding a lot because he's thinking, well, I can move up a little bit as well. I can gain some time. So he has got an ally. So it was all left to Oscar Onley. This is what I said earlier on the Col de Glandon. I really feel for Oscar Onley because he doesn't have the team. He was outnumbered and outsmarted on the Vol 2 by Lipovic and Roglic. He was on his own in the Madeleine there. Frank van der Broek, well, he dropped back, but he was kind of no use after all that effort. That's what I said in the States, but he's making that effort. What use is he going to be? Why is he making that effort? Warren Barguil, well, he get dropped out quite quickly. There is an element of maybe on the lower slopes of this that maybe UAE Team Emirates, the riders that are there, Yates and Soler, Narvaez, they might ride a little bit to try and come back to the front of the race, just to kind of be there if anything does happen to Pogacar. You sometimes do that, although you've got your team leader in front. And I think that's what Pogacar was trying to do. So he's been on the race. He wants to know in the 2.5 minutes, can they come back and be of some help? I don't think they'll be helping the climb, but they'll be help if something happens. You never know, puncture or a crash like we've seen in previous stages. At least a couple of teammates might be there to kind of help out a little bit. So if they start to ride a little bit, only Johannesson and things like that, well, Lipovic is stuck in the middle, using a lot of energy, and he's going to have to continue on his own. It's a big call. I don't think you would call back Roglic. I don't think you would do that situation. yes, it looks as if he'll link up with Aronsman, but what's Aronsman going to do? He's not going to. I think for Aronsman is going to be potential kind of free ride for him. He's just going to sit on, hoping that maybe he can bring him back. But again, for Aronsman, the fact that he's dropped in the Madeleine, he's not going to win the stage. So I think he'll get a free ride. It all depends on the only group of the riders that are there, if who's prepared to ride, who wants to kind of come back and compete. They're not going to compete with the stage because the strongest riders are in front anyway, but compete for the general classification. And we've only got 2 riders in the general classification in that group behind. So, and I think that's the reason why Johannesson will ride. Obviously, Oscar only has to ride, but Lipovic is making a huge effort here.
Big effort from Florian Lipovic. Started the day 4th overall and third group on the mountain, about to become second because, well, much to his relief. I thought he could potentially have got to Aronsman a little bit quicker, and potentially they could have got to the group up front a bit quicker on that descent. But that was a titanic effort from Matteo Jorgenson, plunging over the top of the Madeleine and drawing the race-leading group out front of Lipovic, who, as you say, looks a bit vulnerable at the moment. His teammate Primož Roglic clearly not coming out of that group anytime soon. They're still on for stage honours. Potentially a scenario where they have 3rd and 4th overall again as well. Felix Gall has designs on that, starting the day 7th overall, although we'll take an amazing leap and it's an amazing change in situation. And Oscar Onley, well, he's looking a bit vulnerable at the moment, 2:35 down. How many riders are willing to assist from that group to try and close it? And well, they have a bit of an advantage over the Vauquelin group. A little bit of an update there on the deficit for the 6th place man. So Felix Gall has 4.5 minutes of an advantage at the moment over Kevin Vauquelin, and started the day just 1:30 behind. So it's looking very strong indeed for Felix Gall to at least move up into 6th and perhaps even a bit more.
Yeah, I think for Onley, I think he knew that Roglic was coming. To finish 5th in the Tour, still great, and you have to make sure that happens. The fact that Lipovic is that little bit stronger, Roglic is in front, I don't think he could do anything about that, unfortunately, but he has to kind of guarantee that, he tries to make sure of that 5th place in the general classification, which I think he will manage to do because all the other rivals are behind. But it was pretty much irrelevant of the Visma-Lease tactics today. It was always going to come down to the Col de la Loze, and it was always going to come down to Pogacar v Vingegaard. That's all it was going to come down to. So although he's got no teammates round about him, Pogacar, the only negative in that situation is he has a puncture or a bike change or something like that.
He's vulnerable. He's solo, yeah.
Yeah, and the only other thing is, and it's, the team car should be behind, so if he needs anything, the car can come up alongside and give him what he needs. It's not as if he has to kind of drop back and get his own bottles or gels or anything like that. So the situation here is actually going to help him, Pogacar, because he can just sit on the wheels of teammate. I think he was hoping that, and I said at the time, that Wellens, he could have caught him further towards the top and Wellens could have stayed there. Well, it's just because of the pace of the Visma-Lease bike that, okay, Pogacar's on his own, but Jorgenson riding at the front, and Vingegaard is ultimately on his own as well. As for the other riders, well, Gall will be hoping that he can gain time and all the rest. I think he will. But for Rubio and Connor, I don't think they've got the form to beat Pogacar and Vingegaard. It's down to Roglic. If Roglic can go with the big 2 and try and win the stage, then game on. But he is moving up in the general classification. Whether he can get onto the podium is another thing.
It's at 50 to go now on this wonderful 18th stage of Tour de France. For those riders in there for whom stage honours are the major objective, well, Ben O'Connor potentially has an opportunity to move up closer to and indeed, Jordan Jagas some way adrift now. So he did have about 7 minutes to close, but I think it's a difficult day indeed for Jagas, so potentially could move up into the top 10 today. But I think the major objective really for O'Connor, for Ina Rubio at the back here for the Movistar squad, and for one or two others in here. Well, it's all really about stage on it. The very fact that Jorgenson is there and is willing to dedicate himself selflessly to setting a tempo all the way to the foot of the final climb presumably means it's going to be really tough for the likes of Rubio and O'Connor to attack and get an advantage before the hill.
Yeah, if they eased off, then they would be attacked. So by Jorgensen doing this, he's potentially kind of setting up Vingegaard with a potential stage win, but then he's also helping Pogacar. But you're in a situation that tactically there's nothing else you can do. The only way that having Jorgensen in front is with the attacks in the Madeleine. If Vingegaard was able to get rid of Pogacar, go across to Jorgensen, and that was the scenario. But that wasn't going to happen.
He attacked once, and Pogacar was never obviously troubled by that.
The two of them don't look troubled at all, and I don't think we're going to see a scenario which we had Vol 2 that Vingegaard will go. Vingegaard will go hard on the final climb at some point and try and drop Pogacar, and that's what it's ultimately going to come down to.
We're still almost 20k to go to the foot of the final climb, and it's far from downhill all the way. We've almost completed the descent of the Madeleine, and then we will start the valley road. And like most valleys in the Alps, they're far from flat. So it kind of just steadily rises all the way to that climb at sort of 1 and 2%. Barely notice it, but if you're having a little bit of a rough day, or it's energy stores are somewhat depleted, we'll find it a little bit more of a grind before the climb begins itself. And the only group now showing at almost three minutes in arrears. This is stellar job being done by Jorgenson, and the steam has gone out of it a little bit behind by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. There's nothing you can do if you're in that third group, Oscar only, and there's more pressure on Johannesson to ride more because he's actually gaining. But there's nothing you can do about Roglic. The only thing that Oscar only could have done about Roglic is go with him when he went earlier on. But he already said that he probably wouldn't be allowed to go anyway because it would spark something from Lipovic and then potentially the top two. But you never know unless you try. But he said he was going to wait anyway until the final climb and just see what he can do. But I think he realises now that he's in fifth and he has to kind of guarantee this. Look, what I would encourage him to do is, keep that fifth place. Don't go full on at the front and chase that headless chicken in the last 40-odd kilometres, because if you blow up in the Col de la Loge, you'll lose a few minutes and possibly get caught by Voigtland and a few others and things like that. So you don't want to do that. So
accept your fate a little bit.
Accept where you are and just try and concrete where you are rather than at this stage, tactically, should he have gone with Roglic when he went? Maybe have tried and see what happens. They might have let him go. You've got to remember that even Oscar Onley at the start of the day was a few minutes down and 11 minutes. So the fact that they allowed Roglic to go at 11:42, then they might have let him go, but then Lipovic would have went. But even Lipovic is quite a few minutes down. So I think tactically, maybe looking back when Roglic went, Onley maybe should have reacted. Yeah, but hindsight's a great thing. But now he finds himself in a situation because Onley could have been here. He could have been here in this front group if he was there with Roglic. But then again, we're talking about things in hindsight. So he just has to make sure that Roglic, tactically, he got himself in there. Good job. Lipovic still hanging about. He's making a big effort. He might pay for it come the end. It's all this big effort in the valley coming down off the Madeleine. That when you make that big effort, it's going to hurt. And you hit the final climb, which is a bit of a brute, I have to say. And all of a sudden, you might pay for it. You might lose 2 or 3 minutes on that final climb.
I give Jorgenson a little bit of a rest just for a moment, and Jorgenson would like that maybe some of those riders that are gaining on others, and it kind of makes a little bit of sense actually. A little bit of up and over here just to keep the chain tight, and just to try and for those guys that are actually gaining a bit here might be something that they might be willing to do.
Well, I think he asked Felix. He said, Felix, come on, you're right, you're gaining time here. This is what they didn't want to do. They didn't want the stage hunters to go.
That's Ben O'Connor, and he's doing what we thought couldn't possibly happen because Jorgenson was going to set a hectic tempo all the way to the foot of the climb, but those stage hunters need to be presented with an opportunity, and they needed to be presented with a situation where the pace wasn't really on amongst the Jersey contenders. So Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard, they only care about themselves really. Jorgenson joins up front. He won't contribute here, but this is worth riding for. And interestingly enough, Jorgenson not currently available to set the tempo for Jonas Vingegaard.
Yeah, situation changed now tactically. It looks as if Lipovic might come up now. I think Felix Gal, he has to watch here. He's gaining time and might have to start to ride, but this is a nod towards Jorgenson. He's putting up a big ride today. Can he finish it off? This is let him go, because normally Jorgenson would keep on riding, but I think he was starting to kind of feel it a little bit. But when the attack started, he went with it, because now stage hunt for Jorgenson.
Our speed still 36.5 kilometers an hour. It's coming down. Still going to be a pretty impressive and hectic and challenging day in the Big Alps as the scenario has radically altered all of a sudden. Jorgenson looking for a little bit of a rest, got anything but, because rather than Felix Gal and others coming up to tap through to protect their advantage, hard-won advantage on general classification, instead it was the stage hunters, Zaina Rubio and Ben O'Connor first, that went on the attack, joined quickly by Jorgenson, and Tymon Arensman has managed to join. I wonder where the white jersey is. He's latched on, look at that. He's linked up, and Orion Lipovic, who had a long chase, might just get a little bit of physical respite here, that he might have a little while to recover from a wearying chase. It's been a tough old day, challenging day. Exactly as Roglic.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There he is. He's probably went back to the car. Felix Gal attacking here. They're not going to let him attack. So yeah, Roglic just come back to the car. But who rides here? Felix Gal, you feel, has to do a bit of riding.
That's going against his opportunity to win the stage, but he has to, try and close down. Instant 40-second gain for those riders up front. Felix Gal, if he wants to win this stage, is going to have to come up with an immense climbing performance. I think he knows right now, with Pogacar and Vingegaard in here, that it's going to be very difficult for him to achieve that. So maybe he might just focus on any gain he might make on GC.
Look, it's an interesting one now, because just in a split second there, Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe have kind of missed out. Potentially, that allowed Visma-Lease an upper hand now, and it's more for Jorgenson to get in front. I don't think, I've said it all along, I don't think any teammates will be of great help when it comes to the final climb. But I think if Jorgenson can gain a couple of minutes before the bottom of the climb, then potentially, there's a stage win up for grabs for Visma-Lease bike. And I think that's how quickly things change.
Does Primoz Roglic now change and now have to ride for?
I think he has to ride. Felix Gal has to ride, so they have to roll around Lipovic as well.
Side 40 to go. Brewing up nicely. Certainly tactically it's changed and become a little more stimulating and interesting of late, as Felix Gal a little bit frustrated by the recent departure from his early breakaway companions Zaina Rubio and first Ben O'Connor. O'Connor launching that salvo when steam went out of this group. Could be good news as well for Oscar Onley. The gains made, they're about 2 3/4 minutes down at the moment. 2:40 down on this particular group on the road. Kevin Vogan not quite giving up on it either. He's got a teammate to assist. Costu been trying to close down a 1.5-minute gap, but less indeed to the Only group. So plenty of shifting scenarios on the approach to the third and final climb of the day. We've got about 12 kilometers to reach that point. This is the moment when Ben O'Connor said, I'd like a little bit of a head start on that long climb. They're going to need a lot more than they have right now.
Yeah, they will need as much time as possible. But yeah, for the stage hunters, Rubio and Ben O'Connor, this is the best situation. The fact that Jorgenson's there for company. Although his leader is back there, he's chasing the stage win as well. He's put a lot of effort into today, and this is a big opportunity. Let's see what the only group do now, because they're not really riding in this group. They're losing time to the front, but the only group is still kind of hanging in there. And let's see if they decide to ride. I think Pogacar would love to have a teammate here, just to keep things rolling on. But I think Visma-Lease are happy with it. They've got Jorgenson and this group in front, and I think by the looks of things, they're happy playing the card off. Look, I'm not able to get rid of Pogacar, but if we can get a stage win, then Jorgenson seems strong today, then allow him that opportunity.
Timon Arensman launches a sort of a semi-attack as we approach the rise to Courchevel. Heading up onto Col de la Loze. Souvenir Henri Desgrange, of course, will be awarded at the top of Col de la Loze, the roof of the Tour. I said it actually on the Tourmalet some days ago, but it's actually very much the Col de la Loze, over 2,300 meters above sea level. It's kind of nosebleed territory, isn't it? Souvenir Henri Desgrange, traditionally given to the rider who takes the top climb in the Alps. Pogacar will, if he wins today's stage, win the Souvenir Henri Desgrange for the second year in succession. Significant prize for it, some useful points towards the points classification, and potentially a game in general classification. 2-minute advantage now. So a reconstituted lead group out front. 3 riders from the early break who were caught towards the top of the Col de la Madeleine. Set a frenetic pace on the descent. Matteo Jorgenson then eased off the front. It tempted Ben O'Connor and Einar Rubio into an attack that Jorgenson was quick to join and to latch onto, and they have quite quickly established an advantage once more than a minute clear. Oscar Onley and his cohorts, most specifically Tobias Hammond-Johansson, continuing to make inroads on the yellow jersey group as well. So recovery mode for Onley and friends as they're getting a little bit closer to Florian Leibowitz. Adam Blythe is out there on the mountain somewhere. I wonder what group he's managed to latch onto and what his observations are on another titanic day in the Alps.
So I'm just behind the yellow jersey group with Jonas Vingegaard, Tadej Pogacar in there. I was just wondering about some tactics being what's happening in the front group. For me, Visma have done the right thing. Jonas Vingegaard now has a satellite rider with Jorgenson, so he can use him if he goes on the attack. And if he doesn't go on the attack, they have an opportunity of the stage win with Jorgenson if he has the legs to do it. But what's interesting is they're putting the pressure on Felix Gall, who wants to climb up the GC. And I heard that through Luke Rowe, the DS, who's in the English studio right now, that he's concentrated on GC and not the stage. So Jonas can rely on him to set a tempo on the climb. And also, you have to rely on Tadej Pogacar wanting to get another stage win, put the pressure on him a little bit more. So there's a whole lot of things happening, but I believe what's happening now, Visma has got the tactic dialed down to a T. They're doing a very good job of making it difficult for Tadej to win a stage, but by using the likes of Felix Gall to ride on GC so he can set a tempo on the climb. So it's clever riding by Visma so far. Let's just see what happens and who's got the legs, because ultimately, that's what it's down to. Back to you guys.
Well, a lot to digest there, but Felix Gall, we believe, is charged with the job of continuing to set a tempo here to try and move this group along and not allow the Only group, and particularly the Vulcanite group, to close. But that's not really what we're seeing at the moment, as
Look,
finally we pick up on this group.
Look, Gar was a bit reluctant to ride. He wants to, of course, and he's doing a bit of riding, but this is the interest. This is what I'm saying about. There's a little bit of cohesion now, although UE aren't riding, but it looks as if maybe Visma-Lease bike are rolling through, Store are rolling through, and it is nearby. So they're rolling through because they still need to do a job. Pogacar, there's absolutely no pressure on him at all. No pressure on him. As for
سبسكرايب ناقبركم ناقبركم لسان نخبات حنها شير لايك ناقبركم باتشي ناقبركم
today was about one person. It was about Vingegaard.
حساباتكم نابزونا دبزلكم ريتوها كومنت أسكرونا.
Yeah, it's man against man, and that ultimately, all day long, this is what we've been saying, it's going to come down to man against man. The tactics have changed a little bit now for Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe because they don't want the only group to come back to them. But at the end of the day, Visma-Lease bike have swapped tactics. It's not about satellite riders being in front. Jorgenson will be absolutely no help whatsoever to Vingegaard. It's about Jorgenson trying to win the stage.
Well, this is what is between Matteo Jorgenson and glory today. It is the awesome and daunting assault of the Col de la Rose, third time appearance in the Tour de France, and it just starts off challenging, becomes almost unbearable, and then gets worse from then to the top. And indeed, it's an unusual, well, it's an unusual climb, but it's a notable climb for the fact that there are bits where the gradient eases a bit and then becomes more challenging. And as we heard from Alberto Contador earlier on today, it is a climb that seems designed for attacking racing, designed to make it difficult for a rider to find a steady rhythm. 2,340 meters. That's what's in prospect. That's what they have ahead of them. 26.5 kilometers to 6.5%. It's way, way harder than even those slightly eye-watering statistics would suggest. Now, Lipovitz finds himself riding solo ahead of the yellow jersey group. Wants to maybe just get himself a little bit of a head start. Felix Gal.
See, this is what I'm talking about. There's absolutely no pressure on Pogacar here. He's leading this race. Okay, there's one rider in front is well down in the general classification, but he's just going to follow Vingegaard. That's all he's going to do. Absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Yeah, ideally he would like one or two of his teammates to be here, but they aren't.
This is a mistake from Lipovitz.
No, he wants to keep a hold of the white jersey. There was pressure on Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe to do the right now. The pressure's now off. Roglic, Lipovitz, yeah, he's got a big right to do it. I don't think he'll go across to the three riders in front. But
he did a long chase, didn't he? He did a long chase to get onto that group.
A lot of effort.
He still has 2 minutes on only. You know, he's choosing to try and take a little bit of a head start on the jersey group into the bottom of this mountain, and maybe just sort of fend off Onley. Was he starting to get concerned that Onley was coming back there?
I don't think he should be concerned about Onley's. I think Lipovitz has already shown that. I think he's got his both hands in that white jersey. I don't think he'll be beaten. He's now in third place, and at one stage you might have thought that Roglic might have the upper hand there, but
is he fundamentally attacking his teammate here in a kind of a way?
Nah, I think Roglic was on the attack earlier on. This is a case of, well, you know, he's obviously feeling good. Can he win the stage? That's the thing. And that'll be going through the mind of Gasparotto and Bernie Iso. Can he close 121? He's already been on the front pretty much on his own in no man's land. By the looks of things, Pogacar and Vingegaard just look at each other. Maybe the mistake that Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe did was they never put one rider with that attack, because Jorgenson reacted straight away. Well, Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe, both of them were asleep. I have to say that maybe Lipovitz was, because he just got on. he just got on and then they attacked. They slowed down and they attacked. So maybe he was thinking, right, catch my breath a little bit, which I would think that Roglic maybe made the mistake, but then Roglic was back at the car, wasn't he? Getting bottles when it went. So they kind of missed out. Now that this is a group of Voigtelen, see, these are the two picnic. This is Frank Vandenbroek and Warren Barguil. If they can get back to the only group, and I think that's why I was sitting at the back, then they might be of help. That's what I've said all along. The picnic post NL, they weren't strong enough. And I hope they can try and get back to the only group here, because then there'll be a bit of help.
Yeah,
but it's just
they'll be assisting Voigtelen to bring back, but Voigtelen was 3:46 behind only starting today, so that ought not to be too much of a concern.
No, they're coming up to you to right, but Felix Gall, well, I think he's made a mistake now. He should have gone. I think one of the Red Bull riders and Gall should have gone with that attack there, unfortunately. So there's been a few tactical errors here, but no pressure on Pogacar at all, because Vingegaard is there with him. He doesn't have to ride hard. You know, they're licking quite a bit of time now. And potentially it could all come back together. Only could be catching these guys.
Yeah, all
Look
very
at the
relaxed.
smile there. Did you see the smile there from Pogacar?
Yeah, I mean, it's all like, let's have a nice old scrap on this final hill, if they ever get to it. Felix Gall had an advantage of 1 minute and 30 seconds on, was it 1:30 behind Kevin Voigtelen starting the day. Gall started the day 7th, Kevin Voigtelen in 6th. The way that things are going for Voigtelen, he's going to narrow that deficit, and Gall will still be 7th on GC, starting the bottom of the climb. Having said that, it is worth reiterating the fact that Gall was, climbed the Madeleine so much stronger than Kevin Voigtelen, and he suffered a little bit in that Jersey group, was detached quite early on the Madeleine, so that continues to prevail here, because Gall is getting a little bit anxious, I think, about the touring pace that is being set by that yellow Jersey group.
I think, why allow Lipovic to go and knock Gall? I think there's something that Vingegaard is not liked about Gall here.
That he didn't ride a little earlier on, when Jorgenson asked him?
Potentially. Because why let Lipovic go and not Gall there? Gall just wants to go into the climb and set his tempo and hopefully move up in the general classification, but the fact that Vingegaard was quite adamant that you're not going anywhere there when you allowed Lipovic to go. Lipovic now, he puts himself in with a chance, but so does Jorgenson. This is not, and I'm going to say this is not what Visma-Lease planned at the start of the day.
They isolated Tadej Pogacar, but there's not really any major advantage gained, as you say. He's still got that 4:15 starting the day. It's a commanding situation, and Jonas Vingegaard also finds himself isolated. They've switched. They're looking for a sort of a double whammy out of this one. Jorgenson
back,
and there you go.
Yeah, you drag up Voigtelen, but now there's 1, 2. Yeah, just Warren Barguil. Now they start to ride. Now they'll come back to the yellow jersey group, I think, before the climb, maybe on the climb. But the tactic has moved away. Jorgenson never went as a satellite rider. Jorgenson went to try and win the stage.
Yeah, at least the double agenda for the Visma-Lease squad. Will they be able to make close a minute and a half gap?
Well, they're right in front. They're all laughing and looking at each other. I've not seen many Tour de France's where that is a scenario.
Not far from the mountain now. Picnic post NL have solved one little bit of an issue. They still have Florian Lipovic some distance ahead, but Oscar Onley's 4th place, looking a little bit more likely to be secure. But, well, they've got a big old mountain, 26.5 kilometres, and the hill will decide in large measure. Tactical considerations might just go out the window a little bit. Also, such a long and demanding hill at the end of a long and demanding day, at the end of 2.5 weeks of extremely long and arduous bike racing around France. 3 up front, linking well. Rubio tapping through. Ben O'Connor trying to... No riders outside Europe in the top 10. Ben O'Connor potentially going to move into a top 10 between now and the end of the race. Galgo's this time. I wonder will Vingegaard respond? Roglic, that looks as if he's stomping pedals. He's got his buddy up front, of course.
Yeah, of course, it makes a little bit more sense for Roglic to do this, but I think there's a bit of spite there from Vingegaard before. There's no real reason for... Three minutes is easily doable. So Pogacar potentially could still be winning this stage today. So it's not all over for him, but he just looks relaxed. You guys can go out there and do what you want. They've done a good job of controlling as much as they can today. But 3 minutes or 3 minutes and 15 is still doable on a climb of this length.
Long way to the top, and suggestion that's coming back from behind. Lipovic, though, leading ahead.
Now you time trial, don't look back. Now don't look back. Focus on your watts, focus on your watts, focus on your shot. Don't look back.
Yeah, don't look back in anger or anxiety. Florian Lipovic has been in a bit of a time trial, hasn't he, since about halfway up the a little bit, 2/3 of the way up the Madeleine, when it all kind of fired off a little bit amongst the Jersey group. Ana Rubio is in a group of 3 at front. Just heard the news that his teammate Enric Mas, unfortunately, to abandon the race.
ካብ ታሕቲ ክሳብ ላዕሊ 2400 ሜትሮ ካብ ፅፍር ሓሪኦም ናይ መወዳእታ ንኽድይቡ ኮርስ ቀዳማይ ሃዲሙ ዘሎ ናይ ሓደ ደቕን ሳይናን ፅፍሎም ኣዶ ንበዓል ቦካቻ ኮርስ ዕድል ህልዎ ኸውን እዩ ምክንያቱ ንሶም ይፋጠጡ ስለ ዘሎ መንሕዱ ንሱ ናይ ምዕዋት ዕድል ይኸውን ፅቡቕ ኦፖርቹኒቲ መዝሚዝ እዩ ሃዲሙ
ዘሎ just what's happening in the valley there. Just look as if the picnic post NL. I just wish picnic post NL had been there a lot sooner. But they're coming back to the yellow jersey group very quickly now, just as we hit the bottom of the climb. Interesting to see what happens now, because 340 is still doable. 25 kilometers all in all, still doable for the yellow jersey.
Jonas Vingegaard معلاو ترايس سلازبلي مال.
But let's see what happens now that it's all come back together.
Jonas Vingegaard.
All aboard. The picnic post NL Express, desperate to try and close down the gap a little bit to Florian Lipovic and set Oscar Onley up. At this point, they're setting him up for 26.5
kilometers. حجي ونزل هادي مزلو حجي حدقة خون مالتي.
And a couple of teammates there for a little while at any rate. Margie and friends setting up into the mountain. Few teammates there. All of Felix Gall's work has come to naught at this point because Kevin Vogelan has closed that one down. So at least his position in sixth in overall general classification is a little bit more secure. Potentially could have a move for Ben O'Connor up into the top 10. Not sure how Jordan Giga is feeling. He's floundering some way adrift at this point. Not sure where Ben Healy is either, starting the day 9th and detached early on in the Madeleine. Not able to get on terms with the Vogelan. Another situation actually where Vogelan came out before him, but he then passed Healy on the climb and then really not able to stay with them, and between the jigs and the reels, it all came back together again amongst the yellow jersey group. But you would not have expected that coming over the top of the Madeleine.
No, you wouldn't. You would have expected that we got to the bottom of the climb with Pogacar and Vingegaard in front here. I just think that valley there was too long, and Jorgenson didn't want to pull. So you can ask the question of the others, and the others didn't want to get involved. But now Lipovic he's got into his rhythm here, but he isn't closing this down now. Let's see what Warren Barguil has got left. And if Lipovic shows any weakness at all, then the others can pounce. But I just feel that Lipovic has already shown in this race he's the best of the rest. But then we've got a big day tomorrow as well. So the question is, what has Oscar only got left in this climb? And we get steeper towards the top, so this is going to suit him as we get further up. Still, I think it's Warren Barguil at the front, but for how much longer? And then the UE Team Emirates take over at the front, and they do with Marc Soler. So, like I said before, it's still doable for Pogacar to win the stage today.
Well, the Ben Healy group, by the way, for those that are interested, is currently a minute back from this yellow jersey group, so completely out of a scenario where they might be able to retain an interest in the top 10. And a healthy advantage over Jordan Chigan, and even bigger gulf to Ben O'Connor, who's well clear of the field at the moment, albeit 3.5 minutes, starting a 26.5 kilometre climb. So that's seriously going to be enough to prevent the likes of Tadej Pogacar or Jonas Vingegaard from claiming stage honours today. Well, they settle in for a bit of company, that kind of suits them, and Pogacar has Yates alongside, Adam Yates.
The thing is that, Jorgenson.
So much for stage glory for Visma-Lease bike squad today. It's likely to be up to Jonas Vingegaard to deliver that one, and he's going to have to get on terms with a very fired up Ben O'Connor. Einar Rubio clearly climbing better. Jorgenson looked absolutely superb on the Madeleine. Did a lot of work on the descent and on the approach to this final climb, and the American rider just hasn't got it, and reports to the team car that's going to be up to you, Jonas.
Yeah, I think you have to feel that he's not got the legs. So what help will it be? When Vingegaard comes up, I don't think any help whatsoever. So initially he wasn't set up there as a satellite. He was there try for potential stage win, but 3.5 minutes is still not a lot. Lipovic, well, he isn't going anywhere quickly. He started today, Lipovic, at 9 minutes and 3 seconds down. Yeah, he's getting a little bit closer, but this is not why Marc Soler is riding. Marc Soler is riding because Pogacar wants to win the stage.
Wants to put that group under pressure and to close down to this rider, and indeed the three further ahead at the moment. And Florian Leibovitz not making any current inroads on the advantage of Ben O'Connor and Einar Rubio up front, which I think is a little bit of a signal, isn't it, that it's actually going backwards for Florian Leibovitz. Has done an awful lot of work. It's a long, long, tough day. 171.5 kilometres, and just because you're absolutely flying on the first climb doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be the case on the last climb.
Well, he's been on it since we're just before the top. He's been on it since 70 k's to go. So that's almost 50 k's. He's had the nose in the wind. He's been on his own. He's come back, and then he's gone on the attack. So that's 50k an effort before a brutal climb like this. It has to take its toll.
24-year-old German rider finds second place overall in Paris-Nice earlier this year. Former winner of that event, of course, Marc Soler on the front of the jersey group at the moment. More 2 assists for Jonas Vingegaard, who slots in behind Sepp Kuss. Michael Storer here with the potential for a strong result as well for the Tudor Pro Cycling squad. Is the composition of this group. See Simon Yates just picking it up on behalf of Jonas Finger for the Visma-Lease bike squad. Second in line here behind Soler. Jonathan Narve is also available for the UAE team Emirates.
It's like in the States, it's what happened in the Madeleine, draw a line, start again, and the Col de la Loze. It's Marcelaire has done his job today. Now, Visma-Lease bike go again. This is what they did in the Col de Madeleine. It wasn't fruitful, so they're going to try and go again. Well, I say that Voigtland is struggling at the back.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable, really. I mean, it's such a tough chase, such a long, tough day for these riders, Soler, and they used a lot of energy coming back, and that energy, of course, is even further depleting resources, which looked slim enough on the previous climb. Timon Arensman as well is also just last rider in this chase group at the moment. Simon Yates, I suspect, is feeling the pinch. Himself already a stage winner in Tour de France 2025. Visma-Lease bike, just 2 stage wins actually. Sorry, just 1 stage win, delivered by Simon Yates.
Yeah, love another.
Slim pickings for the preeminent squads in world cycling. Pogacar still hanging on in there, but on the nose of the saddle. Always a signal that pressure's on a little bit. Chiga is in this move, spotted until this moment, so that's an impressive effort.
Most combative rider.
In the top 10 starting the day. Just hang on to that scenario. Thomas Holland also thereabouts, and Felix Gall looking to reprise the glory of 2023 when he raced up to the top of Col de la Loze and then came back down to Courchevel. We're going up the other side this year, race into Courchevel, and then remaining 10 kilometers of the climb up to the summit of Col de la Loze, second of 3 ascents of Col de la Loze in the history of Tour de France. Sorry, it's the 3rd time we've been up the hill and the 2nd time that it's going to be a summit finish. Oscar Onley has solved one little issue. The slight headache, but Vlajan Lipovic remains almost 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 15 seconds ahead.
Yeah, the way the things have happened with Onley, he's had a maybe slightly easier ride to this final climb. He did have to ride on the Col de Madeleine on his own, but over the top and down the other side, he did get a little bit of help. Waited for teammates, they came up and did a little bit of work. So you have to say, of the two, of Lipovic and Oscar Onley's probably done less. You've got to remember that it's not just about today as well. It's a big effort of Lipovic doing at the moment on the stage. How will he recover for tomorrow? Because he's losing a little bit more time on the duo in front.
Star squad. That's their team leader today, but potentially Ana Rubio on course to deliver first stage victory of the event for them. 6th place, the best that they've managed to this point in the proceedings, but an awful long way to the top of this mountain. Nonetheless, they've put themselves in a position of maximum opportunity. And it's been a battling and fighting performance from the Spanish squad. So too has it been for the 24-year-old German, Florian Lipovic, his debut Tour de France.
I know I'm a little bit biased as a Scot with Oscar Onley, but he has been the revelation of the race, Lipovic. You know, to come into his first tour and do what he's doing, I think he's going to finish 3rd on the podium in that white jersey. He has been the revelation.
He's got Matteo Jorgenson in his sight, so very shortly, the way things are going to be the 3rd rider on the hill, as well as 3rd place in general classification. 1,121 kilometers remaining of this 18th stage of Tour de France. And Matteo Jorgenson, his thoughts are mostly about what's happening behind. He's about to be overhauled by Florian Leibowitz, the third place man and the leader of the young rider classification. Jorgenson also, I suspect, thinking about how his team leader Jonas Vingegaard is getting on, as we see Tom and Aronsman coming out of the yellow jersey group. It's been a long, bruising and exhausting day for him. Sergio Higuita down towards the back of that enlarged yellow jersey group. It rises up onto the tail. The Visma-Lease bike man. A busy day for the Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe squad, with Roglic joining an early move. And, well out front, overhauled by the yellow jersey group on the final moments of the Col de la Madeleine, and Roglic behind. And as Florian Leibowitz has taken his leave of that jersey group.
كورات تلتي صوتها نخود 20 نصف 3 كيلومتر تريفو له ካብ ቀዳማይ ዞም ዳሕረውት እዚኦም ንሪኦም ዘለና ናይ ሓደ ደቐን ክስታይን ርሒቖም ኣሎ በዓል ቦካቻ ኸ ናይ 3 ደቐ ርሒቖም ኣሎ ማለት እዩ በዓል ቦካቻ ምስ ዓባይ ጉጅለ ተበሊዖም ኣለዉ ዮናስ ቪንግጋር 2 ደቀ ጋንቱ ኣለዎ ቴኒ ቦካቻ ንባዕሉ 2 ደቀ ጋንቱ እውን ኣለዎ ማለት እዩ ሕጂ 15 ገለ መለ ክተርፎ ከሎ እዩ ዓብ ፀወታ ክንርኢ ማለት እዩ
Advantage continuing to stretch out to 1 minute and 15 seconds for all that Leibowitz has managed to close down to Matteo Jorgenson. It's worth reminding ourselves that O'Connor and Rubio continue to gain time on their nearest challengers on the mountain, and the Maillot Jaune group starting to close up. There's still plenty of time to get on terms with the leaders.
Oh, I think there's loads of time. Pogacar, he's very relaxed today, no pressure on him at all. The race is coming to him. He can still win this stage.
Rubio has enjoyed success in the Giro d'Italia in the past. Which of these two riders out front is going to be the stronger, even if it doesn't turn out to be stage glory for them today. They've certainly come out with their A game. When do we see a little bit of excitement from the likes of Jonas Vingegaard? He clearly has said that he wants to go. He wants to go racing. He's going to throw absolutely everything in the kitchen sink and all his teammates at Tadej Pogacar. But we have seen that in recent days he has been willing to try from a little bit lower down the hill, not just wait to the final few kilometers.
Well, he's going to use his teammates up now. He's still got Jorgenson in front. I don't know how much help he's going to be because he's been up there all day making efforts. The question is, how do you bring back 4 minutes? You bring back 4 minutes by, attacking further out. Where that is going to be, I don't know. But you're not going to make 4 minutes up in 5Ks, probably not in 10Ks. So you have to kind of work it out. You have to go from distance. Okay, well, half it then. Bring back 2 minutes and 2 minutes again tomorrow. But
it still needs to be 5, 6, 7 days.
Yeah, of course it does. It has to be about the 10-kilometer mark at least. You can remember the stage where Pogacar went with about 11 Ks to go right to the bottom of the climb and only pulled back 2 minutes. So that gives you an indication. So if you bring back 2 minutes, about 10 Ks, and then you have to do the same again tomorrow. So if you want to bring back a couple of minutes, like Pogacar did to Vingegaard and a previous mountain top finish, then you have to think about roughly about there.
Jega is enjoying his moment in the sun, up into the top 10 on general and potentially putting a little bit of time into Ben Healy, actually, who's in 9th, albeit, but he's about 5 and a bit minutes, 5:15, I think, between 5:18, something like that, between Jordan Jagat in 10th place and Ben Healy in 9th. Last time we heard there was about a minute between this group and the Healy group. I suspect that's just expanded in actual fact. Indeed, it's now showing at 3.5 minutes between the Maya Jean group and Ben Healy. So Ben Healy's in 9th place, under threat from a fine performance by Jordan Jagat. Total Energy, a little bit of good news for them.
Yeah, I'm just looking at time gap back to the Jonathan Milan group at the moment. It's 26 and a half minutes. I worked out earlier on, if it was 34 kilometres an hour, it would be about 49-minute mark. So they've got enough time. They've got over 20 minutes to lose in this final climb.
Should be okay for the time cut on a really, really tough day.
And it should be, yeah, and then recover and then go again tomorrow.
As Jordan Jagat starting to become detached. Got to ride your own mountain now. Long ride to the top. He knows what's in order, and he's the only man from the Total Energy squad there. Hikita fighting to stay involved. Kevin Vokala will become detached, reattached, also potentially starting to suffer here a little bit. Michael Storer in front of him as well. Good day for the Aussie climber, for the Tudor Pro Cycling squad. And you'd have to say Tobias Johansson for the NOX squad has certainly recovered from the stomach bugs that he had a couple of days ago. He's looking to be in a decent place at the moment.
The problem you've got in a climb like this is if you go too deep early on, it will really grab you in the final. The hardest, steepest points are towards the top, and if you are really struggling now, then it's probably better to ease and ride your own tempo rather than stay here too long. The longer you stay in that kind of red area, the more you hurt further up.
ክቡራት ተኸታተልቲ እዚ ኔትወርክ ዝመፅእ ዘሎ ሓንሳብ ጠጠው ዝብሎ የቕሬታ እናሓተትና መደብና ግን ቀፃሊ ንቦታ 18 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪክቦም ኣሎ እቲ ፀወታ ተሓዋዊቱ እዩ ዘሎ በቃ ጃምቦ ቪዝማ ሓደ ናብ ማእኸል ኣሕሊፎም ኣለዉ እዚ ስፕሪንት ንክገብር ዮናስ ጥራይ ምፅበይዎ ዘሎ ማለት
extremes of effort, so Jorgenson latched on with Lipovitz here and will still believe that there's the potential for stage honours, albeit they're continuing to lose time to the duo out front. Sambon Tarantez is reached on the rise to Col Carlos. Down in the Marie, do they?
That's the 14:36 bell.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the 16:36 bell.
Late Mas, yeah. Nikita hasn't had a terrific Tour de France to this point, but potentially strong result for the Astana squad. Vokala still hanging on in there and shorn of teammates at this point as they go through and past the champions banner. Simon Yates, metronomic performance. And Jonas Vingegaard will be grateful for his assistance. Sepp Kuss is looking pretty good as well. At the moment, Jonas Vingegaard has Adam Yates still, and Jonathan Narvaez has stayed involved. They've stayed focused and committed. Oscar Onley, just out of the saddle and still right behind Primož Roglic. Now, well, it seemed almost inevitable, didn't it, that when Florian Lipovitz caught Matteo Jorgenson that he would put him behind him. It took a little while. Will Matteo Jorgenson perhaps potentially pay for his resistance? They'll grind Lipovic into a solo push at this point. Rob is calling for assistance from the team car, which would suggest that he believes that he can ride back up potentially to collect. Is he collecting bottles for Tadej Pogacar here?
Yeah, supplies.
Tough job to do at this point. Remember, dropped on the Madeleine after a big push from the Visma-Lease bike squad.
I just feel Lipovic will need a lot of coaching over this period. This is going to be a tough it's more 18 kilometres for this man here.
And the focus on your own watts was the message earlier. Don't look back. So maybe just they know their rider. They know that he's afraid. And as you say, he's a relative callow youth. He's been a pro for a couple of years, but this is uncharted territory. This is a completely new environment in terms of pressure and expectation, and it's just the glare of publicity, the limelight is pretty intense in the Tour de France. Florian Lipovic so far has been able to.
Is that Roglic? Yeah.
I don't know what you were talking about for a moment. Yeah, no, he's coming back here in a few months' time when the snow's falling.
No, he's got 5 years to wait for this one.
He's a ski jumping. Who knew? He doesn't want to go running on the hill. Tourmalait's behind them. Let's hope wheels stay under Tadej Pogacar. A little flick of the elbow from Sepkus to announce that little manhole cover there. Too much in the way of impediments. In terms of the road surface, it's pretty benign, as we've come to expect at Tour de France. Crowds start to rise a little bit. It's still a long way to the top from here. I suspect this is relatively close to one of the, not just the steeper moments, so better chance to get a beat on, but also really close to a campsite or some dwelling point. A few flags to support Spanish riders and perhaps even riders, Colombian riders from Spanish teams. Still the tempo being shared evenly between them. They're cooperating. At the moment, they're friends. We wait. And we wait, and it could be a while. It could be several kilometers. But each and every moment that passes, while we wait patiently for what we feel is the inevitable attack from the third rider in line here, Jonas Vingegaard, with the red and white helmets, his Danish colours worn proudly.
Yeah, while he's got two teammates in front, he's not going to attack. So he's going to use his team. So. Yeah, it's all right. And then
Visma, that's how I will look at it.
Sepkus will just take it up a notch.
ሳሴቱን ግሩፕ ድማ ተዓባይ ብግለ ናይ 3 ደቂቃ ክነፅፍ ኣሎ ዓሰርተ ሸነጥተ ሓደ ኪሎ ሜትር ካብ ተሪፎም ኣለዉ መቸም ሓያል ጥምጥም ኢና ንርኢ ንመስል ኩሉ ግዜ ኣንጎ ቪዝማ ፕሮሰስ ስሒቦም ናብ ዩኤ እንዳረከብዋ ግን ፍሉይ ንርኢ ንኸውን ሎማዓንቲ
Riders out front. Always a little bit of a reset. That makes more sense, doesn't it? But yeah, what about 2 1/4 minutes over Jean putting significant time into Jorgenson. We know that. He's only got over a minute.
Murio. Nikoli ጊዜ ቪንጌጋርድ ጅምሞ ፖጋቻ ውዒ ኣብ መንጎ ሮናልዶን ሜሲን
What, 17 kilometers for him?
እስከዚህታት ሙቃዳ እንዳጻሐፍኩ ሳብስክራይብ ሼር ላይክ አይትመው በቃ አቤቲ እዛ ቻናል ያ እንዳ አበና ይሁን
every single passing kilometer will make oh, here we go. It's happening up front though. Benicon has decided he's had enough of Ina Rubio. He's used him up as much as he possibly can, stretching out for glory, and making the bid, fully 16 kilometres from home. Ben O'Connor's not afraid of an early attack.
No, not at all. And, you know, we haven't had, well, the Aussies haven't had much to shout about in this year's tour. A couple of days ago, they missed completely a big breakaway. Ben O'Connor he's always the rider that never gives up. Was it the stage into team a few years ago that he won? You know, Rubio is a good climber, but just looking at the attack here, it's just an acceleration from the Aussie. Moved over, of course, to this team, Jaco Alula, potentially as a GC rider. Hasn't gone quite well for him. He's been thereabouts in some groups, trying to find, you know, where that stage win is going to come from. He's put himself right in a good place here. It really depends on what he's got left in his 15 kilometres, because 3 minutes to the deadly duo of Vingegaard and Pogacar, they can quite easily bring back that 3 minutes. But I don't think we're going to see any movement at all from these guys until maybe inside the last 10 kilometres. Vingegaard is going to use his teammates up first.
Back out of the saddle to try and maintain this searing momentum that has managed to put a bit of daylight between himself and Ina Rubio. Rubio dropping back, Lipovitz continuing to lose time as well to the leader on that mount. Florian Lipovitz is not only not making inroads into Ben O'Connor, he's losing time to him. And more importantly, and worryingly really for the white jersey, is that he's losing time, albeit still at a relatively small rate, but he's losing time to the yellow jersey group. Jorgenson about to be retained now by the Vingegaard group. Will he be able to assist? Ben O'Connor, as you mentioned earlier, took his glory in the Alps back in 2021. Stage 9 of that Tour de France, claimed by the Australian rider ahead of breakaway companions Matteo Jorgenson, Sonny Camparelli, Guillaume Martin, slightly anonymous in this year's Tour de France, Frank Mortimore, and they were the early break riders that survived. This has been different. He was in the early break, closed down by the yellow jersey group, raced ahead again. Ben O'Connor giving himself a racer's chance, but still fully 15 kilometres remaining, and still no great launch coming from this yellow jersey group. We feel that it's going to come at some stage. Still, Higuita's almost looked as if he was about to be dropped a little while ago, has managed to stay in there, and that very fact alone tells you that there's plenty more to come from Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard.
Yeah, as expected, Jorgenson, not a satellite rider. You know, he went with that group, or the duo in front, Rubio and O'Connor, with, you know, a stage win in mind. Obviously felt good, but he's done a hell of a lot of riding in this stage. But you know, obviously suffering now. So he was given the green lights, but the energy he's used today, he was never going to be of any help in this climb, unfortunately, for Vingegaard.
Plenty of Lancashire fans hereabouts, and divided loyalties really between the fans of the Yates twins in this group. Remarkable scenario, really. They're competing against each other, supporting the main rivals in general classification in Tour de France.
This is actually helping us, but only, I have to say, this situation. I did say at the start of the day that this climb was probably suiting him a little bit better. You know, the steep parts towards the top. And it's only just right about a minute between Lipovitz and the group that he's in. So, and he's saved a lot bit more energy than Lipovitz so far.
Potentially Lipovitz coming back into the yellow jersey group. Well, interesting to see exactly how it starts to feed out. Jagan has been detached. He's about a minute and a half down on the yellow jersey group now. And Ben Healy, it's potentially a really, really tough day for him. He's over 4 minutes now behind the yellow jersey group.
Actually just looking down at his bike there.
Bye-bye.
Good effort there from Jorgenson. Good to see him back. It's been a tough, when you're sick in the tour, it's been a tough few days for him, but he's put his effort in. And, you know, one stage going with the Rubio in a corner, potentially he may have thought a stage one might be up there for him, but it's just ran out of legs.
كل ጊዜ ቪዝማ ምስሓው
ግን ካብ ሕጂ ዓባይ ጉጅለ ንሰሜም ሒዞማ ዘለዉ ግን ወጥሮ ሳይንርኢና ዘለና ምስ ዓባይ ጉጅለ ስዋን ሓንቲ ለውጢ ወይ ክስታይስኪ ኣይርአን እዩ ዘሎ ዝገደፍዎ ይመስለኒ እቲ ንስቴጅ ምዕዋት ዝገደፍዎ ኮይኑ ይስማዓካ እንደዒካ ሕጂ ዝመፅእ ፀወታ እንታይ ምዃኑ ክንርኢ እምበር ዝገደፍዎ ኮይኑ ይስማዓካ
Vingegaard and Pogacar.
ተተሓሒዞም እዮም ዘሎ
ፔስ ዓቂቦም ኣሎ ግን ማስቲካ እንድኮይኑ እቲ ቦካቸው أساس 3 كيلومتر وطيرو هناك سنة كيلو زهجي نزلوا مستحيل يزلون 4 سكند يزلوا ورهكا الطراطاري أوروبا نفس كيلو.
Big moment for Steve coming in his career. Higuita's finally cracked. That's been coming, you feel. And is that maybe a signal of a little bit of extra intensity, maybe just an extra ramp here? It's maybe just got a little bit steeper here for the Colombian rider, and many of the riders in this group out of the saddle.
10 كيلومتر إلنا عند حر كندت كنا سنة كام نفاسيت نابدر فوق عينت كون إذا مالتي رحكت تخدوه مالتي hopefully من بعد بعدين خطوهم ويكا بناي كرنكا خبالوا 7 كيلومتر عينت مالتي.
Steve coming masterminding another great victory for the Jaco Lula squad. Yeah, with hopes of general classification glory for Ben O'Connor. It is pretty quickly fell away for them. It's been a tough old a few weeks for them. Eddie Dunbar as well crashing out early on after showing some excellent form. The breakaway on stage 6. And now potential rescue operation as Ben O'Connor comes into form. Stages his A game for one of the biggest days in the Alps. He's holding steady on the Maya Jean group, continuing to push these kilometers under his wheels, reduce the distance to the finish line. It snows here by times, but it's a 4-season resort these days. Major destination point, and some famous exploits in recent years in the Tour de France have made it a go-to Courchevel, not just for winter enthusiasts, winter sports enthusiasts. What potential advantage have we got for Tadej Pogacar in having 2 teammates available to him at the moment? Looks all cool, calm and collected. Will they still be there when things get busy later on, and what can they do right now? These are the questions.
I just think it's having a couple of riders there to bandit bottles. There's not going to be any help whatsoever later.
Pull a few faces now, Simon Yates. Done a long pull on the front here. And every single kilometre and every single metre under his wheels is a metre less than Sepp Kuss has to do. That pushes Jonas Vingegaard's advantage. But then, as we mentioned, if he's to take what he potentially needs to genuinely challenge for the yellow jersey, then it needs to be an early attack. So, I mean, is it weirdly now coming to a point where he needs to start using his teammates a little bit earlier, or at least be prepared to attack even before Sepp Kuss is at the end of his tether?
I think he'll use his teammates. Simon is game over for him, so now it's up to Sepp Kuss. I think as we come out of town here, I think we're going to see an acceleration, and it's an acceleration from Narvaez.
It's come the other way, and we thought that it was Jonas Vingegaard that was going to get interested in getting busy for an attack, but no, it's the yellow jersey that's put his team to work because they're entirely content with the pace, and they believe that it's not particularly challenging. It's a bit challenging for Michael Storer. Long chase back with the others to get back in with the yellow jersey group, and almost inevitably the Col de la Loze is claiming victims one by one.
But they don't have to do this, right? And this is good news for Oscar Onley that Roglic is getting dropped here, because there's only 38 seconds between them in the general classification. But this just indicates that Pogacar wants to win the stage. This is the only reason they would do this. They can sit back. They would just allow Simon to go, which he did, then Kuss, and then Pogacar just follows Vingegaard. But no, they still believe that Pogacar can still win the stage on a famous climb that he said, "I'm gone, I'm dead." He wants to put that to bed.
Yeah. Enough. Yeah, there'll be lots of radio messages about, I feel great. This is really awesome. This is wonderful. We hope that they are the ones that are embedded in people's memory.
አባይ ጉጅል ይህም ፊልም አዘለው ጃምቦ ቢዝማ ተስፋ ዝቆረፁ ይመስሉ ዳርጋ ናብያሂድ ከይደም ኣለው ኮርስ ከም ዝንድሕር ቀፂሉ ቴዲ ቦካቻ ንስቴጅ ንምዕዋት ክቃለስ እዩ ማለት እዩ
Pull back into contention. Primož Roglic might just get back on here with Kevin Vogeland because the gradient eases ever so slightly.
ምክንያቱም ንስቴጅ ተደኮይኑ ስለ እዚ ዘውፅኦ ዘለው ኤነርጂ ንምውፃስ ምክንያት ኣይነበሮም ኮርስ ንስቴጅ ተስፋ ስለ ዘለዎም ክዕወት ይኽእል ብቅድሚት ትውጥሩ ኣለዎ ማለት
he's able to handle this kind of tempo.
Well, the race has actually come to Onley. You know, he was caught out in the Mudland. He didn't have any teammates take him back. Roglic has made his way back here at one stage. You know, was a case of just make sure that you try and consolidate maybe a top 5 performance.
More words of encouragement from Steve Cumming in the car for Ben O'Connor, who's in a solo time trial, and still hanging on about 3:20 advantage.
Wants a gel, does he? No, he wants a different gel. Come on, Steve. What's a blue one, not a yellow one?
Kevin Vogeland's in a solo time trial, similarly to Ben O'Connor, albeit on off the back of the yellow jersey group. The gradient grips again. Roglic managed to ride his way back in. Vogeland, though, there must be nothing of those legs. Riding on empty at this point. Riding on desire. Riding on memory. Riding on ambition to be the leading Frenchman at the end of the Tour de France.
Still doing well, Ben O'Connor, 3:20. We're still holding on to that advantage. You can only feel that if Roglic, got that brain fade at the moment. It's been a long Tour de France for us commentators as well. But yeah, I've got the feeling that we're getting into Pogacar territory. If he wants to win this stage today, he cannot wait too much longer to close down over 3 minutes. We saw it in Super Banyers where they came in a little bit short. Pogacar, he's asked for a little bit more tempo. He has to start thinking about potentially, of course he doesn't have to do it. He doesn't have to chase time. But Lipovic, for the first time he's looked behind. He now looks tired.
Vulnerable, for sure. 25 seconds ahead of the group that contains the overall race leader, Tadej Pogacar, but also Oscar Onley, his nearest rival for that young rider jersey, and indeed his nearest rival for the podium. The third place on the general classification, and Florian Lipovic has made a big bid today. At the moment, Oscar Onley is able to handle the pace being set by Jonathan Narvaez on behalf of Tadej Pogacar. The question is, will he be able to handle the pace that's set by Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard when they launch, as seemingly they must at some stage. Still 2 riders available for Tadej Pogacar, and he will be content with this situation. But Jonas Vingegaard has to make plans inside 10 to the top of the hill, and Ben O'Connor is also able to handle the pace that's been set by Jonathan Narvaez as well. He's maybe making a signal that it's ready now for Adam Yates to take it up on the front.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long because Narvaez is setting the tempo here, but he's going at the same speed as Ben O'Connor. And I think if Pogacar wants to win this stage, then I think I think
عوضلو تخلو لها هلو
Pogacar. 9.1 to go for the race leader. These guys are
حيل
10
عقيم
kilometers to go. So they really have to kind of think about upping this tempo if there's a stage win up for grabs here for Pogacar.
The tempo get away from some of those spectators, don't you? That's seared into the frontal lobe, I think, now for everyone.
9 كيلومتر تليفون مالو
Pushing on. Kevin Vogeland looks in control of his effort. He can only do what he can do. At the moment, he's losing time to the Maillot Jaune, but protecting his situation on general classification against Felix Gall, albeit just 1 minute and 30 seconds between them starting the day, and 8.8 kilometers to go. Gall certainly has the potential to reignite his bid to move up general classification, having been closed down by Kevin Vogeland. The hill itself will decide. Rubio is still second on the hill as well. We've forgotten Nina Rubio out of contention at the moment for stage honours, unless some remarkable collapse happens for Ben O'Connor. Meanwhile, Ben O'Connor's far from secure in his hopes for stage honours at the moment. There is every chance still that the yellow jersey group could start to make a bit of push. That they haven't quite got on terms with Florian Leibowitz either. It looked as if they were about to join up. Down to 11 seconds, 10-11 seconds of an advantage. Leibowitz still riding his own hill. Should he just take a moment, try and recover?
Time trial effort. He just has to just keep on concentrating, as the team car has said. There's nothing else you can do. I was just a little bit worried that he was kind of stuck in no man's land. He was making a big effort, and then all of a sudden he attacked before the climb. That possibly would have been a mistake. I think he should have possibly stayed with the GC contenders, but sometimes you make that effort, and
is this the moment for Vingegaard to attack? It certainly would give these fans a little bit of a kick, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they seem to congregate. I think they must be in some group, because they all congregate at some point in a climb.
No signs of movement from the rider fourth in line in this yellow jersey group, still well into the back wheel of Tadej Pogacar, moving ever closer to the top of the mountain. Florian Leibowitz now within just seconds of being dragged back in. Kevin Vogeland still looks full of fight. They'll cheer everyone in this mountain. We've already cheered this man, Ben O'Connor. Lost a few seconds of late. Been a long day. 1,000 meters gained so far. No time to grab a beer, I think, for the Aussie coming through this huge crowd as he makes his way with, about 5 miles, just under 8 kilometers remaining. And now Leibowitz is claimed by Jonathan Narvaez. Adam Yates, in turn, waiting to do his bidding for Tadej Pogacar. And through Courchevel. Well, Felix Gall knows it well. He came down here to celebrate his wonderful victory in 2023. Still got 7.5 kilometers remaining. Ben O'Connor starting to lose a second here and a second there. At what point does this time look as if it's going to be enough? You wouldn't say it's secure yet.
I wouldn't say it's secure. I think we're getting close to the next section of the climb now, when it starts to get a little bit more steeper. And I don't think, we're talking about Vingegaard going on the attack, but the way this race is setting up is it looks as if Pogacar wants to stage one, but he cannot wait. I think it's touch and go at the moment, and I think Pogacar has to go sooner rather than later. Now, if he doesn't go in the next kilometre, then I think it really starts to favour Ben O'Connor.
Last man to lead the Tour de France into Courchevel. That was heading towards the finish line of stage 17 of the 2023 Tour de France. The Austrian riders still part of this Maillot Jaune group. Going to move up on the general classification. Kevin Vogtland has become detached. 1:30 is the objective for the Austrian rider, who's oh, look at that, hailstones at the finish line here. It's going to get a little bit challenging for those riders. Could be painful actually, and one hopes that they're able to stay reasonably warm. The intensity of the effort hopefully will not have too much of a negative impact on their core temperature as they rise towards the top of the climb. But that's certainly an interesting scenario, albeit we hope that the hailstones don't last for long.
Yeah, they were predicting rain, possibly in the Madeleine as well, but definitely here in the Col de la Loze. But unfortunately that rain looks as if it's turned into hail.
Yeah, hail.
And who are we going to be hailing today? By the looks of things, Ben O'Connor looks good for this one, I have to say, because I think the yellow jersey group are running out of time. Look, if the stage winner's up for grabs, then Pogacar is going to go for it. Winning yellow, winning this climb, but he's not going to take any risks.
43 seconds of the 1:30 he knew. 7 to 6 ahead of plenty still to be gained. As well, at least not to be lost. So that's the objective. Looks strong still. Ben O'Connor stomping on the pedals. Yes, indeed they all are. And Ben O'Connor from Subiaco in Western Australia.
See the difference there? The difference there is Steve Cummings, when I gave a bottle, gave a gel, and never gave any boost whatsoever. He just threw that bottle off there. So Arkea B&B just came up there blatantly again, just like Lenny Martinez. That should be, if I was looking at this as UCI, yeah, it's more than a sticky bottle, right? I think I'd penalise them points in the King of the Mountains competition and whatever I find. That was blatant again by Voigtland, or Voigtland's team, let's say.
Airbnb hotels. Going to get something out of this race. Currently sitting 6th overall with Kevin Vogtland. Best finish so far. 5th place finish for Kevin Vogtland in stage 2 of France.
What I'm saying now is we get out the other side of the flags when it starts to get a little bit steeper. If Pogacar doesn't go, or Vingegaard doesn't go, then I think the stage is going to the Aussie.
And in turn, the opportunities for Jonas Vingegaard to claim any significant amount of time over Tadej Pogacar are starting to disappear as well. Is it just simply a case that Jonas Vingegaard doesn't really have it, to make a difference over Jonas Vingegaard? Has he cracked him mentally at this point?
I think after all the hard effort, you cannot give up. I think there'll be some sort of effort from Vingegaard. We already saw it in the Madeleine, but this man is flying up here, and he's got some tough pitches to come here. This is not over by any means, but like you said, Declan, 5Ks to go. He's got just over 3 minutes. He's good enough to kind of hold on. He's ridden well today. although he's been in front, he hasn't really put his nose in the wind too much until we attacked Rubio there.
This is a little 13% bit. That is really, really challenging. And look at the way Ben O'Connor almost comes to a standstill, down to almost single figures. And, mentally, this must be so challenging. Look at every other rider has to face that gradient, but he's been out front for so long. He just will feel like he's starting to retreat a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is. We've been climbing for 21 kilometres already. When you get to this point, he has 13%. It's just like jelly legs, and you can see he puts the gears down, just his cadence more.
Maintain his form and his rhythm.
But I would expect if we were wanting to see a stage win from, or trying to gain time from Vingegaard, stage win for Pogacar, we'd see something here, and it has to happen. If it doesn't happen here, then Jacob Olula and Shoei are going to have their day in the Tour de France, and it's been a long time.
ናይ ፎርቶ ፅርግያ ሪኦም ኣለኹም ነደይቢ ደክ ንሱ እዩ 13% ማለት ሓሙሽተ ኪሎ ሜትር በቃ ወይ መንጉዳ ማለት መንጉዳ 13%.
Meanwhile, Rubio, not totally out of it, although he is 1 minute 50 seconds back, so a little bit of a distance between himself and the leader. Potentially best stage performance from the Movistar squad, albeit not the stage win that they really, really desire.
Just watch Lipovic now at the back. Now Baez goes, so it's down to Adam Yates, but Lipovic has slipped to the back of this group now.
Lipovic is vulnerable. Oscar Onley still safely in there on the wheel of Jonas Vingegaard. And Florian Lipovic, I think, could potentially be at the end of his tether. 2 minutes between them starting the day. And another big opportunity to fly to glory in tomorrow's stage as well. And the situation looking altogether a little bit more challenging for
Lipovic is gone.
Lipovic has become detached. He's still got almost 5 kilometers of this climb. Oscar Onley, as I say, needs to make up 38 seconds.
No,
sorry, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes on Florian Lipovic in order to move up to third. And, of course, that will be into the lead of the young rider classification as well as on the podium. Long way to go, and 2 minutes is an awful lot, but another big day in the Alps coming tomorrow.
Well, I did predict with Calvin Kirby, and I put it out there that Oscar Onley would make time back in Florian Lipovic.
Still Adam Yates available, and Tadej Pogacar not showing any signs of launching. When is he going to have to do it in order to have a really realistic bid for stage honours? Or is he remaining laser focused?
I think the stage is gone. I think the stage is gone. I think it's gone to Ben O'Connor. This man's still hanging out there, but I think they're just going to left it too late. I think there's a bit of, look, we tried in the Magdalene, we tried as hard as we could. We're on to this climb. It's a brood right towards the top. No one wants to give anybody anything. But the thing is with Roglic, what does he do here? Because Lipovic is losing a lot, but he's not leaking a lot of time, but he's still losing a lot of time. I think there has to come a point where Roglic might have to consider trying to kind of help out. Okay, in these really steep gradients, we've seen Gal just losing the wheel now, Johannesson now starting to lose. So it's getting to the point now where I think Pogacar will want to put an effort in here, and if Vingegaard can go, but to close 3 minutes and 4 kilometres, I know it's a brutal 4 kilometres, that's going to be too tough to do, even by these guys' standards.
Question is, can Primož Roglic close the 38 seconds that he would need to move up onto, move ahead of Oscar Onley in general classification with another day in the Alps to come?
Will Roglic be able to do that? I think Roglic is hanging a little bit as well. Gal hanging at the back, Johannesson goes, Sepp Kuss is out the back here. This is a strong tempo here, set by Adam Yates, and I can only think that Pogacar still believes that he can close this one down in the steep parts of the slope.
Tobias Hallam's gone as well. Sepp Kuss is feeling the pinch a little bit, and Hallam's starting to become detached. Gal as well, also fighting hard. Loves this hill, but maybe doesn't have such a good memory. Well, there's a signal, perhaps the gradient has just eased ever so slightly. The pace has just become just that little bit more manageable.
Yeah, but it's one of these climbs. You said it. It's a racing climb where it changes all the time. You cannot get into this rhythm.
Jonas Vingegaard እንዳተሓላለዩ እዮም ዘለዉ unexpected እዩ ፔስ ብጣዕሚ ዝሑል ዘሎ ኮርስ ዓቐበት ብጣዕሚ ከሪር እዩ
looks okay at the moment. Kuhlkammer collected as the yellow jersey. Pogacar.
ክልቲኦም ንህለኩም ዋን ሓንቲ ኣብ ኮንዲሽኒንግ ዘለዉ መቕልብ ይመስለኒ
Narvaez has been overhauled by Kevin Vogtland, who continues to resist. Resist he will, because Gal has managed to make his way back up to the yellow jersey.
He's waiting. It looks as if Roglic has been told, well, he's just going to flick the elbow to come round. Is he struggling, or is he going to wait? I think he has to wait. Does he not?
He's in two minds. He's allowed Gal to come around him. Now just 3 minutes to go, and the advantage is inside 3 minutes for Benocon. He's losing time for sure, but he's not losing out at a huge rate of not much of a huge response either from the yellow jersey group. Even if they decide to launch now, either Vingegaard or Pogacar, is there enough energy left in that group to possibly start to race up? It looks as if Ben O'Connor is inching closer to a famous stage victory.
Yeah, it looks that way. Roglic, well, he's not waiting up. I think it's just a case of he's starting to struggle a little bit now. Gal has got his second wins. We're left with Adam Yates in the front. Pogacar, Vingegaard, but the lead with 2 legs, and as I said maybe a kilometre ago, that this is going to go to this man here, and what a day it has been for Ben O'Connor. Of course, it's not over yet, but there's no way that they're going to close down a minute per kilometre.
Is Roglic becoming? Is he getting dropped, or is he?
I think he's getting dropped.
Ease up. Yeah,
it looks as if he's getting dropped. He wants to stay there, which is another ideal situation for Oscar Onley. He's getting time in both Roglic, I think, by the finish, and also on Florian Lipovitz.
A little bit of an easing of the gradient momentarily, and they haven't freewheeled for a little while, have they? No sign of the hailstones that we saw at the finish line a little while ago. They reset and they make plans for the final wrap.
Well, the statement from, I never heard it from Vingegaard, but I heard it in comms that Vingegaard is going to go all out, go on the attack, willing to risk second place to try and win the Tour de France. That seems to have gone out the window. Of course, I think before the end of the stage, he's going to try and do something, but it's only going to be a small margin, if any at all, if he gets anything back in Pogacar, and I don't think he's going to gain any time at all back.
Final 2.9% at 7.7% average, so the group behind are about to reach that point. Be back on the small gears. Barbecues have been flat out for the last few days. Hands on the mountain. Still no significant attack from Jonas Vingegaard. Will he, at the end of today, say, well, I just don't have it? Another big day in the Alps tomorrow. 5 tough ascents, of course. 2.1 kilometers for something to happen. A bit more, 3 kilometers to the Jersey group behind. Huge advantage now. 3 minutes and. Well, Ben O'Connor is cruising to glory here for the Jaco Lula squad. Oh, plenty of fans have got a bit of a soaking earlier on with those hailstones. They will be grateful for the tour caravan, the publicity caravan that came earlier on and handed out those capes. And potentially decent haul of points on offer for the best of the rest behind Ben O'Connor. A bit of upending of the battle for the King of the Mountains classification. No upending in the battle for the yellow jersey, though. Overall, looking pretty good. Lipovic has a supporter at the side of the road, and he'll be grateful for anything that gives him encouragement as he tries to find a way to be on terms. So he's a minute down. No, they're just under a minute down. Huge gain here for Oscar Onley with another day in the Alps to come. And Primus Roglic potentially going to ride back on here. Oscar Onley putting more and more riders behind him, looking increasingly impressive in Tour de France. Could there be a podium for Scotland by some?
Well, here's hoping, fingers crossed. Roglic comes back now, but no big accelerations from anybody for the moment anyway. We can barely see Ben O'Connor in front, but I believe he is still there. And there he is, maybe a famous victory. And, you know, to be in this situation with in 2015 with Steve Cummings, and for him to be in the team car, and to be able to see the other side, see how I felt in 2015. It's a different experience doing it as a big rider and actually doing it as a manager. And he's got a full experience here. So Jake Lula, well, Ben O'Connor's just made-year Tour de France, but for Scotland and Oscar Onley's doing a terrific job. I wouldn't discount Roglic as yet. There's only 38 seconds of a difference between both of these riders, but he's definitely gaining, putting himself in the position. Another big day today. But the thing is, they couldn't panic. The race came back to them. At one stage, it didn't look good. I think we were talking about, I was anyway, talking about trying to secure 5th place. But he's going to remain in 4th place, is Oscar Onley. And, with a big day in the Alps yet again tomorrow, who knows? Final 2 kilometres are at 8% for these riders in the Maillot Jaune group. They're third, at least they're battling for third on the stage right now. And still no sign of any action from Jonas Vingegaard. A little 10% section. Primus Roglic has managed to winch himself back into contention. Oscar Onley doesn't want to allow the Red Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe rider alongside him. He's happy enough to track the first 2 on general. Well, let's give a shout out as well to Adam Yates, who's done an absolutely fabulous job today. Remember, he and the rest of the UAE Team Emirates squad were lost to Tadej Pogacar on the Col de la Madeleine. They fought their way back up, and he's managed to stay in there, which gives us a sense really of how steadily they've ridden this climb in the wake of Ben O'Connor. And what great adventure too from Ben O'Connor, who saw that the impetus had gone out of that yellow jersey group in the valley between the Col de la Madeleine and the Col de la Loze. He's under the kite. He's racing to glory here today, and it is a proud moment for the Australian rider, cruising towards a 2nd Tour de France stage victory. I said earlier on that I don't think Narvaez. Oh, there he goes. Oh, at last, we see an attack. Jonas Vingegaard goes to the front as Adam Yates is left to his own devices on the mountain, and Tadej Pogacar is able to react, as indeed as Oscar Onley. Primus Roglic immediately detached and fighting to stay with the jersey contenders here, to put a little bit of daylight between himself and Primus Roglic. He'll be grateful for that. He'll also be grateful for the opportunity to be towed a little bit further clear of Florian Lipovic and a little bit closer to potentially a Tour de France podium and a white jersey. But Jonas Vingegaard has a little look over his shoulder and realises that this extra intensity is maybe a little bit too little, and certainly a lot too late, because Tadej Pogacar looks entirely in control. A way to go to the top of the mountain yet for the jersey contenders, but within the final 500 metres, he'll be dancing on the pedals now as he's within sight of another famous victory. Ben O'Connor, fine moment for him. I didn't think Narvaez and Yates would be much of a help, because I said it at the time, because I thought this would come further down the climb. This seems to be a bit of a token attack now for Vingegaard. So close to the finish, he was never going to make any big inroads and Pogacar. They had to do it further out. He didn't, left it late, but what a ride it's been by this man here.
Well, right indeed, and down to the final 300 metres. They're steep and they're intense, and you can tell how intense it is inside those final 2 kilometres, as Vingegaard at least gets the knowledge that he's ditched everybody except the yellow jersey and Oscar Onley. Meanwhile, Ben O'Connor through the final hairpins. He's composing his victory speech. He's shown the adventure
was a long speech because it's a long 250 metres. This one. A long 200 metres. This will take possibly at least a minute.
Plenty of time to compose a very short speech. He's under the kite for the chasers behind. Here you go. Yeah, there's going to be anything left in the tank. Well, Ben O'Connor, stage wins in Vuelta a España last year, Giro d'Italia in 2020, Tour de France back in 21. He's now going to add a fourth Grand Tour stage success as he takes a first victory of Tour de France 2025 for the Team Jaco Alula squad. Potentially also is going to move close to, if not into, the top 10 of general classification. He'll be the only non-European in the top 10 if that were to happen. Rescuing the Tour de France, taking his second stage success. Glory at last, his hands off the bars to celebrate. It's Ben O'Connor that takes glory on Col de la Loze, and stage 18 is claimed by Team Jaco Alula. Shout out to Ano Rubio. We've barely seen him on the climb. We've only got so many motorbikes to distribute among the various groups. Best performance of the race indeed for the Team Movistar squatters, while the pressure goes on for Tadej Pogacar. Oscar Only can get up to claim that particular spot on the bill as well. But it's
Now, busy in the كنت فولي قرب بيزيس كنت فولي
big haul of points and some bonus seconds as well in general classification. So late
Messi بقى ودي Messi upcycle أقوى شو cycle كا إزي upcycle كا إزي بقى Messi ناي cycle ودي إزي هو ده بالضبط هذا كان زي ده بقى عامس كده
potentially Oscar Only if he can get ahead of Vingegaard if he played some bonus seconds. Look over his shoulder in the final 150 meters, and it's been plain sailing all day for Tadej Pogacar. They threw everything they possibly could at him on the Col de la Madeleine. A more benign, but still nonetheless demanding ride on the Col de la Loze, and he is extinguished and banished all memories of his previous ascent of this unyielding mountain. And Jonas Vingegaard has been vanquished. Col de la Loze has been claimed. It's not still doing a really good job of moving closer to the podium with a wonderful fourth place. Ana Rubio, fifth is the best that he could hope for from a long, tough day in the breakaway. And Felix Gall is out there as well to try and improve his situation. Kevin Vogeland's floundering some way down the mountain, as indeed is Florian Lipovic. What's the gap? Not sure if you saw the stopwatch between Oscar Only and the time indeed for Oscar Only completing as Felix
Only finishing fourth. He never got that any bonus seconds at all. So they went to obviously Ben O'Connor, Pogacar, and Vingegaard, but
significant gain over Primus Roglic here.
Yeah, he's Oscar Only's gaining at the moment 45, 47 seconds. So already extending that out to potentially a minute and a half. It's all going to come down to where Lipovic finishes.
Yeah, I had a 2:01 start in the day, so that could be a difficult moment as Yates comes across the line. Great climb by, you'd have to say, Tobias Holland, after his stomach issues in recent days. He recovered from that. Sepkos is going to be next to come home for the Visma-Lease bike squad. Solid job, you'd have to say, from the American rider on behalf of Jonas Vingegaard.
It's just reached a minute and a half, so Lipovic has got 31 seconds.
Lipovic coming through the mist. Is he going to be able to hang on to his podium situation? Is he going to be able to hang on to the lead of the young rider classification? We stop it at 1 minute and 38 seconds, so somewhere at 1:38, 1:39. Massive gain by Oscar Only, and Florian Lipovic hangs on to third by the skin of his teeth.
That's just over 20 seconds now. 22 seconds or thereabouts for Oscar Only from the podium.
Big battle to come on stage 19 tomorrow. This man's done his work, and he will be absolutely thrilled with that as well. Indeed, well, all of the Jaco Alula squad, the Aussie team, delivering another great success, and Felix Gall will be interested in the finishing time here for Kevin Vogeland. Typically battling performance from the leading Frenchman Tour de France 25. Will he be able to hang on to his 6th place at 1:30? So I think it's been more than 1:30 since Felix Gal's come in. So I do believe Felix Gal will have moved up into 6th position. Vogelin down to 7. That to be confirmed. No doubt about the man first across the line then. To the tension and the pressure. The relief. Joy unbound on a misty mountain in the Alps. Weather closing in a little bit. Eventually we had that little bit of a flurry in the final 2 kilometers. Tadej Pogacar equaled everything that was thrown out by the Visma-Lease bike squad today. Jonas Vingegaard clearly the best of the rest, but unfortunately for him, no obvious chink in the armour of the flying Slovenian. Remains in a commanding and indeed enhanced position on general classification. Also has gained a significant haul of points towards the mountains. Also within the sights of the overall race leader. It's glory on stage 18 for Ben O'Connor as he takes the victory by 1 minute and 45 seconds from Tadej Pogacar. Jonas Vingegaard, nothing he could do about that. Lost 11 seconds plus the bonuses. Only Rubio, Gal, Roglic, Yates, Johansson, and Kuss, your top 10 on the day. Escorted to the podium for the usual protocol and ceremonies to come. He knows the routine, and he'll be, I think, greatly relieved.
Jonas Vingegaard عمي أبجرو دي إيطاليا زودا.
Difficult moment for Jonas Vingegaard. We caught up with him. Let's hear from second place man on GC.
Today was a brutal day. 5 hours in the saddle, and yeah, I'm not sure I've ever done such a hard stage in the Tour before. I said it before the stage, but yeah, this was a brutal stage. I felt good. The team felt good. We had big plans, obviously, you could see, to try to go early. We did, and yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't take any time on Tadej, but well, the team did amazing today, and I want to thank my teammates again today. Everyone was 100% behind the plan, and yeah, gives me so much motivation when I have a team like this working for me.
I was going to try to
pressure on today, but in the valley before the final climb, called Bull-Bora-Hansgrohe, there was some kind of ceasefire. Why was that?
Yeah, no, we didn't want to work together. And then Lipovic went up the road, and we waited for our teammates. And then we started pacing again on the Col de Lelos.
Okay, thank you. We are going down. Was that the case today, and is this Tadej unbeatable now for the Tour de France?
No, I think it looked like we were pretty equal today. He took a few seconds in the end, but yeah, the Tour is not over.
Still. Come on.
Still.
Okay, we're going down.
It's just hard to know whether deep down Jonas Vingegaard truly believes that it is possible. They threw absolutely everything at Tadej Pogacar today, Visma-Lease bike, absolutely everything, and in the end they've lost time. So yeah, the Tour isn't all over. There is a very tough stage that lies ahead, but really are they going to be able to wrestle that yellow jersey off this man's back? It looks very unlikely. Very unlikely indeed. Support was out there.
Normal.
عقبة المسألة أجل لي درجة شراري درجة وقعت عول بزي بين قلت أصل لزخاني نعم حق استوى
Final climb. And now we can see the updated yellow jersey standings. Tadej Pogacar strengthens his lead further to 4 minutes and 26 seconds. But look at that contest for both the white jersey and the last step on the podium between Florian Lipovitz and Oscar Onley. Okay, there's been no move today, but that is now just 22 seconds difference between the two riders. Phinney's Gal up one place, past Kevin Vogler, and today's stage winner, Ben O'Connor, up 3 places into the top 10.
Ben Healy,
well, a battling performance from him, but he does slide out of the top 10 now.
Nej, att de hade sett få energi de hade säger Roma. Nej, vad heter Jigna till så där. Bara till Malmö med till bort och att
So let's hear from the man who rode to his second Tour de France stage win today and into the top 10.
On speed and just typical time trial stuff, you know. It's what I do best. So yeah, it was nice to savor this one a little bit more than my last one.
But I suppose you probably were listening to the time gaps with the yellow jersey.
Right at the point where you realise you could have a shot was the top of Madeleine when Jonas and Poggy came across, and we're still with them over the top of the summit. Yeah, it was a perfect opportunity to go in the valley, and this is a climb I actually have some good memories on because I rode for my teammate at the time, Felix Gal, to the win over here, Condor Los. So yeah, it was pretty sweet to do it again, but this time it's me.
That's amazing. You've had an interesting story with the tour, with some ups, quite a few downs. To win again, that must mean so much for you, especially here.
Yeah, it's a rough race. It's the biggest race in the world, but it's for sure the cruelest. So I wanted to have another victory for so many years now. I've been fighting with thirds and fourths and so close, but yeah, I couldn't be proud. Couldn't be more proud of myself and the boys that backed me every single day this whole race, even throughout the pretty rough times. So yeah, thanks to everyone at Jayco Alula, and yeah, it's what the team needed and it's what I needed.
Take us through that final climb. So you take off with Matteo and Rubio because the legs were amazing again?
Yeah, I mean, once again, the valley was just a perfect opportunity to get time. You're going to get smoked by Tadej and Jonas if you stay there. So it was worth a shot, and the final climb is just waiting for the steepest part just before we entered into Courchevel Centre. And then, yeah, it was just all about pacing and keeping on speed and just typical time trial stuff, you know. It's what I do best. So, yeah, it was nice to savor this one a little bit more than my last one.
But I suppose you probably were listening to the time gaps with the yellow jersey group as well.
Oh no, that was the main gap I was looking for. Once Rubio was gone, that was all I cared about. I just didn't want to get rolled by yellow jersey coming at me in those final 5Ks. So when I heard it staying at 3 minutes still with 3Ks to go, you were safe. So so good.
Congratulations. Enjoy the podium. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure he will enjoy the podium, especially after saying how much he was able to enjoy that performance much more than when he was victorious in Tettin in 2021. And he also made reference to 2023, which is when he was riding for Felix Gall and helped him to victory on the Col de la Loze. Felix Gall, a rider who really tried very hard to stay with that lead group. Let's hear what Felix Gall has had to say about his performance today and the ramifications from it.
Felix Gall, it was the queen stage of this Tour de France. How do you feel after such a brutal day?
Well, I mean, it was incredible hard. First of all, I'm glad I had a good day because I wasn't feeling super good the last few days. But like just overall, I mean, we're in the third week obviously, but I really felt I was a bit scared. I think if I would have felt today like I felt yesterday, for example, it would have ended differently. But I found my legs again, and I mean, it was a super nice position for a while to be in the breakaway. It was super nice, was perfect. But then it happened so quick. Like it was and all of a sudden there was a new situation, and they also they would chase down my attacks, which I didn't quite understand. So it was a bit frustrating that we got caught again. And at this point, I mean, of course, it was a hard race for everyone, but I felt like I used a lot of bullets already. But in the end, I still did a good climb, and for sure, I'm really happy. I gave it my all, and
One stayed at one place at the GC before.
በአልቢኒያም ዶንጌም ይምጣቱ ሶም kan condition እንዳጠበው ጊዜ
that's super nice.
ጽባሕ ኤነርጂም ኮንሰርት ስለዘሉ ዘድልዮም ኤነርጂ አይወጽም ዘድልዮም ሰዓት አይቃጽሉን ትግርኛ ጻዲል ማለት ሰዓት
There are the images of Boggy coming through the mist.
ናለትኩም ፈረንሳ ጉርፎ ተቀየራላ ደመ ብግም ሆይና
And then the confirmation.
Corner from Jacob on the stage.
That information filtered back. Jonas Vingegaard losing 10 seconds today. Pogacar because of the bonus seconds.
We tried everything. We did a big fight. You did a great race.
Team Visma, well, they really did try everything. And it is the ceiling of the tour here at
Vingegaard ዝኾነ ፀውትን እንዳተፀበና
meters.
ግን በንጻሩ ቴዲ ቦጋቻር 10 ሰከንድ እዩ አንፂፉላ ኣትዩ ከፍል ፀባው ፀወታ ንኽጥዕም እኳ ዮናስ ቪንጌጋርድ ካቱ ነይርዎ ምሻሎ ግን ኣብቲ ናይ መቐዳማይ ኣብቲ ናይ ክስታይ ኣብቲ ናይ ክሮኖሜተር ክስታይ ስለዝገበሮ በቃ ተፅብዎ ሳይከኣል እጅ ቦጋቻ ስማርት ትራይ ምጽዋት ዘልዮ ንዑ ተኸቲልካ ምኻትራይ ምክንያቱ ካልእ ደፍሮ ሰብ ስለዘየለ
ዝኾነ ሓይሊ ዝገበሩስ የለን ማለት ደፍዖሉ ሓልትስ የለን
ንሱ ሕጂ ወላ ሓንቲ ሓይሉ እንዳዓቐበ ሮታ ናይ ጆናስ ቪንጌጋርድ ተኸቲልካ
Stage winners up until today had all been European. But an end to the day has brought an end to that.
ናይቲ ኢንተርሚዲየት ነጥብ ስፕሪንት ታማን ክምንጥሎም ኸዲ
ኦኬ
ምክንያቱ ሓንቲ ጥራይ ስለዘሎ ኣብ ኩሉ ኸ ይኣቱ ስለዘሎ በብኦርም ክምንጥሎም ኸዲ ሎማ ዓመት ስታር ኩለን ከይጠቕልል
Let's go and hear from Tadej Pogacar's teammate Adam Yates.
ከላይ ማን ካብቲ ኢንተርሚዲየት
He's clearly had good legs today. He rode the vast majority of that climb on the front. Johnny Narvaez flying as well. Looks like the seems a very good plan for Tadej.
Yeah, it's a very tough day.
Visma
really posed under pressure at the beginning, but we did well as a team, and then on the final climb, I think we had it pretty covered. So, Tadej's obviously in good shape still, and one more mountain day to come.
Looked like this could have been your best day, by the way. You're riding on the final climb of the steep slopes and ripping that group apart.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, it's hard racing. I mean, yeah, when you know riding GC, it's pretty easy to save energy some days. Even yesterday, I managed to save a little bit of energy. So, yeah, a little bit different riding style to what I've been doing the past couple of years. So, yeah, for sure, I can save a little bit and be better on the climbs like today. But, yeah, we were kind of in no man's land, kind of waiting. We didn't want to pull two guys in GC back, and they didn't want to pull as well. So, we were kind of also confused. But then in the end, it all came out together. And like I said, we could regroup and start to work on the climb.
One more big day. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Well, the result of this final climb has seen a fairly massive impact on the King of the Mountains jersey standings. Tadej Pogacar now up to 105 points. Jonas Vingegaard in second with 89 points. And Lenny Martinez, who victory for Ben O'Connor. He's up to 51 points in the King of the Mountain standings. Too much to do in the final day, but well, terrific performance from him. Second Tour de France stage victory. Let's take a look back at exactly how he achieved his win today.
I always dreamt of the Tour de France, and I think
Stage 18, Victor Courchevel Col de la Loze, 171.5 kilometres. Over 5 hours in the saddle, and as we just saw, nearly 6,000 metres of climbing. First part of the day, 23.7 kilometres through to the sprint in Rio Peru. We knew was going to be something that Jonathan Milan was most interested in, and Milan managed to get across the line in very good style. As for the rest, well, question was who would get involved in the breakaway. One man who wasn't going to get involved in the breakaway today after his heroics on Mont Ventoux was Enric Mas. Enric Mas abandoning the race. Good pressure applied from an early stage by Visma-Lease bike. Sepp Kuss taking over after Simon Yates had done good work. And on the second climb of the day, the Col de la Madeleine, we saw an initial attack from Jonas Vingegaard, giving it everything, trying as hard as he could to put some pressure on Tadej Pogacar. Matteo Jorgenson, who'd been in the group up ahead, dropped back to help out. And at this stage, Florian Lipovitz in the white jersey was distanced. Oscar Onley even further back, along with Kevin Vauquelin, who was then further still. Over the top of the Madeleine, and a question of pushing forwards. And at this stage, Ben O'Connor in a group of three. Jorgensen, one of them, and the other one from Movistar, Aina Rubio. Florian Lipovitz struck out ahead of the yellow jersey as they went through the valley. And really good efforts being made here for Oscar Onley. His team, Victor Posternel, managing to gather something for him. And thus it was on to the final climb. Lipovitz caught by the yellow jersey group, and then with 4.5 kilometres to go, Lipovitz himself was dropped. Jonas Vingegaard once again tried and tried and tried, but out in front it was victory number 2 in his career at the Tour de France for Ben O'Connor, and this one, as he said, as if by will, deciding that he would go on the attack, pulling away from Jonas Vingegaard and putting a further 10 seconds into his main rival. Great performance from Oscar Onley coming across the line in 4th ahead of Rubio. And that also meant he has massively closed the gap on Primoz Roglic's teammate, Florian Lipovitz. Lipovitz coming across the line. But coming across the line with a considerable chunk taken out of his advantage. So for the 2nd time in his career at the Tour de France, the 4th time in his career at a Grand Tour, it is victory for Ben O'Connor, 29-year-old. Able to enjoy after those victories at the Giro d'Italia, the Madonna di Campiglio, a win in the Vuelta last year at Junquera, and a win at Tignes in 2021, the first non-European to win a stage at this year's Tour. Well, let's now go and hear from Matt Hayman about what he made of today's stage.
Matt Hayman, what a victory there from Ben O'Connor. A beautiful victory, and one once he got going, there was nothing to stop him and nothing to try and bring him back.
Yeah, look, he's really good when it's a hard day like that. But he created his own luck there, jumping before Glandon already was in that right group and able to play a little bit. He had been frustrated in other stages when he was on the other side of the GC tactics, and today he was able to play off it, and very smart move to go in the valley there. And once he was by himself, he just let loose. So yeah, pretty proud of him.
How much was he able to play to his advantage with the games, particularly in the general classification that were occurring? And of course, everybody wanting to maintain or even move themselves up in the top 10. It worked to his benefit.
Yeah, he's always quite aggressive rider. He's always on the hunt, and had to keep him calm there for a little while. But yeah, he looked for the opportunity in the valley. We weren't sure what Visma were going to do. They blew the race apart on the Col de Madeleine, and then when we came to the valley, the question was what was going to happen. And he asked, should he jump? And I said, yeah, if you feel the opportunity. And yeah, he pinned the ears back, and the rest is history, as I say.
How much did the team need this? Because the sprints haven't gone your way with Dylan Groenewegen like you would have expected. But how much did the team need this?
Every team needs it. We get to the end of the Tour de France, and you look at the teams that have won and the teams that haven't. But we can't control how everybody else races, so we just stick to our process. And I can't fault the boys every time they've got on the bike, whether it's for Dylan, whether it's been with Eddie Dunbar before he left the race. Amazing rides. And if we get seconds and fourths, we know we're close and we're doing the right things.
Enjoy these celebrations, Matt. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure they will celebrate, and Tadej Pogacar will celebrate another yellow jersey podium. And this one is quite a special one, actually, because it means that Tadej Pogacar will be wearing his 51st yellow jersey tomorrow, which moves him past Jacques Anquetil. Anquetil had worn 50. Pogacar today wore his 50th, but now he moves to 51, and he has Chris Froome on 59 and Miguel Indurain on 60 firmly in his sights, although those cannot be overhauled this year. Who knows in 12 months' time. The confirmation of the yellow jersey standings. Ben Healy did manage to stay in the top 10. That's a brilliant ride from him. So Ben O'Connor into the top 10, but just in 10th position.
Andre Houtman, just talk me through today's stage. It's the Queen stage. Tadej Pogacar taking second on the day. Another handful of seconds to Jonas Vingegaard. Can you try and explain what the tactics were earlier on this morning for you guys?
Yeah, we know that track will control till sprint
to kilometer 25. Then we try to put team on breakaway because we know that after Madeleine we will need it. But then on Madeleine was just not enough gap. Team was not super, and Visma go full gas. So we remain alone with today. After descent, they just stay on the wheel of Jonas and wait for Adam, Johnny, and Mark, and then we go, with our pace to the top and just follow attacks.
How did that situation and scenario work to your advantage? Because when Tadej was alone, it was looking a little bit worrying, but then the two groups merged, and it meant that he had Johnny Narvaez and Adam Yates for this final climb.
Yeah, it was important because if something happened, it's always good to have teammates with you, especially on flat section. So for this reason, we wait.
What about tomorrow? I mean, we still got one more mountain stage, but right now he's looking undefeatable. No one can do anything, no matter what they try and throw at this.
Yeah, but you know how is Tour de France. Every small thing can change everything. So we need to rest. We need to rest, sleep, and do another top job like today.
Does he feel tired or the fatigue? Because he's still looking so good in each moment and no stress. That's the big thing for me. He doesn't look stressed at all.
Yeah, this year he's really confident and calm. He's calm. He's never nervous in the race. Yeah, and for now, all good.
Thank you very much.
Well, as reported, Tadej Pogacar now moves into the lead, and he has a lead of 16 points over Jonas Vingegaard in the polka dot jersey as the rain and the hail falls here up at La Luz. Tadej Pogacar, well, he's likely to be wearing two jerseys when he gets to Paris.
لكم نعمس عقبة نكستين كتير تغلبهم الله ما بتي كم زنبي زلنا سلسين كي تغلبنا يترفني بغرون نعين نتبخ واحد لغيري.
The top, Ben Economy's up into 5th, courtesy of the 40 points he got today. Timon Arensman in 4th.
ክቡራት ተኸታተልትና ናይሎ መዓንቲ መደብ ከም ዝረኣኹሞ እዩ ፖጋጫ ይተዓወቱ ዘሎ ዘሕጉሰካ ከዓ ክልቲኡ ናይ ክልቲኡ ብምውሳዱ ዓብዪ ኣበርክቶ እዩ ገይሩ ዘሎ በዝረኣየ ማለት እዩ ከዓ ሎመዓንቲ ከም ዝረኣናዮ ፀወታ ብጣዕሚ እንዳመስገና ክቡራት ተኸታተልትና ኣብ ናይ ፅባሕ መደብ ስቴጅ 19 ይራኸበና
12.7%. The category 2 climb before the final one at La Plagne, which is another all category climb.